never get it anyway. Conquering the impossible, all with a smile on our face. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. We're body freaks, body freaks. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. They don't know how we do it, they'll never get it anyway. Conquering the impossible, all with a smile on our face. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. We're body freaks, body freaks. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Don't wanna forget what you feel like, what you feel like. Don't wanna forget what you feel like, what you feel Tell me somebody how long he will be on my mind. He will be on my mind.
Welcome, everybody, to the final day of CCA Summer Series, sponsored by NelnetBank. It is playoffs day number 3, and we have 4 teams left. We started off with a total of, what was it? I think 32 technically participating in this one. We narrowed it down to 6 apiece for each region, and now we've narrowed it down to only 4. Not technically split between the regions, but there is still a West team in the running. And honestly, I'm excited about that. Gentlemen, are you excited today? How we all feeling here? Taco, it's the final day of Summer Series, man. I have to hope you're excited.
We've built all season up to this. We've had all summer weeks of play, a lot of drama, a lot of upsets, and eventually now we have whittled down to our top 4 remaining here today on Championship Sunday. And I think we've chosen good representatives for really the elite of Summer Series. So I think all of these games are going to be excellent. I'm just excited that we finally actually get into it and be able to see how this all plays out.
I mean, it's a little bit different than before here, VOD, though. We were all here for last summer when we had Summer Series last time, and there was a very clear favorite coming into the final days of this one. A West Virginia that went 29-1 in games, dropping a single game the entire summer. They're not here today. They have unfortunately already fallen, so no matter what, VOD, we get a new champion.
We do get a new champion, but we could have a repeat champion from previous seasons with Northwood if they do come out on top. Northwood, though, I mean, they have a lot of distractions going on today, so this might be the time for another team to shine and usurp them from their throne that we kind of expect them to be. If it's not WVU, it's usually Northwood that we typically think is going to be that team at the top, but I feel like all these other teams still have a pretty decent shot to come out on top.
It's interesting, Seb. We get 2 things. One, we get the chance for a repeat university. We also get the chance for a repeat player. Buddy, no longer on Northwood, but does still have a chance at winning in this one. And after his upset victory in many people's eyes yesterday, I'd say he's got a pretty good shot.
Yeah, let's put this into context here, that this is essentially the revenge tour here for Buddy. This is him trying to prove to everyone here that he can do it without the backing of Northwood, that he doesn't need Hockey and Lion Blaze on the team to be able to succeed, that he is a fantastic player in his own right. He got an incredible upset over it the previous day, looks to continue that form today.
Well, let's take a look at that upset and the rest of the bracket here, as we do have a little bit of a recap to go through throughout this weekend. Like we said, we started on Friday in lower round 1, played through all 4 of those best of 5 matches, some of which were exciting and some of which were less so. The Ball State SDSU match, by far the most surprising of them. Day 2 was also not adverse to surprises either. Yesterday, we had our upper bracket, lower bracket, and a little bit of both. As we started off with Ball State Davenport, then Columbia and Akron. The winners of those stayed in the bracket and moved on to face the losers of our upper bracket between Northwood and Oklahoma Christian and Maryville and WVU. That leads us to here today after the Davenport versus OKC match and the West Virginia versus Akron match. And Taco, I mean, the curse has got to be real at this point. Every single time we have a team lose in uppers, it seems like they can never recover and stay in the bracket afterwards.
It's really difficult because you think about how hard these teams work to get to that first and second spot to be able to get in the upper bracket. And the very first thought you have is, well, great, we have 2 lives to deal with. But then it's just immediate, like bang, bang, 0-2, you're out. And it is really, it feels like a curse because typically you should be able to lose and then slowly regain your momentum. Typically there's a series in between, so you have a little bit of kind of like a break between everything, but it's still just not enough. I feel like at a certain point you can talk about momentum in the lower bracket. You have to stay sharp all the time, so you always know it's last resorts. But until we figure out what that affliction is, I think we'll just have to kind of shake our head and wonder, yeah, how does a team like West Virginia, how does a team like Oklahoma Christian, these second seeds in entire conferences, how do they just not pull together? And I think the answer is lower bracket is also insanely good considering who they lost to.
I mean, there are no easy matchups at this point here. We saw this throughout the weekend, like I was alluding to here, VOD. It was surprising to see that on day 1, Ball State, a former national champion, ended up having to face against SDSU, the lowest seed in this one coming out of the West, and they still got pushed to 5. It was a back and forth. It really has resulted in one of the most exciting brackets in Summer Series we've ever had here on the CCA channel.
Lower seeds in the West did better than some of the mid to top seeds in the West from what we saw, apart from Maryville, which is just interesting to think about with that result, looking at this bracket specifically. I mean, Oregon, the only team to take a game against Akron. And then on the other side of things, Oklahoma Christian, the only team to take a game against Davenport to get into that lower semifinal. I mean, we do have the best of the best here. And one thing that is interesting as well is that Akron and Northwood are both two schools that could be repeat Summer Series champions. And both of them are tied, or almost tied. Akron still only has the one Summer Series win, Northwood with the two back-to-back in 2021 and 2022. So they're looking to come back with their third overall Summer Series win if they can get it at the end of the day.
It's interesting that it is multiple universities at this point that have the ability to go back-to-back or to at least get multiple wins here. But we do have new universities here, and one that we have to put a highlight on, Seb, is got to be this Davenport roster. Former CRL champion and Cam has found himself a brand new university to play at. He brings in professional player Brocken, well, probably one of the most underrated players in all of collegiate in Bolte, and now they find themselves here at minimum with fourth place. We talked to Brock at the beginning of Summer Series playoffs, and he said they're shooting for third. At this point, all they got to do is win one more match. Imagine how great it would be to have a brand new university get into Summer Series and make a statement like this.
Yeah, I mean, remember that Davenport were a school that had some pieces to really succeed. They had Byra on the roster, but they actually moved him over to the B side for this run. Cam, coming over from the West, wants to prove that he can do it in the East, have that supporting cast behind him. Going up against Akron is an entirely different affair. Despite that, I mean, Davenport, they are probably one of the most incredibly hyped up teams that we have at the moment. They took an incredible 3-0 win over Ball State. And at the moment, I mean, the only one that can stop them seems to be 5-Up.
Well, 5-Up is arguably, at least in my opinion, been one of the most individually impressive players in all of collegiate history. Again, it's impressive to not only come into a roster that is already history and has the accolades behind them, but to do it and then, well, put up a performance like this. Did that get him into our stat leaders, though? We've been doing this every single pre-show so far, and we've got a couple more for you guys here today, starting off with score per game. Now, noticeably, there is only one team on here, VOD, that is still in the running, and that is Knight from Maryville.
And we saw how Knight was able to perform so well during that upper semifinal that we saw in that best of 7, going the distance. They are the reason that they are currently in that top 4, still in the running for the top 3 and trying to get into the top 2 guaranteed if they win their series against Northwood. It is the run back, of course, from the old Northwood roster that's at Maryville, but Knight is that kid who stayed around the entire time, and you can expect big things from this player, not just the score during the regular season. I'm sure they're probably a score leader during championships as well, but also shout out to NelnetBank for helping sponsor this too.
Yeah, it's been awesome to see that we have our stat leaders here and that it is all brought to you by NelnetBank. As we talked about before, this really is the by the numbers NelnetBank's league leaders here. And so it sounded like you had a couple of comments on the score per game here too.
No, I wanted to give a quick shout out to Nelnet, of course, or NelnetBank, excuse me, for making this possible. Obviously, huge sponsor to have. That being said, I mean, Knight, we see it in real time how effective he is for this roster. I mean, like, there are so many times, like, he is almost kind of the 5-Up at this point for Maryville. Obviously,
True.
2 different level players, but we're seeing the tangible effectiveness of him in that server, how he's very proactive on the offense, how he's really getting his team involved, but it's also in combination with the other pieces that Maryville have, right? We saw Buddy, me and you cast that series, where Buddy is going for insane challenges, being as aggressive as possible, doing everything he can to help facilitate, and it's really working out to be a beautiful kind of combination for this Maryville squad.
I mean, they've been so impressive the entire way through here, but they are not the only stats we have to look at here. We've got score per game, as well as we've also got shot percentage, and this one's a little bit all over the place. The only player that seems to be popping up on these lists on repeat right now, though, is Drewy. And Taco, we've talked about this player a lot. It's kind of a shame that St. Edward's got such a rough first-round matchup. Otherwise, I have no doubt they'd still be in this bracket.
Yeah, when you're shooting near 40% of your shots on target, which is insane. I mean, I do really encourage people, if you're playing on PC or if you just have some replays that are available online, to be able to check in on all those kind of aggregator replay websites. You'll notice that even when you feel like you're playing really well, you'll maybe shoot like under 30%. And it feels like that'll be good enough. But the fact these guys are this efficient is crazy. GCU getting someone in Super Big Steve being able to shoot that well at number 1 is fantastic. But it is an asset, but it's not everything, as you can tell. Only Patty still really remains in the here. So being able to see that just shows that there's so much that goes in this game, and sometimes the more shots you take, you can't make all of them, but eventually it breaks it down, and that's what wins you games. It helps, though, if your teammate is someone who, if they just get a wide open shot, it's most likely going to go on through.
Got Patty in this bracket, and we might have Patty here on the call in just a couple of minutes. But before we do so, we've still got one other stat to look at here, and it is the least demoed players. So the least, bumped, the least physically just sort of intruded on players by far out of anybody here. The ones that are able to dodge the A-Zaps, the ones that are able to dodge the Dinos, all of those players. It looks like it's Daunt from West Virginia at the very top. Flitz coming up second here. Lunar, Alpaca, and Sauce. We have seen Flitz's name, I think, on all three of these stats so far here today. He is such an impressive player. Again, Vaught, it's a shame we didn't get to see Kennesaw in playoffs.
It is so unfortunate to see that. But hey, I mean, there's always the fall season. We'll hopefully see them again there. And that's the big thing where a lot of teams will be paying attention to qualifiers for whenever that comes around. And also the main league once it comes back would be nice to see these teams again showcase their skill, because I feel like Kennesaw was one of those rosters that we expected more from, but they didn't quite show up at the end of it. But a team that did show up, Akron and Patty, I mean, I'm excited to hear from him.
Oh, I'm very excited, which is great because we can hear from him right now. I think we've got Patty on the line here for our interview, and we've heard this is going to be something special here today, Patty.
Hey.
Okay, he's looking fly. He's looking ready today. Patty, hello, sir. First off, welcome to the interview, and congratulations. You've guaranteed yourself a top 4. I gotta ask, was this the expectations coming into Summer Series, or are you guys not done yet?
I don't know, to be honest, because all of our league play was, all of our matches were on like 3 different days, and it was right after Bullseye came back from a vacation. I'm just happy to make day 3, to be honest.
So you didn't have expectations besides just kind of like, let's just ball out. That was the plan?
Yeah, let's just hope for the best.
I mean, I think you've hoped for the best, but also you've played like the best. I think by far this is the best I've seen you. I even said on desk, it's like, at times it feels like you guys haven't really clicked that in league play. So I think this game would be difficult. And then that West Virginia, it was like scrimmages for you. It was just so straightforward.
Oh, yeah.
Where do you guys feel like you've hit just your stride, like everything clicks? Or do you feel like this is something you've really tried hard to work at and make sure everyone's playing their role well?
Oh, it's definitely more of a luck thing. It's the same thing happened to Tristan. Like, they were just randomly, oh yeah, we're just playing well. And then it'll fall apart eventually. Don't worry. Just hopefully not today.
Well, I want to call out the desk a little bit here too, though, because I seemingly was the only one who had faith in y'all, mainly because Bullseye is actually 20 minutes away from me. But we'll excuse that for now, that you guys are going to get that victory over WVU. What happened during that series? Did you guys just like lock in, or did it also feel on your end that WVU were playing a bit off?
So we actually scrimmed them on Friday, and they did look a little different than normal. I think there's something about, because this exact kind of outcome happened last fall.
Yeah,
I think it's something about them being in the upper bracket on Saturday gets in their head. I have no idea, but I'm not complaining about it at all.
There we go.
Patty, you are carrying with you like a very long dynasty in Akron. I mean, this is a program that has been around in CRL at the very top level for a long period of time. And now you're finding yourself in that, later echelon of this bracket. You're going up against, Davenport, who is looking to be that new kid on the block. Do you feel any pressure, like having to live up to that Akron name, previously championships under Tristan? Any pressure that comes with that?
Not really, in my opinion, to be honest. Because yes, the old Akron team did fantastically, and then Northwood came in, and so then expectations kind of dropped off a little bit. The fact that we're doing this well, and the fact that my teammates are better than me, there's not a lot of pressure on me to do anything crazy, to be honest.
Still doing this? We're still with the narrative that that you keep telling yourself you're the worst player on the team.
Hey man, I'm like bottom leaderboard every day. Every game.
Oh my god, dude, you were just the stat leader. We were literally just talking about this.
It's a shot percentage. It's not numbers. I could put one shot on target and then never shoot again, and I would be number 1.
All right, Patty, you know what? I'm not going to argue with this one, because as much as you don't want to say you're confident, you seem confident today. I got to ask you, you got to shout out for your opponents here, and then we need a score prediction before we go into this one.
I have no idea for score. I'm just, let's hope sweep for us, of course,
okay.
In the essence of time. I got to, of course, shout out NelnetBank. Love this tournament. Love this tournament. It's super fun to have CRL again. I got to shout out on my family because they're supporting, my girlfriend, my boyfriend, Akron because they're letting me play at the facility this weekend. That's pretty much it.
All right. We love the list of shout outs. We love to have you back on the interview here, Patty. We appreciate you coming on, and
Nice to be back.
good luck today, brother. Again, you keep saying that you need it and that you're not confident. I disagree. I think y'all are going to do great today. So good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. That was
Humble
Patty
lad.
from
Humble lad.
Akron, from no longer Akron Blue. It feels weird to not call their main roster the
So
Akron Blue
true.
team. I want to say it every single time, but I got to say, well, Taco, why is he never like actually admitting that he's good? This dude made RLCS and still doesn't act like he's good at this game.
Because he's not. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, dang.
No, I agree.
Got him.
It is an aspect of, I think, just humility that comes with being at a top program. I think there's a lot of players I think we've seen in the scene where they just kind of say, no, like I am the best around here. I deserve so much, blah, blah, blah. But I think I would say ego protection that comes with saying like, I think I just have really good teammates and we just fit in. I think that also facilitates a better play because Patty is a player that like when the chips are down, just like all the rest of Akron, they play a lot better. They start to peak a little bit more. And I think yesterday they was frictionless at times against West Virginia. I mean, those were 1-goal games throughout a lot of those matches, but it was really still a lot of momentum. You could tell it was always leaning in Akron's favor. So the fact that they finished it off with just kind of like shellacking West Virginia a little bit, I think really just shows that even if Patty says, I don't think I'm playing really well, he doesn't really have to. He just needs to be that staple, that glue that holds everything together because at least yesterday, it felt like it was very much Bullseye and 5-Up just kind of passing back and forth to each other, giving each other stats.
I feel like you're starting to like actually kind of like create the narrative that Patty is the third for that team. I don't like this. So we can't keep pushing that he's the
Yeah,
worst
you
player
gotta
on the
relegate
team.
the KBM player away. You can't be giving them any.
That's true.
All right.
Yeah.
Enough of your
Player.
bias.
I
We've
won't
got a
legitimize
match
that
to start.
controller.
Okay, all right. We've
What
got a
controller?
match to get into, gentlemen. We have got Davenport and Akron. Patty, you're not going to get your break. You're not going to get a second cure to catch your breath because you have got the new kids on the block. Davenport have been hunting for a squad like this for forever, and Vod, I feel like they have finally got the squad they have wanted. We've talked about this team all weekend long. Now they are one single win away from getting the result that they set out to find.
This is who they've needed on their roster for some time with Cam to really round things out and bring in that star power that they've been missing. They've had the skill to at least make some competitive series in other collegiate tournaments leading up to Summer Series, but really haven't been making the deep runs, the deep waves that they were looking for as a program. But now that they have Cam on the roster, with Brock and Bolte as the duo, this team seems unstoppable. But so does Akron. They also only dropped a single game to Oregon, who looked better than any of the other lower bracket opponents we've really seen today.
Craziest thing for both of these teams right now, Taco, is that neither one of them have dropped more than a game coming into this thing. They have momentum is not even the correct word to use at this point.
No, and that's the craziest thing to talk about is because we're saying from both teams, I think we were saying, yeah, they're doing pretty well, but there's a reason that they're not going to be like the top seeds in the East because they didn't really pull together when they needed to. You're going against tough competition, blah, blah, blah. But then you're watching them in this bracket and you're like, okay, well, apparently you guys were just eating, I don't know, whatever, like the best possible breakfast. You guys are full 8 hours of sleep. Like you just, everything looks great from them. And I think this is finally where we can not even talk about hypotheticals. Like, man, this team could be so good. We know they have the potential. No, their potential and their actual ideal selves are the exact same right now. They are playing so incredibly clean. And I think that's where we have to wonder, does that carry over? Because it's one thing to have a good day, but for championship weekend, you need to do it for 3 straight.
It's kind of crazy to think, Seb, that we've talked about these teams for so long throughout the season and talked about how if these teams were clicking, if they were playing at 100%, there's almost nobody in the East that's going to be able to stop them. Heck, across the league at this point. Now they guaranteed themselves to be top 4 teams in the country. Have we finally found them at their peak, or are we still kind of waiting to get there?
I think this is where we see it, right? Because as much as I give credit to both these teams, I think, and I'll agree with your, as dumb as it is, narrative a little bit that they were playing teams that clearly weren't themselves. WVU and Ball State were clearly not themselves.
How is that a dumb narrative when we literally just heard Patty agree with Taco that they were off yesterday?
Used it to slander. That's why I'm saying it's a dumb narrative. But at the end of the day, besides that, yes, I think it is clear.
Except don't know ball.
It is clear that WVU and Ball State, they weren't themselves. They weren't playing properly to the level level that we expect from them. But both of these teams are playing at their peak. If there is any time for them to show us what their true peak is, it is against each other. It's why we're so incredibly hyped for this matchup. It's why it's going to be one of our best matches of the night, hopefully, fingers crossed. And it's why I'm very excited.
I'm very excited for this one at this point. The only thing that we really have to do at this moment is we get into the lobby. Seems like we're still getting the players all into this one. So when we talk a little bit about it, I also do want to mention that, gentlemen, the winner of this one doesn't really get an easier path going forward. We then get the loser of either Maryville or Northwood. And I feel like I have to bring this up at this point. Maryville and Northwood have got to be the favorites here. I don't really know what it's going to take to beat one of these two teams, but I do think that we are continually talking about this man more and more throughout this weekend. How does 5UP need to be a factor here, Taco? Because we talked a lot about how he's got to be the leader for Akron, but I think he's got to do a lot more than just lead them here today.
I mean, it's one thing just for the obvious things. Yesterday, if you watched that game, 5UP was doing, I don't think really many things hyper impressive. He had one musty goal, but outside of that, all of the shots were just kind of tap-ins. But that's the thing, is like part of what makes a really high-level player work is always knowing, hey, I need to be just around here to be most effective, and trusting your teammates to be able to deliver you a solid pass, or at least be around where if they do get that moment where the defense is just a little lagged, you can dive in. So I think 5UP needs to do that. But importantly, I think the one thing that really stood out for me is his ability to use his mechanics in kind of the subtle ways. Ball gets lobbed in the air, it's on a counterattack, take a soft touch, and then just slow it down, take a 50, keep it glued to your car. And he was so good at that. So many times West Virginia felt like they were finally pushing forward. That's the one where they go in full sprint, and then they have to wait and then bide their time and then drive in a circle real quick. And it allowed Patty and Bullseye to never really get lost in the sauce. The rotation was always solid. I think that's what he needs to do, is dictate the pace and then obviously be that key striker in those critical moments.
The other side of this one here, Seb, it's kind of the reverse. When we look at Davenport, it's not necessarily they need to be led by somebody. I do think that, Cam's kind of got to be the star of the show here, but as we talked about a lot all weekend, he hasn't exactly been the goal scorer for the team. He's been facilitating them, getting assists, getting plays together here. It's really all eyes on Bolte. So how do you see him having to slot in here today? What role should he be taking? Should he try to get involved in the offense and sort of make up for that Cam, who is not trying to play as offensive, or does he need to find a different role?
So the thing is that, and we saw it in the series that we did cast with Davenport, we saw Bolte play two different sides essentially of a coin. Essentially, you had him play a very passive style, trying to play that third man so that Brock and Cam can just do whatever he want. But then the moment that he did get involved, he was going for demos. He was trying to get these passes off. It actually kind of took Ball State way out of their comfort zone. They weren't sure how to handle the aggressiveness of Davenport coming through, because they weren't expecting all three members to be as aggressive as they were. Demo chasing almost the entire time, thanks to Bolte. It was really great to see. I think it really depends on how Akron want to play, because if Davenport are going to be the team that is forced to step back, Cam is a great defensive player, but it will be on Bolte to kind of give that freedom of movement a little bit and then just get a little bit more proactive so that Brock and Cam can do whatever they need to.
Well, the question is, do you think they're going to be able to do enough to win this one? It's prediction time, gentlemen, as we've got ourselves our first match just around the corner. Seb, we're going right back to you, brother. Is it going to be enough? Is Davenport taking this?
I think Davenport is taking this. I think Davenport's taking this mainly because while I think Akron, they are continuing to improve, I still don't think I've seen any solution to how Davenport is currently playing top-level Rocket League right now. They are taking it in such an aggressive manner. I think Akron, you can see potential holes maybe. They're playing incredibly well, but I think Davenport, they have the tools to be able to dismantle them, to frustrate them. And frankly, as much as I love Patty, he can tilt. And I know he can tilt, and I don't know if that's going to be good for Akron.
What?
I'm going to say wrong and go the other direction, say Akron are taking the victory on this one instead, because I went with them last time, no one else did, and they got the victory. So second time is the charm here as well. I do think Davenport have it in them, but the inexperience of this roster together, I think, is the biggest thing that is working against them. They haven't faced the tough competition that we're looking for. Akron, they have had a harder bracket, I gotta say. So we have to see what this Akron roster can do, if they can show up the way that they have the other 2 days. But the same is for Davenport. This is a whole new day, a whole new journey for both of these rosters to try and make it into that top three. And I think either way, it's not going to be a team winning with a single game given up. I think this is at least going to 6, regardless of who comes out on top.
Paco, you agree?
I actually have to agree with my Canadian friends. Seb in this one because I do believe Akron is playing super well, but Davenport is the best I've ever seen them. Like, I've seen Akron play well before. Davenport is able to do well. Yesterday, I went with the logic of saying, well, West Virginia at their peak, I think, beats Akron. And I think West Virginia were actually playing pretty well. It's just that Akron countered them so hard. Akron lost to West Virginia 2-3 in the regular season, and Akron beat DU 3-2 in the regular season. I feel like, though, this is a completely different Davenport. I believe that they will edge this out. In a best of 7, I could see this one definitely going the distance or at least getting close.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same territory. The only difference is I think that Akron's running it back. Akron look almost too good for me to try to deny, and I think the reason is that I don't think Davenport are going to lose this series either. I think the reality is that one player is going to step up, and that man's name is 5UP. I've talked about him all week, and I said that he has had one of the most individually brilliant performances we have ever seen throughout playoffs, and that's not to take anything away from Davenport, who I think have played, like you said, at their peak all weekend. The only issue is something that I think Vaught alluded to. This is a new team, and as much as they are a very solid squad at that, in a long series where you're getting pushed to the limit, I mean, Seb, you're talking about tilting out. It's not like Davenport ain't got tilters on their team. It's a little bit of a problem for them to where I do think they kind of got to lock in for this weekend. And I think Davenport can, but I think it's going to come down to a game 7 where I think individually 5UP's just going to shine above the rest. I've talked about him too much this weekend. I have to back Akron here, but I mean, you can see it based on the desk. We're 2-2 here. We're split. This is a coin flip, and we all know it. The question is, though, who's coming out on top and how many games is it going to take? Real quick, we got to go down the line. I heard a best of 7 technically out of you, Taco, but are you saying it's going to 7?
If it doesn't go 6, I will be shocked. I think we're done with sweeps, honestly, for the rest of the day, for the rest of the weekend. I can't imagine any of these series actually not taking up a huge breadth of time, just because the skill gap is not nearly as large as a lot of people might think it is if they're more casual fan of the collegiate space.
You agree? Vaught? We saying 7?
I do. Yes.
Seb?
I'm going 6. I think at the end of the day, if Davenport able to figure it out and know how to deal with Bullseye, who I think is a very, very difficult factor to deal with, why Akron were able to take the win against WVU so effectively, I think it's problem solved. I think they'll be able to handle it in 6.
I also want to state, you know how we're talking about it's like very split here on the desk? Split in chat too, 49-51, about as even as you can get here. I mean,
chat.
Look, it's kind of a shame. This is the first one of the day. We've got a classic to start off our summer series final day. Playoffs have led every which way throughout it, but the one thing that stays consistent is Cam will make a top 4. He's brought his brand new team here, but they're facing a legacy. Akron, you might not have Tristan anymore, but oh my goodness, you brought in the professional player in 5UP. The team is clicking. Both teams are playing at their peak, but who will summit the mountain? Game 1, Series 1 to start the day. Let's get it.
2 teams from the lower half of the playoff seeds are tearing through this lower bracket, and yet they tragically both look like champions, because while Akron and Davenport are ready to send the other team home, my goodness, do I know myself and Vaudable are ready to see how this best of 7 goes. Only one team can survive.
Both teams deserve their flowers. They've earned their way all the way through to the top 4, but they still have a long and arduous journey to make it to the spotlight in the grand finals. 2 series ahead of them to get to that point in time, but a lot of tough competition leading into that as well, with Akron facing off against Davenport. As Bass mentioned, the legacy of Akron looking for their 2nd summer series win as a program, and Davenport making waves here with Bolte.
What a half rotation as well. 5UP gets a cut and gets immediately punished, but then Bolte's not done. Cuts it right across. Bullseye doesn't even make a mistake. It's just an accidental double, and apparently that is what happens, even if it's not something you necessarily mean to do or something that's taken advantage of. Davenport's so quick, they'll hop right on it.
This is where all eyes are on Akron, seeing how they adjust. The toughest competition that they have faced so far this tournament, and Davenport the same for them. They've had some rough matches for the most part, but they have come out on top every single time, with only dropping an individual game to Oklahoma Christian, and they looked pretty cohesive that entire time. So will the tilt come out like Bass was mentioning earlier, or will there be another moment to shine here for Davenport to save the day for Cam on that amazing one?
Well, not even that, but Patty is not going to get that first touch. Lob out to Brock. Should be a ceiling double, as that's going to be a demo by Bolty. 5-Up is all alone, and of course, that's not going to concern. Maybe the follow-up is, though. Bullseye just gets to it, and Cam will take him out, albeit 4-0. Another clear down. Akron, not necessarily scraping by, but they really have to be careful because Davenport is on these reads every single time right off the rip.
We talked about the shooting percentage of Patty doing so well in the stats leading up to this competition. The only shot we've seen so far from Akron is from 5-Up and the only individual save as well. Apart from the first goal we have seen from Bolty, Brock put on some early pressure against them. Akron has their work cut out for them to even try and get on the board here off the backboard. Not the best positioning that they could have hoped for. 5-Up looking for an answer to delay things enough, but Brock wise in his challenge off the ceiling of the net.
Cam's going to get that sidewall double, and 5-Up will be called off, though Patty doesn't have much further than that. 50s do help, but maybe not if you're not stepping up for Brock. He is able to tap that middle, but 5-Up steals it off his hood. Looking for a double around Cam, but well read by the man in the green car, being able to tick that one away, and then all 3 layers of Davenport required just to get past that 50. And as I say that, it's not even clear. Cam still has to clean things up.
Might be a chance for Bullseye if they get this centered well enough, but Bolty pre-jump so early for that play. Cam getting bullied a little bit by Bullseye, but doesn't have to worry too much here as Patty takes the initiative into the box, gets the 50, evens out towards the corner though, and not the best angle and bounce that they could have hoped for to get on the board in the first half. As time dwindles down, so do the pressure from Akron as they've had a couple of opportunities here go by the wayside, and 5-Up really leading the charge for the most part with 3 shots to their name.
Yeah, but it's good that you also brought up Bullseye. Yesterday during West Virginia, he was playing like a point guard, finding passes, crazy field vision to be able to find all those open spaces, those pockets where the defense couldn't cover. But another thing he was doing real well is just being a menace on the demos. He was straight up chasing. We talk about ball chasing. It was player chase. It was man-to-man, just trying to take out Angel and Tool and Matter all in the backfield. And it led to a lot of awkward moments, and that's, I think, really going to be the game plan as well. Difficulty is, with how fast Davenport is playing, how confident they're playing, it's kind of hard to dedicate to chasing a ball because you need that rotation to be solid. You don't want to give up another easy one, especially because everyone is out of position like this one. No one there to stop Brock, but luckily 5-Up has enough time to fake and then take an air dribble of his own.
Good denial by Bolty on that play. Knew where it was coming from, that they had to stop it in its tracks before it developed downfield. Even more so, Bullseye out of position. Not much demo in the tanks for anyone on the side of Akron. Dangerous position, double commit too. Bolty with a shot a bit wide, and a wide open opportunity for Cam, who misses the opportunity of a lifetime to get an even stronger lead.
Yeah, I really have to say that is rare from Cam. You're not going to see him miss. So hey, let's see the redemption. How about a save from Bullseye instead? I think right now Davenport playing smart, playing for high percentage shots and angles. They're not rushing anything they don't have to, and that's the maturity I'd like to see out of a top contender. Now Cam has a chance to do something again, or at least I thought it would. I think everyone did. That's a misread in the corner.
Wow.
But Brock, he'll do no such thing. That's a slaughter.
Mistakes happening a couple of times here from Akron, not quite knowing where to go positional wise. Would have been better for 5-Up the challenge as he had a full tank of boost, but caught out of position on the backboard. Patty not really in the best spot either to make the save, and this has just been Davenport outplaying their opponents.
And that's the difficulty of trying to make sure all these rotations work well and try to make sure that you're everywhere you need to be, because one misread suddenly causes this brief panic where I think we have everything covered. Do we have everything locked down? And Louis Davenport's finishing outside of that one Cam shot as he immediately redeems himself as I call him out. It seems like everything is going Davenport. In such a close affair, it's only natural that eventually something breaks apart and you start to see that avalanche of offense start to come through.
Gotta hope that this is just game 1 jitters for Akron fans out there, because this is not the best look we've seen from them the entire tournament. This is the most shaky they have had their foundation at the beginning of a series. Apart from what we saw versus Oregon in the game that they lost in, that series being so close to start off their summer series championship run, but less than 30 seconds ago, not really possible for them to come back at this point, but getting a goal on the board would help momentum wise moving into game 2. Bullseye can't catch a break, neither can 5-Up. Bolty's just having fun taking this down Main Street, and that will be Davenport taking this game in stride, and no chance for Akron to really get one at all. Maybe the last second, but it's not going to pop up favorably for them.
No, and Bolte will gladly take this one off the ceiling along with Brock. I would say a team bump finds way to Cam. No clip potential as Bullseye will spike it down. Not that they need it. I think a 3-0 is going to be motivation enough for the team morale. Davenport taking it convincingly, but the thing is, it's really about efficiency. Akron looking less than clean overall with some goals that I'm sure they would like to take back.
A lot of shots that came out. Bullseye finally got their first in like the last 30 seconds of play. And I talked about it yesterday. This team lives or dies by Bullseye, and if Bullseye's not feeling as confident as they could be, then the team's not really feeling as confident. I know Patty was kind of alluding to that a little bit in the interview, that they were feeling more of a third man. Well, if your second man is not performing to their utmost capabilities, then it's going to be a struggle for the team to get something going together on offense. And we didn't really see much other than individual efforts here and there, mainly 5-up trying to lead the charge, Patty just putting a couple shots on to keep the pressure going afterwards. And Davenport seemed to more have a actual strategy at the start of this game, and every single player on the board with a goal and almost an assist to each of their names and plenty of saves made it easier for Davenport to come out on top. But again, we saw it with WVU and Maryville, where defense really is what comes out on top at the end of the day, and the better defense and offense was all in Davenport's court.
I think the main thing for me that also people have to keep in mind is, of course, it is a best of 7. You get a lot more space to be able to take a loss. And it's not really that big of a deal because you know you can just make it up in the next game, a lot more lives, etc. But also we do crucially add in the timeouts as well. That is in both teams' wheelhouses. If they really do need an attitude adjustment, a little bit mindset of a shift, that is an extra 2 minutes that they can get in between games to really talk things through. But I would say another Akron loss would be the only time where I think they're probably going to be using that one as we head over to Utopia, seeing if Davenport has just opened the floodgates or if Akron has a quick way to plug that one and be able to move on to offense of their own.
Only time will tell as we develop through this game. Patty with the flick up gave possession a bit too quickly over to Cam, who had that read set in his sights, dead to rights, and nothing to really worry about with these challenges that have come out so far from either side. 5-up though, into the corner with a potential setup. Cam actually centering it. If someone was there from Akron, it would have been a simple setup for a goal, but I don't think they expected them to cross it in front of their net. And a great pop-up from Brock, almost enough to set it up for Bolte, but Bullseye saves the day there.
Almost one of the clips of the day. Every single player doing something spectacular there, but it turns out Cam is not going to do it. But you can tell Cam is feeling it, getting the musty fake underneath one, getting them the setup as well.
No.
And then we see some of the just more ordinary play, VOD. Let's call it that.
Yeah, ordinary, but this shouldn't be ordinary for Akron. 5-up kind of driving that home into their own net based on the sandwich that we saw from Brock and Patty. Maybe not exactly the kind of sandwich you expect to dive into, but still not the best challenge we could have expected from them to, again, cross in front of their own net like we saw the other way. And then that game going through, or that goal going through, excuse me, for the side of Davenport. I mean, this is Davenport's series, and Akron have not had an answer or really put a hand up thus far.
And that's the difficulty right now, is that DU experts at putting the ball in dangerous situations. And it's not honestly just about throwing the ball across the midfield. It's about doing exactly what Brock just did. He knows he doesn't have an air dribble, so he just puts it slightly behind the defender, and then he lands in front of it. So he just backflips, knowing that most likely he'd get a deflection. Turns out he has the best one. So does Bolte off the ground, and the goalkeeper just not ready for that changeup.
That seems to be the thing, Taco. Just not ready. We keep saying that a couple of times, and it's just a miscue, a mistiming, a miscorrection in a lot of these challenges and positionings from Akron that have not felt like their strong suit. We always question going through a multiple day event that, oh, if a team's feeling really good on one day, well, it's a completely new day, a new dawn for these squads to face off against each other. And if we saw this Akron in the other series, I don't think they would have made it this far.
Tap down, and I would say Cam has the clear, but instead he's sent to the Shadow Realm. Patty trying to send another one as he goes straight past that ball, potentially trying to get Brock, but right now I really just feel like there has to be a strategic or tactical adjustment from Akron. They seem like they're chasing, they're playing reactive. They need to fix this rotation, and whether that's slowing it down or just feeding it to 5-up, that's one thing, but even that might be experiencing some hiccup. Bolte off the ceiling immediately.
Bullseye with a decent challenge to at least clear it out and buy them some breathing room. The surface above water, Patty off the ceiling. A good delay on the flick from Brock as well. You tell that the team of Davenport are feeling very mechy with it and the way that we've been seeing them perform. Cracking jokes throughout the pregame lobby, and that's the first solid shot we've seen from Akron in this game, but quickly denied away by the defense of Davenport. Looking at the saves from them so far as well. They've been doing pretty decent for themselves, and another shot going by the wayside. Davenport, I mean, equal in saves to Akron, but plenty more pressure from Bolte. 4 shots where every other player in the game has a single shot and a single save.
And Vod, I mean, we are clearing nearly 8 minutes of play in which Akron still has not scored a goal. I mean, this is a streak I have not seen in a while from Akron. It almost feels like sacrilege to claim that you would be able to shut out a team, any team from Akron, gold or blue or otherwise. And right now, it just seems like it's not only just the fact that they're not getting too many opportunities, but it has to be spectacular. Patty, what a way to open your account.
An amazing angle. Cuts it perfectly right past the corner, bounces in, bullseye for good measure to follow it up afterwards, and wasn't quite needed, but they did need to get on the board. We talked about it, pretty much 8 minutes and some change since they were scoreless, and well, now they changed their fate for a moment, but not for too long, as the lead is strengthened yet again by Cam.
Patty AFK in the corner after that goal goes through. He knows that that's such a rough way to give it up because he's the one that dove on through. Cam so quick to it. And notice how Davenport is playing high efficiency. They're going for high percentage shots. They're just trying to put it on target, try to make everything work out. I think Cam even a nice shot at Patty in the last one, but I'm sure Patty not too happy after that clip because immediately it's just wiped on out. This is the brutality of Rocket League. You can peek out of your mind, but then it doesn't really matter if right off the rip you're going to be given one right back.
Well, 5 up looking for an answer, and there was a perfect setup. If Bullseye was in position instead of Brock, it would have been a goal, but that seems to be the case a couple of times here. Not being able to get to the ball fast enough for Akron, pace being set and developed by Davenport, and there hasn't really been much of a catch-up from Akron so far. Again, not connecting with it there. Bolte, a perfect save. Follow-up by Patty. Brock and Cam connecting with it to take it away.
Either.
And that's exactly what they need. Just have the confidence even with no boost to get these saves off the backboard. Doesn't matter if they don't have anything in the tank as long as they got the positioning on lock, and that's what they've had so far.
That last tiny touch from Brock off the corner was the first touch in about 30 seconds in which a Davenport player with any boost touched the ball. The fact that all of that resistance is then going to lead to a counter. Cam, unreal on the 1v1.
I feel sorry for if Davenport moved through this series with a victory, any team that faces off against them in the lower final. With the way that they are playing right now, Davenport seem unstoppable.
This is, again, why I bring up the fact that we are in a best of 7. It's also there is a timeout because after a game like this, I feel like I'd already have to take it. It's not just momentum is going one way. It seems like everything Davenport goes downfield is a dangerous shot that requires a save, or it's just completely uncontested. Fortunately for that bounce, not going to be an easy one, but as Brock sends us into the ceiling, it's just to burn out the remaining time. Bullseye can't get into the goal. Bolte, he wants one more. The Psycho off the corner with that blue streak is going to send it away to Patty. He cannot send it back. And honestly, you can tell Cam and Davenport, they're cracking jokes. They're keeping the ball up at 0 seconds. They're having fun. Why shouldn't they? They're halfway to a sweep.
8 saves in the last game, 9 saves in this one for Davenport. Defense, once again, just putting a dagger into the heart of Akron as they try to surface with something special to get a goal. They had one from Patty, who had to go for an insane angle to at least get something past that stalwart wall that they keep facing time and time again, but only once is not enough for them to get a victory against this Davenport team whose minimum goals in the last 2 games has been 3.
It's difficult because Davenport is getting the goals. But for me, the real tilter aspect, I think, is if you're watching as an Akron fan, is the fashion of the goals. Akron gets their first goal. It takes Patty everything in his skill level to get that redirect, that skim off the side. Well, so much the other team has to say, wow, that's an incredibly well-placed shot. But Davenport, it just feels like it's just raw counters. It's just taking a 1v1 well. It's just being able to get an open shot and make sure it is on target. Doesn't have to look pretty. And yeah, they're not going to be building too much of a highlight reel, but I don't think they really care because it's just constantly going through. Akron really needs to focus on that rotation. They can't be giving up these open shots. And if there is these players in the air, yes, the fake is always a potential, but I'd rather full send and at least get a piece of the ball or the player rather than kind of watching them create, because we've already seen what happens when Davenport does have that space. Almost every single time it's going on target.
You mentioned it, the follow-ups being a little too slow as well, getting to the ball, and maybe that's what they need to tighten up for them to get the finishes that they are looking for. Once the initial block comes through, then have at least someone in position afterwards to challenge, and Bullseye gets the ball right over top of their heads, having to look backwards and flip backwards as well to even get a connection with it. An awkward angle, and Bullseye does save the day this time, but not how they want to start game 3 with a goal potentially going the other direction.
And no timeout obviously taken from Akron, so they certainly have faith in their ability to get back in this game, but it would help if they could get a lead. That one's going to be over. Brock taking no chances. Bullseye with the whip around and miscalculates this one. That's how it's down to Patty. Off the ceiling, potentially. No, slows down at the last second. Unfortunately, Cam caught onto the ruse. He's going to take it back across with Brock leading the way. A pogo attempt even. I mean, do we have any more evidence that Davenport just feeling themselves right now?
That is all you really need. When they're going for plays like that, after having a dominant victory in game 1 and 2, they know that they are in the driver's seat for this series. But again, we don't want them to get overconfident, because that's where I'd say Davenport show their signs of weakness, when they are overconfident and they are overextending and cutting rotation when they don't need to be. But again, we haven't seen a goal yet, so we'll see how things develop, as Akron, they desperately need to get a goal on the board. And that was a close one if they got the connection.
Brock, that was a dangerous one. Oftentimes, Patty, it's so easy as a defender will side flip thinking that deflection comes in, and that's really half the value of going for those weird angles, but nothing weird about this. It's straight on for Patty. That's double tap, a rare miss. Bullseye
Nice.
will not be able to match that. Live it up to the username, and that's going to be the lead.
I think the miss actually worked out in their favor too. Went for it, didn't get the connection, but Bullseye being in position there for the backup. If the shot did come through, the defense was in position to stop it, and because it didn't happen, that rare miss that we talked about put them in an odd spot defensively for the goal to go through. And this is the first lead we have seen, and now strengthened lead we have seen from Akron, and a complete collapse of the defense and rotation from the side of Davenport.
Davenport was the team that when they played we played against Ball State, we did see a lot of kickoffs goals coming from Davenport, so only natural. It feels like a karmic rebalancing that you saw Davenport start to get punished a bit, but not only, as you mentioned, a lead for Akron, the strongest one they've seen, and they did not be able to trust that it's going to be unadjustable going into this game 3, and even better, seems like most of their problems seem to be a bit better. That could have been open for Bolte, opted for the double tap, and maybe that leads for Patty going across the other way. Cam, good first challenge, but here comes Bullseye.
We talked about it, needing Bullseye to show up big for this team, and the own goal from Cam. No, that's gotta hurt. What a saving himself, having a good laugh afterwards, but man, that's no laughing matter for Akron as they are up by 3.
Technically the solo play from Bullseye, but that's a really high IQ play. First play takes the 50, keeps it low. Second one fakes it being sent to high as you drive from low to high, flicking it over, but no, actually tucks it underneath Bolte, and poor Cam, he gets there at the wrong timing. It's going to go into his net. It happens to the best of them, and certainly I know that one as Cam is certainly among the best of them players that we have in the Eastern Conference, but so are Bolte and Brock. Not going to take this one sitting down, and weirdly enough, if they're looking for a silver lining, at least this is happening all before halftime.
They do have chances to come back. We've seen them score more goals in less time, but another situation where Davenport have to crumble. Unfortunately for them, Patty just outplays Bolte, continues to push the ball forward and forcing Bolte to force the ball into his own net afterwards, because if they didn't go for the challenge, regardless, the follow-up was there. So this is a completely different ball game for Akron. They have woken up the beast, Davenport, and this is not where they want to be right now. After a confident 2 games, this is the Akron we were expecting to see going into this series.
And this is where I definitely think you start getting a little spooked. Maybe Davenport, they're still laughing and calm, they're still keeping it chill. Maybe they understand that this was a goofy one. We gave up some reads that we didn't expect. Maybe they busting in some fakes that we're not used to. But at this point, they're kind of getting run roughshod over. That demo should have probably led to a goal. Angle was not on their side. Bolte looking for the redirect. Beautiful touch over, but way too high. Maybe not for 5 up. That's going all the way down to Patty. That's an easy conversion. 5th goal of the game.
Akron is eating good today, especially with these passing plays, but also the complete collapse of rotation from Davenport. They have checked out mentally from this game, and they're just ready for the next one, especially by the way we saw that goal being scored. Nobody to be found anywhere near the box or the blue half. And again, these kickoff opportunities going the other direction time and time again. They need to do something to stop the bleeding before it gets into an overwhelming wound that they cannot treat into the next game.
Yeah, it can get really terrifying the longer this goes on, because we are in territory that this could start getting a little embarrassing. Man, how does that miss and then still be able to work its way through?
Oh, but Demo perfectly hits it to the other side, but Patty saves the day with just a sharp cut yet again, and that is, I believe, a Patrick, as you could call it there, in a row from him too. So feeling very confident after having no goals in the first game in the first 8 minutes of this best-of-7 series. Try and make it into the top 3, the lower final. But even then, I don't think this is the last we've seen of Davenport. They, as I mentioned before, probably checked out once the lead got to 4 and are just ready to say GG, go next into the next game, where that's where things matter the most, and Brock at least gets one on the board.
Talk about one of the best finishes we've seen in terms of placement. Unfortunately, it happens when you're still down by 5 with just about 75 seconds to go. So a good beat out over the top by Brock. It's all you really need sometimes. Just beat out that first challenge. Everyone else kind of scrambles after that. Most notably, though, just the lack of involvement overall. I'm not really one to point out points, but Cam, 50 total points throughout this game. He has been beyond a non-factor. It's so hard to really get past Akron now that they're fully reinvigorated with this new rotation, and more importantly, actually taking all the opportunities ahead of them.
I mean, when we talk about crucial members of rosters, Cam is definitely one of those. He doesn't need to be necessarily scoring for his team, but setting things up for success for Brock and Bolte is where we saw Davenport shine throughout their series to get to this point in time for the championship. And if they're not really firing on all cylinders like they need to be and had been in the last 2 games, then it's a rough spot to be in for their team. Of course, they had 2 goals in the last one and really contributed well in terms of saves and pressure, but still, Brock and Bolte were leading the majority of that. And looking at the saves again from what we saw last time, 8 was the least amount of saves we saw from Davenport. We've only seen half of that and 4 from them this time. Akron making the majority of the saves instead.
And so as Akron bleeds down the rest of this clock, Davenport given a lot to think about. It's one thing to lose a game. It's one thing to have your opponents run away with it, especially after you've been taking them to the woodshed for the beginning of this series. But now, Vaudeville, we truly do have a series on our hand, because both sides have struck some blows, and now it was Akron's turn to answer back.
A nice GG from Brock, I gotta say. I know it's hard to like put one of those up there, especially if you're not feeling as good after the absolute tragedy that they went through in that game. But also the 5 demos from 5 up as well might have contributed to the mayhem for Davenport's defense and their odd rotations that we saw from them not being in position because they couldn't be in position because they were off the field a couple of times, but also the pressure and everything all rounded out for Akron to come out on top. It wasn't really Davenport not putting enough shots on 2. I mean, we still saw 7 shots from them, but just greater defensive efforts. Every single shot except for 1 accounted for in the saves category from the Akron side. And that's the best defense as well we have seen from them in this series.
And it really took some doing as well. I mean, even Cam at the end of the game had a beautiful redirect, top corner, far post, and it still got saved away immediately. Didn't even get to the goal line. And if your opponents in Akron are shooting 50% off double-digit shots, you are not having a good day. As you can tell, looks like Brock a little bit more serious, but the chuckle's still coming in from Davenport. They understand, yeah, okay, that was a goofy one. Let's make sure that does not happen again as we move to Salty Shores.
This is where it really determines the rest of this series for me. If we see that same performance from Akron and just nothing from Davenport, complete turnaround. They actually woke up the beast, and then, I don't know, GG's, maybe it's over by that point. But Davenport, they need this victory, because then they would only be 1 away from booking their ticket into the top 3, into that lower final, and having a shot at the Kings of Northwood. Pretty much guaranteed, depending on how that next series goes, but still, we'll have to see how this one goes first. And, well, it is going to be 5 up, striking first in the first 11 seconds.
It's like we've completely inverted everything. It's like we're in the upside down, really. Like, where is this been from Akron? They start slow, I guess, in the games 1 and 2, but now it's just a ripper of a pass all the way down with a pinch, and of course it's going to be 5 up. As I mentioned, his positioning just as important as all his mechs.
This is our first series of the day, though. Everyone that is just tuning in now, we haven't played that upper bracket matchup between Northwood and Maryville just yet, but that will be coming shortly after this one. Nonetheless, though, this one that much more important to see who will be that third team in the conversation for trying to make it to those grand finals. Bracket reset today as well for a team if they can win the first best of 7 against that team that makes it ultimately to the grand final first and foremost.
Well, Cam going for a psycho. Maybe there is such a thing as overconfidence. Nearly set up for an easy goal, and even if the first clear comes in, doesn't mean anything about the second. That's well met. And Brock, he's actually first to it, but what a read by Patty, catching up from behind to deflect.
First minute working out pretty well so far for Akron. A different story, as he mentioned, a reverse script from the first 2 games of this series. That's just one goal of many that are needed for the victory against Davenport this time. We saw it took them 6 goals to eventually put down Davenport into the dirt in that last game. We'll see how many come out this time, but I don't think it's going to be as easy as what we've seen so far. Bullseye looking for the answer. Need the follow up sooner from 5 up yet again. If they could have been there, it would have been a goal.
And that's the tragedy, is it's if only. You know how many championship heartbreakers have been built exactly on that? Yeah, it really has to be that you have to be in that position. And maybe working some fakes. I like that one from Bolte. Brock really didn't have the angle, though. I don't know if that's where you want a full send, especially now that Cam has been sent to the scrap heap. Hold up, 5 up, looking for Bullseye over the top.
Almost.
But that back post will have nobody there, no boost in the tank for that third man.
Awkward spot for 5 up too. Didn't know exactly when to challenge because Patty was looming right beside the ball, and they kind of delineated on who was going to take it for a little too long, and eventually didn't have the angle or momentum behind the shot to put it through at the end of the day. But Bolte looking for an answer for Davenport, who desperately need one. Hadn't had anywhere close to a lead or a tie game in the last game because 2 goals came back to back so quickly. It was already chalked at the beginning of the first minute. Now we're at the first half almost being done. An insane angle from Patty. 5 up with the flip reset, getting denied, but the defense from Davenport again is woken up.
I feel like Akron, when they were creating Patty in the lab, they put all the skill points into redirects today. What has he been up to lately? And Davenport's certainly going to be aware of every single time he is in the air for those, but you got to be aware of Brock. That's a lead demo. Bullseye, fantastic comms and the readiness to jump on in just in time. Problem is, can't do much more than that on the counter. Bolte over the top. Patty, another save, but here comes Cam from the ceiling. Drop down to Brock. 5 up, can't get there. We're all level.
Awkward positioning a couple of times here from Akron. 5 up didn't know when to go for the challenge off the ceiling touch, and then Brock perfectly in position to center it towards the net and finish things off to tie things up. This is exactly what Davenport were looking for to bounce back, but we'll see if Akron can again look for some miracle work to be done on offense. A good setup here again, a great demo as well, but it won't be enough for Akron to get that leading goal that they are vying for.
As we continue to play on, 2 minutes is really where I find in matches like this where we're starting to get closer and closer. The shot count is still rising, but a lot of it is cut out in the midfield. This is where it's kind of almost silver goal territory. And Patty makes sure that at least the ball is not going to be as quickly done down. It looks like Brock called his bluff early on, which is good, especially since Akron, they're playing a lot of aerial game with not a lot in the tank. Now that Patty and 5 are boosted up, maybe they could do something with this as Bolte will back pass, but either way, it's going to be a lot of chess, not checkers, for the rest of this match, as it seems like everyone is starting to respect the skill, not trying to dive in on too much, as the demo attempt from Bolte will not connect.
Davenport feel a lot more confident in their challenges so far, and that was almost evidenced by a goal there by Brock. The other direction it goes, back pass to Bolte, wisely so, because if that possession was taken away by Akron, could have easily gone towards a setup instead. But Davenport have been the main conversation makers of offensive attacks, and there's another one going by the wayside, barely ripped away by the defense of Akron, who still don't feel confident in these challenges. And another shot comes through, and eventually their weakness is going to be exposed by Brock yet again.
It's feeling like we're on Utopia again. Everybody from Akron gravitates to one side, and all Brock has to do is say, well, if 5-Up pinches it, my rotation has me, and if he doesn't, I'm going to be right there. Talk about an accuracy, though. Even with Bullseye back, he's on the back wall. He's high, which means the lowest possible shot going to be next to impossible to save, and it certainly was. 40 seconds, Akron got to dig deep. It feels like you've worked so hard to get back into this series. It'd be such a shame for it all to slip away as Davenport just making sure they're scrambling, making sure 5-Up is not behind that read. Bolty, well done to stop in the tracks.
Rough spot to be in for Akron yet again. The challenge is not working out. The demo's coming through, and every initiative that they go for being met with defense right in their face. Taking it away to the other side, Bolte basically trying to guarantee this game victory for Davenport. Maybe one final initiative if we see Akron get control of the ball one final time. All eyes on Bullseye. Off the backboard it goes. Cam saves the day for now for Davenport, driving it towards the ground. 5-Up for one final chance. And it will be ripped away by Bolte. The other direction it goes. Just needs to touch down, and it will be Davenport taking a crucial game victory to go up by 2 in the series.
Davenport, I think that was great for them, just steady the ship. It's one thing to get scored on a lot, but also I understand laughing about it a little bit afterwards. Sometimes you do just kind of roll your eyes and say, all right, well, that's not going to happen again. And it didn't. Not to say it was easy by any means. 6 shots from Akron, all competitive, but Davenport, they poured it back on, and it looks so, so nice. Only fitting that they move on to match point here in the series.
No timeout taken either, so this will go straight into the next game. I feel like Akron felt they could have taken that, but also, looking at their offense, not as strong as it was in the first minute or two. 5-Up putting a lot of the pressure, but they have to play so defensive, and Brock really leading the charge for the victory for Davenport. If it wasn't for Brock, they would not have been able to really get that out of the gutter that they found themselves in the last game and get the victory there. So shout out to Brock with really carrying the team here for Davenport.
And being able to also step up in a way, because he has that 6 shots, but really a lot of them are just really clutch moments of knowing where to be. It's exactly what I was applauding 5-Up for earlier on in the series, saying, well, they look really clean throughout all these finishes because 5-Up always knows where to be. And granted, that's what Davenport is doing as well. Again, I've not seen a lot of goals from Davenport where I'm blown back in my chair. I'm wondering, how are you getting that angle? How are you being able to pull off those mechs? It's really just putting the ball in great positions and being able to trust in your 50s and follow-ups. I think that's what Akron is trying to prevent against. I think they've done better, but obviously wasn't enough in the previous one. As we said, we're rolling right into the next one. Akron trusts in the game plan. They trust in the bounce back. Let's see if they've misplaced that trust as we head to Forbidden Temple.
All eyes on Brock yet again, getting the block out from Bullseye that time, and a good reception, but denied access by 5-Up. Nothing that they can really do to get possession of the ball there, but Bullseye really sets it up for the other team.
Wow.
Unfortunately, directly into Cam's clutches and snipes it off the crossbar.
Talk about placement on this one. This is just pure contact right off the bounce. Perfect power shot, but bar down and across. Poor 5-Up. He tried his best, but really going to be hard to keep that one out.
Tough spot to be in too. The bounce out without a clear from Bullseye on that play just led it to destruction early on in this game. That can't be a loss for Akron unless they go down here in the series. Wide open opportunity, but unfortunately for 5-Up, they gave up that chance by drilling the ball away from themselves and back towards their net. Brock again clutching things up, and this is just a tragedy for Akron.
I'm sorry, Brock. He's just in his head right there. That's a pre-jump to the back wall and immediately departs to cut out that pass middle. 5-Up showed his hand early. The moment you get behind the ball, or rather in front of the ball, to hit that one back into the middle, Brock knew exactly where to play it, and even better, he flipped into it the flawless time. Poor third man from Akron. There's so little you can do about that.
This is such an unfortunate spot to be in. No timeout taken from Akron, so they didn't really have enough time to collect themselves between the games, and now we're seeing the results of that. 2 goals back to back. Yes, unfortunate circumstances, but could have been prevented based on positioning from their teammates. The matter is, they are down by these 2 goals, down by 2 games in the series. Elimination game for them. They cannot turn things around in the next 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Patty looking for that answer. Slowing things down might be the best strategy for this Akron roster, because speed, as things have been going, hasn't been really working out for Akron so far.
And with the comms from Davenport, you can tell have been picked up. Even when it's close to goal, it's almost like you can tell, okay, I'm taking a 50 here. I'm going to let this one roll. Hey, leave that to me. You'd see everyone kind of moving in, faking the plays when they need to. And this is exactly what I think Shaner, our coach over on the DU side, has been trying to cook up. He said he wasn't here earlier in the summer. Later on now, we're going to try to work on a process to get this team ready. And right now, Akron, everything they're throwing at him is not working out. That's a fake over to Cam. He's got space. He's got a lot of time. He's got a 50 as well. Patty with a clear 5-up trying to headhunt Brock, and yet he will miss as he will be able to circumvent that first attempt, and now a backflip again. Everything from Davenport touching itself to a teammate, and Akron simply just cannot keep up right now.
Decent possession by Brock as well. Doesn't really need to do too much with it. They're just trying to whittle the clock down as much as they can and keep it away from the side of Akron. Patty just having to go for any angle that they can get at this point, even if it's not beneficial to them. This is beneficial to Brock. Patty does get possession for now. Taking away towards the midfield line. A good dunk, but evens out towards their own end. And a 5-up, not the best position that they could go for this one either, but a great shot. The demo clearing the lane for 5-up to at least get on the board right past the half.
This is a midfield-heavy game. Only 5 total shots as this one has gone in from both sides, and so only naturally it's going to be off a demo. Akron's timing on that is lethal. The fact that they haven't connected more is probably the most surprising thing about these past couple games, and now Davenport has to sweat a little bit. Yes, you can see the victory going on to that lower final on the horizon, but it's still a long journey, and that's 2 minutes to be able to actually reach that destination.
Last game we saw 8 demos from Akron, and they still got vanquished at the end of it due to the fury of Brock. He was able to at least get the second goal for this Davenport roster. Might have been the only one that they need, but Bullseye looking for an answer as well. 5-up off the side wall. Defense being cleared out by Bullseye in the net for just mere moments was not enough for them to keep that attack going long enough. 5-up. Might have something to work with here, but just gives it straight up to the Davenport side. And this is a dangerous position to be in for Akron because they are not feeling confident here.
Especially as they're not getting the boost. Bolte will get the side boost. Brock steals away the corner. Patty's trying to whip through for a demo, but there's only so much you can work with. Not going to be easy, especially Bolte with taking those 50s as well, extending these clears out. Bullseye will send it upfield, but a lot of these touches are mostly just to slow down Davenport. They're not finding their man. That's what I was applauding Davenport earlier on. And even Akron yesterday against West Virginia, they're finding a lot of purpose with their touches, but at this point it just seems like it's more survival rather than anything else. 5-up with a bump, but to whom?
Enough of a bump either. Patty going slow and Cam patiently waiting off the backboard, but that won't be enough. It's cleared right in front of the net, and 5-up is there on the follow-up, perfectly timed.
Patty, what a 50 staying in front of that one.
Miss from Bolte.
I take it all back. You don't need a lot. Well, it's hard to know that 50 is not even going to stay in place. It's going to go backwards. I guess that's sometimes the downside of Davenport trusting their instincts too much on those reads. Akron, they're scraping by, but very much so alive in this one. Let's see how long this lives since some tragic kickoff goal comebacks. Brock with a double reset, only getting so far as the back wall.
5-up having at least a goal for their team in the last 3 games. A nice look for them. And maybe that's who Davenport need to focus on when these challenges come through, is taking them out of the equation so that they can come out on top. Either way, though, less than 30 seconds. Do we go to our first OT of the day? Or will this be stopped out a bit sooner than then? Time ticking down, though. Brock trying to delay as best they can. 5-up full boost in the tank, but Patty delaying a little bit too much for them to get that upfield. 5-up having to rotate back, wisely so. At least go for one more pass and one more opportunity denied by Cam.
Bullseye with the wraparound, sending it high, off ceiling. Brock is quickly up. He will gladly take an OT. There was a player bearing on down, but yes, as you mentioned, first OT of the day. And this one, so important. We could be ending the series with this next goal, or making sure we can actually get to a fabled game number 6. Really all going to come down to execution.
This might be the execution that they need. Cam setting that up for Bolte. Going the other direction, though, for Patty. Brock, the star of the show from the last game, saved the day for Davenport with their lead in the series. Instead, Cam off the corner. Bullseye denies it. Long shot down midfield. And Patty, a good challenge on to Bolte. Brock missing the ball, though, giving it up to Bolte. A weird challenge that 5-up did not know exactly how to read, but got it away either end. And Cam is slowing things down just enough for us to potentially approach the 1 minute mark in OT. But there's a shot from Bullseye. Will barely be saved by Brock. If Bolty wasn't there, the follow-up would have gone through.
And we were very close to seeing a disaster in the backfield. Cam dodges a demo and couldn't get the follow through, and then Brock was immediately challenged on the demo attempt by Patty, but that's in the past. We got to focus more on the present, like Brock coming downfield. Bullseye, nice double tap to be able to keep that one on the ground. Now a flick middle, Cam into 5 up, another deflection off the sidewall. Bolty should have this one, but only so much boost. Cam's gonna try to extend it, and boy does he, straight into the ceiling far corner.
Patty's just been guzzling the boost canisters the entire time. We've been seeing them out in the back end of the field, and eventually there might be a possession here for Davenport. Bolty with a chance with the follow through. Patty a great read, and 5 up the demo clears things up enough. Cam with the save at the end of the day. Bullseye follow through off the backboard. Can't get the second touch, but baits out Brock. Might be enough. 5 up. Denied access by Bolty. And it goes back towards midfield yet again. Not the best touch from Cam, though. Could give it up open for Patty and 5 up, but an awkward bounce, making it so 5 up has to use all of his boosts to actually course correct towards the net. And Brock does easily get that away.
Not only that, but Cam, he's pre-jumped. Is this how it all ends? Bullseye says no. We have to extend it a little bit. We're already in extra innings, but how much further can we go? I suppose a bit longer, because that demo, a little bit off camera, means that Davenport has to reset. And I'm always curious, Vaudeville, especially as these overtimes continue to go on.
For Patty.
Teams tend to sometimes button up, and other times they start taking a bit more risk. This one's going to well past that back post. Cam will gladly just take boost and build from there.
Patty's still in an awkward position, too. He's been in an awkward position the last minute and 30 seconds defensively. No boost to really work with. Rotation not exactly where they want it to be, and that could be critical for them, but the demo does help out a little bit. Cam patiently waiting for the clear, though. 5 up. Clearing things to the corner, but a double commit from him and Patty again in an awkward position for Akron. A good challenge to the other end, though, leaving it up for Patty with the boost finally in the tank to set things up for success. Goes for the fall through, baits it through one, the flick up a little too high. Follow through from Bullseye, and here comes 5 up with the goal to save the day and send us to game 6.
The tap over, no boost from Brock, but why is Bolty letting Brock take it in the first place? Why are we going for in and outs? Davenport can't reach it. 5 up certainly can. As always, a positional masterclass, and what better time to do it? The faith pays off from Akron. No timeout taken. We're all wondering why. I suppose that is why. Clutch playmaking, and talk about a hat trick from your newest signing.
That's all they needed at the end of the day. Q up, 5 up at the end, and they will score. And that's exactly what we saw happen for every individual goal in this game, in the last 2 games from them. And we'll see how game 6 goes. They still have a lot of work cut out for them to try and make it to that fateful game 7. With the trades back and forth between games in this series, Davenport eyes on the prize to close things out and only drop 2 into this matchup to move to that top 3. And have a matchup against Maryville or Northwood. We'll see how that goes then and there, but still, huge win for Akron. Unfortunate for Davenport, but they still have at least one more mulligan.
It's insane to see how much these series have swung back and forth. You see 2 games from Davenport look really solid. Akron answers back with just, I would say, just cyberbullying, more or less, in one of those games. And then you see Davenport strike back, get a really solid win, way more shots. Then this game, it's Akron, the one that's getting most of the shot. It was so devastating, Brock disappeared. He just evaporated off that camera. I mean, there's only so much you can say, but hopefully he can reconstitute himself, because again, there are no timeouts. Davenport is still in that match point, and Vaudeville, I mean, both you and I, we love that statistic. How many series have we seen get to Neo Tokyo, that game 6, and end right here? We'd love to see a game 7, but it's a Herculean effort at times. Akron, you know they're yoked, though. Let's see how it goes.
Ice in their veins is what they need to come out on top in game 6 on Neo Tokyo, as we mentioned, against this Davenport roster who are looking for the finishing touch on their top 3 journey. Patty, really the star of the show at the end there to set things up for success. Could have easily lived or died by that player. They are an integral part of this defensive effort we're seeing in the first 30 seconds. The Goomba stop from Bolty on the bullseye, not quite enough to clear up the landing space for the goal, but Brock, with some ingenuity, coming out with the plays here and there, and that's a great follow-up, and another uncharacteristic miss from Cam.
His problem is the angles are straight on, but it's the approach from an angle. Certainly this is on target, but that's why 5UP is in a beeline straight to the middle of the goal. Bolty beats him out. Patty decides to go against it, and that 50 might be lost, but the angle certainly isn't. That one's going to go well over into the back corner. And speaking of Patty, he's going to the corner again. We know what he did last time. This pass, not good enough, but how about a bump? Cam goes past it. Brock's awkward, and Bolty has to rescue. Maybe anxiety on both sides, it seems like, to start off game 6.
Not feeling as confident as they should. And Akron, when they don't feel confident, is exactly what happened in those first 2 games. An odd spot to start on Neo Tokyo, but they know they can't overextend because they don't want to get counterattacked, and that was an issue that they found themselves susceptible to in games 1 and 2. Shout out to Shu as well in the chat. Apparently 5UP was 2 and 17 for goals and shots in the first 2 games. But in that last, or the first 4 games, excuse me, but in that last game, 3 goals on 5 shots. So definitely felt a lot more confident and clutched it up when it mattered. But it still matters here for the clutch for Akron to force a game 7 against Davenport, where we haven't seen too much pressure from either end, mainly Davenport dominating the conversation there.
Cam has a pass middle. I was looking for that teamwork. Davenport does have a susceptibility. I have mentioned even in the regular season that when things start to get tough, they try to default to solo potential, and they're all incredibly mechanical, but you need to be able to break down a team as a team. So here comes another pass. Problem is no boost to be able to follow Patty. Easy as a like off the side of the wall, but as I say that, actually foibled it just a little bit. Luckily, nothing happened. Akron back across the mid.
Already at the halfway point with not a single goal on the board for either of these teams. This goes to show how serious they are taking these moments when it matters, and that was a great shot from Brock. An amazing save for 5UP. Patty just had to stay in position to get that denial.
Ooh.
It's a great follow through, but not enough power behind it. Bolty easily gets back in time.
That's a tough one. That was a risky dive in from almost third man coming in from Davenport. I do like the passes, though. They're starting to lay it off, and even though it's close to the goal, it's not going to be something Akron's going to be stressed too much about getting in front. It is something that is starting to lay the foundation. When you start getting all those mid passes, this is where I would need Davenport to take more direct chances. I think Akron's kind of playing for the pass at this point, so that's when you need to mix it up. Kind of like when Akron goes off the ceiling. That's 2 players in. Now here comes the third. That's a laser. That's top corner. Off of that corner. Bullseye. Double tap. Uncontested. Akron in the lead.
Patty almost had the bullseye needed for that initial goal, but the demo relieves some pressure. Brock and Bolty no boost in the tank to stop this masterclass from former CRL world champion, as we see there. But even then, a great performance nonetheless from the side of Akron to get on the board. A necessary goal, but we know Davenport have it in them to bounce back. Demo onto Bolty, though, crucial again for Akron to keep them out of their side. A great angle, too, but a little bit too wide for them to get the setup necessary. Nobody in position from Akron on the fall through.
My goodness, it almost seemed like Bolty for a second forgot who the heck he's dealing with. 5UP was in the corner and say, no, I'm going to give you an open shot, but he's not going to hit it. Oh, he might hit that. Immediately bolted back, but luckily that's not going to go through. So Davenport going to survive, but not so much if they keep giving this space. That's a lot for 5UP to create out of. He will get in the middle and then get a 50. Bolty should be able to handle this one, but as you mentioned, Akron has done really well in a very niche part of the game, taking 50s in the corner, making sure Davenport is flawless on all these engagements.
This is huge for 5UP too, just to buy some time and get another answer to the question of can they get to that game 7 with plays like this, but also the give up from Cam. Questionable decision. Did have it be a pseudo back pass, but Bullseye just peppering the net with no boost to the tank themselves. That's all they really need to do is keep this pressure going. Patty trying to do just that with the shot and the angle, delays it in front of the net, almost bullies it forward, enough for Bullseye to strike true. 20 seconds, this is all but guaranteed. We'll see if Davenport can bounce back.
No notes, Patty. That is exactly what you need to do as that player. Everybody is disheveled. Davenport is low boost. They're taking weird angles. They're throwing across the middle. They're not getting deflections. And Patty, as easily as it could be to just shoot that, he knows there's 2 players in front of him. Take it out easily on the first lob over, and then you're not going to get past the second, but you're not trying to. They're going to lose that 50 most of the time. They're backpedaling, and he does that trusting. Bullseye will be able to fill in the gaps. Tap down. Bolty, far post, and 5UP and company will not be able to keep this one out. Some dramatics at the end of game 6. 6.
Huge from Brock there because they kind of faked it out that they could have gone for the air dribble bump onto Patty. Patty falling down, expecting the bump to happen, and didn't really have a game plan afterwards. Left everyone defensively in an awkward position, allowed the goal from Bolty to happen, and now the kickoff strats wise from 5 up to delay things and hopefully push it the other direction, but they still have one final shot. Not now, though, as it gets ball down to the ground, and it will be Neo Tokyo sending us to Game 7 for Akron, closely getting that victory.
Akron being able to bring this one the distance. At a certain point, they realized they had to basically gentleman's reverse sweep, I believe is a term.
Pretty
that's about
much,
as
yeah.
close as possible to what we're trying to describe. I think at the end of the day, all we need to say is this is just a dang good series, VOD. Of course it's going to have to go the distance. We said it was going to go to 6 or 7, and we're not just pulling that out of thin air. It's because we know these teams are so incredibly close to each other, and I think we're only getting more and more of this. With the one-goal games continue to pile up as we get further and further.
It seems every time you and I cast for champions now, Taco, it goes to 7. It did with WVU and Maryville, and now it's happening here with Akron and Davenport. Let's hope it goes to an overtime again. I'm sure the players don't want that, but it would be amazing to see it. Nonetheless, though, Davenport, all eyes on them to see how they bounce back. They had some great defensive efforts here. I mean, good defense for the most part and kept it competitive. Eventually, we're able to get on the board, but you mentioned it earlier on. Didn't see as many shots. A lot of it was won in the midfield, and that's where Akron really adjusted and felt a lot more confident in that game. Now going to Game 7, we'll see on Champions Field who takes the cake and gets to the top 3.
And we said earlier, Davenport lost a game in a brutal fashion. They were all smiles. Those smiles have faded, and everyone is leaning in, gripping their controllers a bit more tightly. And I suppose with Patty pressing the keys, a lot more purpose. Game 7, this is the elimination match, trying to move on to that lower final. And my goodness, everything to play for. Everybody ready for this one. This is what you've been training for all summer long.
Important to note, too, based on the schedule, if you get the win here, you have a series break until your match in that lower final, which could be beneficial to take down someone off of a loss coming down from that upper bracket. We've seen it happen twice so far. Who says it couldn't happen 3 times? But all eyes on the prize, getting the game victory here, and that first goal is going to be so crucial for both of these teams. We saw the comeback from Akron in the second to last game most recently, with 5 of having 3 in a row, but the last game, Bullseye getting on the board early is what got them that victory there. So his first goal is going to be determining how the rest of this Game 7 goes.
Just in this singular attack, I think Cam has gone for demos at least 3 times and connected at least twice on them. He has been all over the pitch. He's trying to make sure, Akron, you're not going to have a moment's peace so long as I have boost in my tank. And he has a lot right now. Off the sidewall, 5-up senses the danger, gets the clear out. Brock trying to get around it, but ultimately will get a little bit of a tap. Not too lovely to be able to experience in that regard, but maybe the pinch attempt. Davenport getting creative with the build-up, maybe trying to rediscover that confidence, make things free flow yet again.
That's what they need for Davenport, having that confidence, improvise a little bit here with the plays on offense, and make Akron second guess themselves positionally, because that's where they were most dangerous. And there's a good shot from Brock. Does go off the crossbar and away, somehow not in. Bolty is there on the fall through, but why did it take so long for Akron to even get towards the box?
Well, that's a double commit immediately off the rip. Brock hits one, but I have to say great comms from Bolty, calling off Cam. He knows he does not have enough momentum. He doesn't have the angle, and even if with a limited boost, Bolty is going to have that wide open. Akron just kind of splayed all over the place. They did not react to that speed, and Cam, he's been a difference maker. Bolty trying to make even more of one off the kickoff, but no double for double. Instead, we're right back to mid with Brock taking it back.
Huge win for that first goal for Davenport. I feel like they set the pace for the rest of this game. 3 minutes. Eyes on Akron. See if they can bounce back. They've done it before, but it's a whole different ball game in Game 7. The pressure is as high as it can be, and they got to be focusing on their boost as much as they can, because that is where they were lacking a lot in that first goal that we saw from Davenport. Nobody had anything in the tank, and again, getting to a similar situation. Bullseye just patiently waiting as 5-up takes this down the field and sets things up, but nobody is there from Akron. If there was, it would have been a goal.
Cam does have Bolty in support. He's going to use that reset. Bullseye, not the best. 5-up, he's isolated. He gets bumped after missing the first one. But Brock doesn't have enough in that one. He doesn't actually want to dive on through. And honestly, I don't really blame that mentality. You have a lead. You know how quickly it can be taken away, but very nearly could have been something, giving them that insurance. Brock already up with another extension on a free jump. That's a deflection. It's right to Cam. It's wide open. Back post off the bar again.
Way we've seen the first half of this game go, it should be a victory for Davenport. Akron really need to pull something out of a hat to get something going here. Patty looked for it there. A great pass to 5-up. The demo comes through again, but not really an accurate enough shot for them to be getting the goal necessary for the tie. A great defensive effort from Davenport. The demo comes through again. Patty tries to center it, but 5-up is nowhere to be found.
At a certain point, you got to be wondering, how is this not in for Akron? Davenport clutch saves, fantastic positional management to make sure they're not just throwing any possession away, especially when they're dealing with no boost. So that didn't work. How about the next one? Pass across. It's deflected. 5-up starts it, and they'll finish it.
An insane read from 5-up, delays things just enough for Bullseye to get into position, gets the block off of it from Cam. There's 5-up at the end, just falling to the ground at the perfect spot to push it on through, and the defense could not do anything to prevent it from going through. Davenport, they had this game in the bag, it felt like, but Akron have woken up yet again. Patty looking for an answer early on off the kickoff, and that would be a tragedy for Davenport if it went through.
Bullseye, he's backpedaling. He's going to have to take this catch. Brock is already up for it on the pre-jump. He's going to get him beat. Cam will dive in as Patty thought he had it pretty safe on the 50, and now he can maybe work on the dribble. Brock, no boost. That deflection's going to bounce middle. Patty will keep it high. Cam with another save and with a demo from Balti. We'll be able to set Cam on his horse only so far. Stolen away like a thief in the night by 5-up.
Patty still with barely anything in the tank to work with. That's going to be dangerous if this isn't a goal-scoring chance for Akron. Patty nothing to work with again. Gives it up to Cam. 5-up in an odd spot, and Brock and Balti is patiently waiting to challenge. Cam just a nuisance, almost stuck it underneath the noses of Akron's defense, but still time ticking down. 5-up gets a pass 2, gets the follow through, and nobody's there to stop him.
100% shooting from 5-up in game 7. 34 seconds to go. Can you ask for a better bounce than that? Cam had it covered, or at least so he thought. Is that the end of it all? Has Akron mounted the comeback, or does Davenport have some more drama to serve our way?
We'll see what Davenport can do with the 30 seconds remaining. They've had the majority of the aggression throughout this game, throughout this series, and just has not proven to be enough. Cam has it in them. Balti does as well with the shot. The falter lacking, though, from Brock in the counterattack from Bullseye. Wide open opportunity. Nobody's home. That could be the final nail in the coffin.
You have to dive in at some point, but with 13 seconds, they maybe could add another attack. Poor Cam, he didn't have enough boost. The recovery sent away. Akron showing resilience, maturity, and more importantly, clutch above everything else. Look at them work, and look at Davenport adding another chapter off the kickoff.
Where was the defense here? Did not expect the kickoff strats. Thought they had it in the bag. 5-up out of position completely in La La Land. Not even focusing on the play as it goes over top of their head. 11 seconds. They can't do it with another kickoff goal, or at least a 0 second.
It's not over till it's over. This one not nearly as successful, but that's a lot of boost in the tank. Brock gonna miss that flick. Balti might be able to take over, but Brock calls it off. That's a double commit though. Balti with a demo, a pass down. Brock's on the pre-jump. Bar, Cam waiting. 0 seconds, denied. Bullseye with a save of his life. Akron in the lower final.
Oh, the fake failed. And the players of Davenport quickly exit the lobby. Akron rising to the challenge and the occasion. After the first 2 games, it felt like they were a shell of their former selves. The beast had been awoken. Patty, Bullseye, and 5-up all together, taking themselves past the finish line at the end of the day here, which could have easily gone into OT. Bullseye with that final save, keeping them above water just enough to get that top 3. You can see Patty, sighs of relief, not knowing how they were able to pull things off.
I mean, Bob, we got a decent amount of series today for Championship Sunday, and this is supposed to be the appetizer for the rest. I feel like that was just filet mignon. That was Wagyu steak. That was delicious to be able to start us off. The fact that it almost came down to the final play, and it comes down to just Akron locking in on the defense. The one thing we were so confused about where it went in the beginning, they found at the end. What an instant classic, and I definitely think this is going to be a rivalry we'll have to watch going into the fall.
It's so unfortunate for Davenport because it felt like they were the better team for the majority of the series, but we talked about it on the desk. 5UP as that new recruit on this roster is the difference maker for the majority of these games. But Bullseye showed up when it mattered. Patty as well, as we were talking about, being that supporting role for this team, and that just proved to be enough for them to get the victory. And unfortunate for Davenport because they really didn't play bad throughout the entire series. It's just we saw the pop-off potential from Akron proven to be too much.
It turns out on paper and on the field are the same because half of chat thought that one team would win and the other half was deciding against them. And same on the desk, which we can bring back in. Bass and Seb, how are we feeling after that insane start to Championship Sunday?
Well, I mean, we were all right on one thing. It went to 7. Otherwise, the desk was a little bit split here, but my goodness, what a series to start off the day. Seb, I mean, you and I were freaking out in the green room the entire time. The entirety of production was basically glued to their chairs, just kind of like jumping up and down. It was insane. But the one thing that I think we have to mention, and something we mentioned, like I said in the green room as well, 2 different halves for 5UP there. There was games 1 and 2 where he was, let's call it a factor. And then there was the back half of the series where he really took over.
Yeah, I think the word choking was thrown around maybe once or twice in the call. And then by the time game 4 or 5 rolled around where, you know, Akron start making their presence known, we're like, oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Do we call this too early? Do we just caster curse it from inside the green room? And in this case, Akron was able to pull it off, large part to I would definitely attribute to 5UP. I mean, the goal off the crossbar down and in definitely worked out in their favor. But I also wanted to shout out Bullseye, who I think had a pretty terrible series to start. I mean, we were calling him out. It was rough to watch. It was just, he was confused, wasn't sure where to play. But then in that last second came up as clutch as ever with the defensive play. Despite the fact Davenport had all that possession, had all the time in the world, he was the one to put it to the floor and give Akron the win.
It's kind of crazy. We got a gentleman's reverse here to start off the day. I didn't expect it to go that way. I know we all said it was going to go to 7, but I definitely did not expect 3 straight 1-goal wins in a row from Akron in order to take this one. But Taco, I mean, you were in the match for this one. I got to ask you, are you attributing that more to Akron turning up, or was there something Davenport was missing during the back half of that series?
I think it was Akron making sure that they were taking higher percentage opportunities and also trusting in what has worked. Let 5UP cook. Let him on the ball. And more importantly, as we're looking at this replay package, watch how close he keeps the ball. He trusts that 50 ability. He trusts his ability to keep it close. And that's really what I think is a skill that most pro-level players, as 5UP obviously is, being org signed, getting into kind of these deeper runs in RLCS regionals, it's what he does really well. And I'm not saying that's because he's trying to carry Akron. He just knows that, hey, I trust you guys to be able to follow me through. And if I get a good 50, you'll get that rebound. And if I get a good enough dunk on, maybe you're not even needed. And it's one of those moments where I'm saying, hey, if you're playing good, just keep going. And can we say anyone is putting in a more MVP caliber performance right now than 5UP? He has been so good. I need to go back and find the stats because his goal percentage, his involvement in this Akron squad is peak. And it's at a point where it's not even like, man, I wish the rest of this team could step up. They don't need them to. He is just the one that is always creative, always generative. And it's a huge reason why Davenport, as good as they've been playing, we're looking a little bit lost down the stretch.
Yeah, definitely looked a little bit more disjointed than we're used to here. But the good thing for them is they still get a top 4 finish here in their very first semester as a team. True. Not even semester, it's the summer. We got the collegiate year coming up soon. So, look, Davenport, if there's anything I can say to you guys is that was one heck of an effort and one heck of a run. You absolutely deserve your flowers. You played phenomenally, and I can absolutely say that the first day or so, we're a little bit confused, not really sure how to judge them based on them straight sweeping through teams. Yesterday, they got some resistance. They still overcame it today. They played phenomenally against Akron. Fortunately, there can only be one winner, and we've got more winners throughout the day. Vaughn, before we head to this break, if you are Akron, looking at the upcoming match here between Northwood and Maryville, who are you hoping drops to the lower bracket and you have to face?
Maryville, 100%. I mean, Northwood are still the top dogs in Collegiate Rocket League for a reason. I do know that the players that played in a different tournament from Northwood have a vendetta now. They want to get a victory on the day today. They came up lacking in their series. Both of their teams lost in their matches, and one was a game 7 finish that TSM fell a little bit short to Dignitas. So I know those players from Northwood are hungry for something, I'm scared for Maryville in this matchup now, thinking about that.
Well, good luck to both of the teams, and hopefully you guys stick around for that. We're going to head to a quick break, but when we return, our second match of the day here for the CCA Summer Series Playoffs. You are not going to want to miss it. Stay tuned.
Your dream is the first step on your educational path. Let NelnetBank help you go from dreamer to achiever with a private student loan. Simple application process, flexible repayment plans, and easy co-signing options. Apply at nelnetbank.com/elevate.
Running round like dollars in the wind, bending over backwards just to let you in. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I was putting in
sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me liar, 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 liar. I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and never. I was putting in the putting in the
Got wandering eyes that I seem to follow. Can only stay still for some time. I've never relied.
One series down, and thankfully for all the fans, we will be able to have plenty more for Championship Sunday. Akron taking a Game 7 victory, no overtime, just by an inch against Davenport. And Vod, I mean, obviously you're in the booth with me, but obviously, as it said, you guys are losing your minds as that went through. Bass, I guess I'm going to have to go to you. I mean, you were someone who hopped on the Akron train. I mean, do you feel relieved, or is it just really, I knew all the time?
Well, I think the one thing that kind of, I knew the whole time. I'm just going to say that because I know everything. I have the crystal ball now. Vod, it's mine. Although, actually, I think you also voted for Akron, so I guess we share it at this point. I don't really know. Either
We'll
way, I
decide it
had
after the
confidence.
series.
Yeah, we just trade. At this point, I had confidence throughout the series, but I think the main thing was, as Seb talked about, it was that game 3 and 4 is where you could see the change. It was very clear, and not just in 5-Up entirely, but really in Patty and Bullseye finding their roles there. The only thing I will say is that Davenport, please, I'm seeing y'all already sad boy tweet on Twitter. Please, like, y'all played so good. This is it's your debut summer, not even split, not even semester. You guys are a fantastic team. You have a very, very high peak ahead of you, and I cannot wait to see it. So congrats to Akron. I am happy with that, but Davenport, please give yourselves a pat on the shoulder. You deserve it.
I do think that there is an element of that I do kind of like. I like it when players take losses hard, only because it shows how much it means to them at the end of the day. Because, yeah, a top 4, a lot of players will be like, you know what? That's a great first showing. And for them, they're like, that is the absolute bottom of the barrel. After all, Brock literally said in the interview, he wants top 3. It was literally just that one win, and they would have accomplished that goal. So I think that's part of it, knowing that maybe we're not quite ready to win the entire thing, but we know we're good enough to be able to get a second series on Championship Sunday. We know that we're good enough to do that. And honestly, can we really deny them? I mean, they looked really nice, but of course, they have to fall. Akron will be moving on. They'll be waiting the loser of this next matchup as we slowly come in, as we will be looking at Northwood and Maryville. I mean, we have the top seeds in the top bracket final. I mean, would we expect anything less?
No, I don't think so. And especially, again, with the, both these teams being the representatives of their particular conference. It is Buddy going up against his old teammates in hockey. There's so many storylines going into this one. Northwood wanting to solidify their crown with this new roster in the one and only Canadian Creams. And then Maryville carrying the torch for the West to see if they're able to get themselves a title for the West in God knows how long.
Certainly, it's really a spooky time to be able to see this much talent on a roster. But I really do love when we look at the roster of Maryville, Avad, when we see the talent arranged. Buddy and Adam, longtime teammates. Knight came in, and they were talking confidently at the inception of the Maryville roster. But this iteration of it has just looked so incredible. National championship, but as well that Knight has been like the player in the West. I would have to say probably the conference MVP.
Especially with the pop-offs that we've seen during championships. I mean, undisputed MVP of the Western Conference, but we'll have to see how far they can carry themselves from them. Of course, guaranteed that top 3 by making it to this matchup, and the clutch factor that we saw from Knight during that WVU series made it so that they could not mentally recover in the lower bracket afterwards. So if you could do that to a team, then I fear for any team that faced off against this Maryville roster. And even Akron, who looked shaky at best during some of that series we just saw, if they eventually face off against this Maryville roster, they have their work out for them again too. But one thing to note as well for Northwood here, Taco, is that if they get the win in Summer Series this time, they will be the only program with 3 wins in Summer Series. LSU and Northwood currently tied with 2 wins apiece, both being back-to-back, by the way.
And those types of records so difficult because obviously you have a lot of length in your career within CRL. You have at least 4 years, and then if you go into grad school, I mean, we're talking about a whole other thing. Shout out Buddy getting his master's degree taken care of. And as we took a look into Northwood, I think we are in an element where this is again one of those rosters where we're saying, well, their floor is infinitely higher than some teams' peaks. But I think we really are reaching the point, Bass, where Maryville, very much so a team that on the right day not only can grab a win, but we've already seen teams can dominantly take wins over Northwood. There is no such thing as an invincible, infallible squad anymore.
No, it's awesome to see, and this is kind of what we've been shooting for over the last handful of years as, you know, collegiate Rocket League has expanded, is finding teams that are not just comparable to each other, but really where it is, like we saw in the last matchup, a coin toss on who's coming out on top. It may not be as much a 50-50 split as we just saw between Davenport and Akron here, but I think pretty much everybody can see a world where we do see a win out of Maryville here. And it's, again, not just because of the fact that we think Northwood is vulnerable, but my goodness, the heights for this team are just unbelievable. Again, Maryville, a national champion at this point, one of the only teams all year to take wins off of Ball State and do so in pretty dominant fashion on a land 4-1 nonetheless. So Maryville is incredibly impressive. I know that they've got the ability to do so, but dude, how do you stop Northwood?
That's really the question on everybody's mind, especially after that last game that we did see Maryville in. I think we say, like, yeah, it is a little bit of a rough thing. Some people might say, well, it was West Virginia. They were choking potentially, but I really just feel like it was Maryville having a lot of class at the end. So, of course, we're then going to have to think about, well, can they do it again? And that's really the main prediction that we have to come down here. It's going to be Northwood and Maryville in our upper final. Again, a best of 7. We have timeouts. Not like the last series needed them, but who knows how this one's going to flow. I mean, Vod, what's your feeling on how this is going to play out?
I think this is going to be close. I don't think it's going to go to 7, though. Northwood has something to prove, as I talked about coming in from the break, is that they lost in a tournament that they were expecting to do well earlier today. Yes, they were on different rosters, of course, but now that they are together, if they got a scrim in before this and they are ready to showcase against Maryville, then I don't know who can stop them. I'm thinking this one's going to 6 again, just because that's where my gut is feeling for the most part today, but I think Northwood is taking this one, and it's going to be a tough journey for anyone to take them down, because whoever wins this, they have 2 more lives in that upper bracket, because they have that bracket reset having to happen against them to still get a victory for that lower bracket team.
Yeah, a little bit of a +1. Big adding the extra life in there is always nice. Bass, do you feel like you're among the same logic?
No. Not at all. I'm not stopping my support for Maryville here. Yesterday, I would have been like, here, give me the full cam, you know, the whole spiel and all of that. I don't need to do that today, though. It's no longer delusional West fan Bass that is just trying to prop up the West. Maryville have proven it at this point. Also, I don't want to see any of the faces out of you, Captain Creams. Not a chance. At this point, it really is. Maryville have proven themselves to be not only a contender, but to be one of the best teams in the country. We had ranked this team number 3 pretty much the entirety of Summer Series. Now, they are guaranteed at minimum 3rd place overall. This team has proven themselves. They don't really need me to spew more propaganda, but I'll say at least this one. They're going 4-1 again. They're doing it again, back to back. Another time they're taking a 4-1 championship.
4-1 against a team like Northwood. And Seb, I feel like there's something you have to say about that.
Listen, I love delusions. You know, delusions just make us happy.
Like Canada
right?
making CRL?
Hey, they did.
Creams is here,
did make it.
and he is about to deliver the greatest smackdown on the West since, I don't know, whatever the West actually did anything. Because at the end of the day, it was Northwood who ended the West Dynasty along with the rest of Akron. They put West down consistently time after time. We're going to see it again here. Northwood given the clap over to Maryville. I'm sorry, you might deal with the lower bracket. You might be able to deal with Akron, but no one is beating this Northwood squad.
Except for Columbia and Cam, like, I don't know, a year or two ago. But yeah, sure, yeah.
Different roster, man. We haven't seen much, and the only
JD.
ones who has beaten Northwood thus far is currently out of this tournament, and it wasn't even close. So if that was the kryptonite, it's no longer here.
I'm a firm believer in situational Rocket League. Every team can beat any other team. You just have to play well enough. And we saw Oregon play against this really good Akron squad and be the only one up until Davenport to take a game off of them. But for me, I am also a student of history, and it's so hard to root against Northwood in these scenarios. They look so lethal whenever they have a chance to get into those grand finals. And I feel like grand finals in Northwood, it's a pairing that we really do appreciate, kind of, just like the salt and pepper. It really just feels like it
goes hand
goes
in hand.
together. It's very much so a pair that you cannot tear apart. So the desk will be a little bit 3-1. The chat, I mean, I think there's some faith in here, but so far it looks like it is leaning overwhelmingly towards Northwood. The respect being put on, however, from Maryville, not to be understated. So we should just get right into it. After all, it does appear that Northwood is perfect in this bracket. The Wolves on full sprint to speed run all the way to grand final. Maryville, they pulled a divine miracle in their semi, but only godlike skill can win here. East and West have sent their best. Naturally, a grand final spot is on the line. Summer Series action has been red hot all weekend. This upper final will be no exception.
Two titans of their respective conferences, Northwood versus Maryville, face off to see who will be the first entrant into the grand finals for the CCA Summer Series. Bass,
I am so excited, and honestly, I'm even more excited because y'all cursed yourselves again. Last time Maryville only got one desk analyst voting for them, they beat WVU. Now, you've put the curse of Raw on this team all over again. I will say, Northwood, you are not WVU. We're very well aware of the clutch factor that you have shown, but Seb, this might be one of the first years we've seen a Northwood who could actually be vulnerable. Losses in regular season to Ball State, losses into off-season tournaments to WVU. Who's to say they can't lose to Maryville here again?
I mean, listen, I do remember a time when Zanil, this man, just joined the roster. We said the same thing where they weren't looking vulnerable, they weren't looking the tip top, and then they go undefeated all the way through CRL fall. This time, it's the same situation, except the Canadian in Creams was added to this roster to try and shake things up. Hockey going for the second touch, can't get the angle.
I do have to appreciate how... Oh, okay, he switched off. And I was going to say, in the preamble lobby, everybody was like, yeah, we're going to have at least one player in the Cybertruck on each team. Hockey is stuck to it. Adam said he was going to, and then I think he backed out, and Hockey's probably feeling a bit betrayed. So now he's got a couple of vendettas here for game number one. It's not just the loss in the other tournament. It's also the fact that Adam betrayed him.
I mean, well, to be fair, I will say, I don't know if you were paying so much attention to the cams in the pregame lobby, but when it came down to it, I saw Hockey and Creams. They both had smiles off their faces. They took that best of 7 loss to Dignitas in stride. I think they know that CRL, this is their home. This is where they're making their name. Creams can't get the angle, but that would have been nasty.
We still have yet to find a first goal here, though, in our first about minute and a half that has been played. Knight trying to make us eat our words, and Zanil off the backboard does have the read right into the hands of Buddy. Not a ton of boost on him, but he can cause confusion and pop it back out center, where Adam's waiting, looking for the not redirect, and not on that either. All right, both teams kind of going for, I'd say, high-caliber shots. Neither one of them landing it thus far, but we got plenty of time to go.
I think you'd see Northwood. They're definitely going for more of the creative kind of angles at the moment. I mean, they're playing very wide angles, trying to just slot it in. Buddy puts one high to counter what Northwood is offering. This one, a little bit awkward. Knight will take advantage. Knight, even if I'm going for Northwood here, is the man that I'm scared about. He has the pop-off potential to be the X factor for Maryville. You never know what you can expect. It's going to be a 1v2. Zanil tries to bait, pops it over. Northwood on the board.
They get on the board early here, and it's not surprising considering the setup from Cream. So clever out of him to just stall it mid-air, go for the bump, but not actually force Knight to jump. Why? Because then Adam's got to come in, still deal with Knight who's in the way, and both players in the confusion do not make the save. That's an early goal here for Zanil and for all of Northwood. They finally get the scoring going just before halftime.
Just about at halfway point, and even though I think Northwood, you can tell they've been working for it bit by bit. They've been trying to break down Maryville's defensive rotation, though this is a slot from the former Northwood player in Buddy.
I didn't want to disagree with you guys on the desk because, look, I understand why Knight theoretically should be the player to watch here. West MVP, stats galore. He is one of the best players, not just in the West, but in the entirety of the CCA Summer Series so far. But Buddy, in my opinion, is the player that we need to pay attention to. Buddy has not made it any sort of hidden vendetta here. This man wants revenge against his former team. He wants revenge against his former university he used to go to, and it's not really for animosity towards the university as much as like, you know what? Watch me do it again. Watch me go to another university and still win a national championship. He's already done that once, but to do it here on the CCA channel would be so much sweeter, and honestly, to see him getting the scoring started makes me think, yeah, he's still got that vendetta.
Oh, he still got it. Absolutely. Remember, rocking, well, he's not rocking it this time, but of course, actually he is. Buddy rocking the
Summer Series
CCA
champion.
Summer Series champion, of course, winning back-to-back in previous years. And with him, also a world champion for CRL, though the way that they're playing right now, Zanil, pass over to Creams. Creams, it will be saved.
Neil got bumped off the ball, though, so it doesn't really have much of any boost to work with this one. It's why it all of a sudden stalls out at mid. Buddy trying to pop this one up to Knight, and he does, but the shot goes high and easily saved by Creams. Offense generating here from Maryville. Can they do anything with it? I'm going to assume that was not the intended touch from Buddy, but it might still work out. Zanil awkward, trying to keep this close, but at this moment, Maryville not allowing Northwood to even get off the half.
Pass over, Buddy. Can't get there in time. Hockey look for the second touch. Knight will get the cutoff. Knight for another shot. Creams. To Hockey. Last minute. Zanil in an awkward spot. Definitely not the best place for defensive rotation. Creams almost bites it for that one. Zanil has to dive for this shot. 50 seconds remaining. Northwood looking for their chance.
Hey, another good cutoff out of midfield. Again, Maryville really not trying to give any extra time for Northwood to set up on offense and get an attack going, and they won't let them get one here. The only difference, though, this time on the backboard, boosted up, or this Northwood defense, but they can't find a way to make a challenge. They can make the save. Zanil might have missed the initial challenge, but he was very prepared for the follow-up.
And Zanil, he had to drive all the way down, come down from the back wall to get the pinch outwards. Creams, Buddy in the waiting, looking for the demo. Creams, no! Buddy with the redirect, beautiful from Maryville.
Buddy loves that angle. Last time he did it from the corner. This time he did it from mid-air. He recognizes there's no more touches, but as long as I can beat Creams, he can bait out the defender, slot it on target, and shoot it in. 17 to go, and Maryville showing they did not come here to play.
Now, with these last few seconds, Hockey needs to beat Knight to the ball. Knight pre-jumping by a year. Zanil has to beat Buddy to the not the best challenge. Hockey leaves it down for Creams. Creams still dangerous. Boost collected. One more. Hockey in position, but it's saved. Hockey still in position. Maryville managing to hold on at the last second.
How many players were required to end that one? My goodness, the save from Knight. I think another save from Buddy as well. Maryville showing they are firing on all cylinders at this moment. And I am surprised by this. We are getting a car change, Seb. It's not Hockey switching out of the Cybertruck.
You know, because the thing is, I mean, Hockey, he wasn't playing terribly by any means. He was doing what he needed to do. He did say he was going to stick it
for at least 2 games. I will say that. He said at least 2.
At least two. And I love how, like, these pros, they're trying to make the Cybertruck work, which in my opinion, I think they shouldn't. But they are still at least giving it, you know, a worthy try. Excuse me. Creams will be changed to the car, though. I'm kind of curious as to what he's changing it to.
I'm interested, but I will say this much. I don't know if a card change is the only thing that needs to change here right now. Seb, I think we can both agree. Northwood, normally, those are high percentage shots for them. They're firing on target, and they're scoring a majority of them. The fact that we have 8 saves on the side of Maryville goes to show that might be why they were going for creativity early. They know they can't just sneak random shots past this team, not only for the sake of good defense for Maryville, but again, Buddy, former Northwood player, he knows how these players play. He knows how they want to shoot, how they want to attack an offense. He's going to try to shut that down every time. So Northwood, if you do want to try and get the series back to even here in game 2, I'm going to recommend even more creativity than in game 1.
Creams will switch over to the Octane for this game. I think it's just a pure comfort thing at this point. But game 2 in this best of 7, Northwood looking for their entrance into this series.
See if they can get one here. It's already a little bit of an awkward offense, but it might be even more awkward on defense if they got counterattacked. Creams opted not to let that happen and even play some, I'd say, nuisance ball just in the offensive third. Hockey trying to keep them there, but the touch out at midfield not going to be enough, and Zanil got to do a lot here in the corner. Can't quite pass out center. Is anybody there? But he does swing in, but all he can get is a 50, and through 30 seconds of offense so far here from Maryville, doesn't seem like they've missed a beat in between games.
The goal line offense at the moment for Maryville looks incredibly threatening. Zanil shadowing, waiting for his chance. Adam playing super aggressively. Creams hunting down this demo, but he can't get Knight as Adam will be able to rotate back in time. Hockey, second touch, leaves it for Creams, but Buddy will be able to keep it out.
Not only keeps it out, but he pops it out to Knight, who can immediately start the counterattack. Right now, it's very much a midfield that is controlled by Maryville, and while Northwood are getting chances to break out, they are not putting on the same pressure when they get into that attacking third, which, when's the last time we saw a better midfield against Northwood from any other team? Usually they're the ones suffocating. So Maryville right now, like we said, withstanding the pressure and even making saves. Another one from Adam, but Northwood not done. Or they are.
At this point, I'm worried how much the ego is starting to come through from Northwood. We're seeing more double commits. We're seeing more just kind of baiting challenges, trying to do what they can. Hockey, not able to be quick enough. Knight easily read. Zanil looks to keep it in play. Zanil, pass, downwards. Creams puts the angle on, just high. Hockey looks for the rebound. Adam still in position. Maryville hold on.
Very clever out of Adam there. He goes for the initial save, can't quite get to it, but what he does do is on zero boost, lock himself to the side of the goal. Not necessarily stay flat-footed, not necessarily try to go for a pre-jump, but stay just at an awkward enough angle where you know you can get in the way and just prevent a shot. They haven't prevented any offense, though. Northwood now starting to live on this attacking third a bit more than before. Another good save out of Adam, but it's an awkward one. Good thing is the pop out to midfield should give a chance now for some reprieve. Maryville still getting put through the blender. They need to find an escape.
Creams go for the pass. Neil ends, and Hockey will double commit for it. Creams just doing everything he can to keep it in position, prevent any dangerous transitions. One thing I'm missing from Northwood right now is we're not getting any aggressiveness in the demo game at all. I mean, the passing plays, okay, this one will slide through. Creams coming from the ceiling.
They don't need any physicality. They just need Creams with a full tank of boost and some midfield to work with. What a great read off the ceiling. What an adjustment for the shot as well. Recognizing Adam, and I believe it was Knight diving from the right side of goal, or technically left if you're looking from inside. Going across the goal mouth, trying to get to it, slots it behind them, and even though Buddy had some boost in the tank, it's so perfectly placed he can't even get a touch. Maryville getting exposed a little bit on defense right now, but they played so much offense, it feels like only a matter of time before they find the equalizer.
Yeah, Maryville on the back foot once again. This one almost slides in. Adam able to make the save. Daniil trying to get those boost pads and keep Maryville starved, because once Maryville are able to collect and be able to have that freedom of movement, Northwood have recognized it becomes a dangerous game. Knight gets it straight to Adam. Creams just play defense. Adam, great 50. Daniil finally gets the clear. Maybe a pass, but no, actually it might still be dangerous. Hockey puts it on. Knight with the save.
They're still making saves, but the issue is that Maryville are kind of having to make saves on repeat.
Wow.
I mean, great pass, good play. Definitely not the intended way that was going to be received.
Yeah, I think Creams, he had no boost, and Neil did what he could, but it just wasn't the right touch, especially because the momentum continued to carry it forward. So, 149, tied all around. We'll see if Maryville, once again, gain themselves a lead.
Plenty of time for either team to kind of strike fear into their opponents in this game, but I will say it's probably a lot more important for Maryville to try and get a win here. You want to build as much of a lead as you can before inevitably Northwood starts to figure you out. Doesn't mean that they're necessarily going to take the back half of this series and dominate, but it's always a benefit to get a little bit of buffer room against a team that you know will make adjustments. They're not going to play the same style this entire series. They're going to wait until they get you figured out, get a couple better reads, and really make those adjustments afterwards. So for right now, Maryville, it's an important game. You want to try to establish a lead early and hold on to it.
Daniil taking the load off of Frames after the demo. Daniil looking for a bump as well. Hockey, no boost really to speak of, but the double commit from Maryville does work out. Last minute remaining. Could be a pivotal one. Zanil going ahead, looking for the aerial bump. Hockey trying to muscle it through. Creams can't get the angle. Now he has to rush back to try and prevent any early exposure.
Maryville trying to judge when to make the challenge here. Again, we talked about it in game 1 with Maryville with a Loctite midfield. Not the same here in game 2. They have had some Loctite defense on the line, but it's again another last-second save, and the alleviation of pressure is not found. Still, more pressure from Northwood, firing shots not on target, but to the backboard, and that might be to their detriment. They bit off more than they can chew. Adam just needs to put it on target, but he can. Knight on the follow-in. I gotta say, Northwood getting away with one on that one.
Yeah, it was incredibly dangerous, especially the 2v1 that came through. Zanil puts this on. No one there for the rebound, though. I think Hockey was going to collect some resources. Adam, the last 10 seconds, Macy overtime. Creams able to collect a pad. This could be dangerous, especially as the resources dwindle. Hockey looking to dish. Creams can't get it through. That was a pivotal miss. It's still dangerous. Hockey trying to force it through, but we're going to overtime.
Overtime, game number 2, and like we said, this one's a lot more important for Maryville. You want to get as many games on Northwood while you can, because you know this team is going to start to get better and better as the series goes on. I don't think they'll get it. Buddy needs to do a lot. Still needs another, and he will. 0 boost off the backboard, and Maryville stays alive.
As ice as ever. Hockey looking to keep it in play. Knight needing to get the touch. Adam, no boost. Creams shadowing, waiting for his chance. Adam can't get the 50 around him. Knight will send it downfield. Zanil makes things back in the midfield. Now, the threat has been diffused just slightly for Maryville, but that demo coming through, Buddy will be able to reach for it.
Buddy playing a lot of defense here in overtime, and I don't necessarily know if I like that. Not necessarily because, I'd like him to not have to only be the one making saves, but they need him on offense. We talked about it. Very integral to the offense in the first game. The 2 goals they get both come from Buddy, so having him forced into the back half the entirety of this time, not exactly beneficial. This won't either. The demo, though, could open some space. The shot after will make it in. Awkwardness on the defense, and Northwood surge.
Yes, but what a slot from Creams. Upper right corner. Adam can't get there in time. You couldn't ask for a better shot from Creams.
2-1 OT goes to Northwood here in game number 2. We're back all tied up at 1 apiece, and I feel like that's a better example of what we're going to see throughout this series. Not only do we see Northwood with a flurry of shots, 20 total in that one, but Maryville still, again, with the unbelievable amount of saves, 17 total. It's clear there's 2 very different play styles here. It's Northwood who want that all-out aggression, and Maryville who are just trying to hold on and look for their moments. And while they did get their moments in this game, Seb, 2 total shots ain't enough.
No. And the thing is, it's yes, even if you are as efficient as possible, yes, you are punishing Northwood for being that over aggressive. At the end of the day, it's almost like in Rocky, where Northwood will continue getting punched in the face until eventually he gets that one good punch. And in this case, it was enough for Northwood to keep it going. This is a new Northwood. This isn't a super defensive Northwood that we've seen before, where they just hold things down at the goal line. Creams listening to the tunes, the classic combo with Rocket League. But now that Northwood is locked into this series, we have a best of 5.
Got a best of 5 from here on out, and I know it's the standard call for casters here, but we got to take this one game by game. As we said, every single one of these series here today has the potential to go the distance, to go to 7 games total. So why not have it here for our second series of the day? We already got one. Let's get another, and let's get Hockey out of the Cybertruck. Bro, it's been 3 games. You said you were done.
He's feeling it, man. He could be feeling it. I will say he's not getting the shots that I think I would like to see from him thus far. As we get going into game 3, I think Hockey will need to be more of a factor rather than just playing that third man.
I agree, and honestly, it's the same for both of the third men right now. Like we mentioned, Buddy needs to be more integral to the offense here for Maryville. Hockey needs to be more involved in the offense for Northwood. It's both teams really needing all 3 players to play, and this is what we've seen all day today, Seb, is that this weekend is no longer about getting individual players to shine. It has to be all 3 players making sure that they're playing every play perfectly, not hesitating and having full confidence in themselves. Confidence here from Knight. That's a crazy jump across pitch, and I think it actually might work out because Hockey's got no angle.
Well, Hockey is trying to just basically smother Knight, so he doesn't have a good angle for a clear at that point. That is a great 50, though. Hockey can't get the pre-flip for it. He still may look for a pass as he collects a quick pad. Creams gonna back off. Daniil rushing back.
It's the one thing I do think Maryville need to start taking advantage of is that Northwood are playing very far upfield. And while it's been difficult for them to find clears, like we said last game, they only find 2 shots, so they really didn't get much of a chance on the offensive third. They need to start firing these balls down pitch. This is not what I want to see. Now, granted, that's a great 50 out of Knight. That actually might make me eat my words, but that's what they need is these booming balls downfield that force all of Northwood to retreat, and then they can start to get some offense.
Look at the boost arming from Northwood, though. Keeping Maryville on their toes, having to force them to be as efficient as possible with their boost, especially as soon as they transition to the offensive end. Knight almost making that work. Hockey, no boost on the defense. Buddy, looking for his chance. Daniil playing for the 50, and he does. Adam, Daniil looking for the quick carry, trying to just transition as quick as possible, but Adam putting up a roadblock, doing everything he can to get in the way.
That's incredible out of Knight. He pre-jumped that one and still was able to make the read that he needed. It's not exactly going to clear the lines yet, though. Maryville still getting pressed into their own half. Good 50 might be able to give some space for Adam to work with, and the follow-up touch absolutely will. That's what I'm looking for, those booming clears, and now an offense to brew. Knight trying to get some space in the corner. Creams was bumped off the ball by Buddy, and Buddy's going to get a pass out. This one center. Is anyone there? No, Maryville. I don't blame them. Did not think Buddy would actually get an efficient pass, and on 0 boost and at the angle he had, yeah, I do not blame them.
Yeah, I don't blame him because that's one of those touches that you're like, surely they're able to make a save, right? Surely. So why would I put myself in a risky position where they could, convert it into a 3v2. Zanil gonna play this underneath. It's almost over Knight's head. We'll see if anyone can capitalize. Double commit from Northwood on the offensive end. Zanil going for the second touch, puts it low. Buddy with the save. This one might slide on through. Post to post, Creams backs into it.
I gotta feel bad for Buddy there. I actually think that if that had been shot on target, he had that one blocked, but because of the fact that it goes off the post, it's a bit too far out. Should have maybe ricocheted out, but Creams knew as long as he looks around, there should be an opportunity. A lot of should coming out of our mouth right now. It kind of feels like both players or both teams, are trying to read each other, and the should be moments are just too confusing for either one to take a real grip on this series.
Yeah, I think that was another should be moment. I thought that Hockey is definitely getting the read on that defensive touch. So we're back to a 1-0 scoreline. Buddy looking for his teammate Knight. No boost to speak of, which could have been pivotal as he was in a perfect position to convert off of Buddy's touch. And that's kind of what they need. Buddy can go and be aggressive with these 50s as much as he wants, but if his teammates aren't ready to capitalize, he could be all over.
Yeah, again, it's like what we talked about yesterday with Oklahoma Christian, is that this team, if they wanted to actually make use of North and the offensive prowess that he had, that really frustrating frontman they had, they need to make sure somebody is there to follow it up. And again, another good example, Adam, that's a great demo on the other half and a great one out at mid, but now Maryville needs to seize the opportunity. Buddy, the shot is there, and even with a double demo, somehow Northwood are back.
I mean, Hockey, he is, and I will continue to say, the best defensive player we have seen in CRL history. The man has been a rock on the goal line for many years now as Zanil pops it up away from Creams. Something is wrong with the comms here on Northwood, and they're laughing it off. Ha ha ha, I get it, it's funny, but like, man, if Maryville are able to lock in, they will be able to convert on those no problem. Creams flip reset shot makes it 2-0.
Cream starting to slot it over and over and over again. That is his, I believe, 4th goal so far of the series, and he didn't have any in game 1, so he's got 4 in 2 games, averaging 2 apiece for our last couple. My goodness, Northwood have found the key to their victory, and it is Captain Canada, just like you suspected all along.
Yeah, it is. It was required learning, Bass. You need to know how clutch Creams is in those moments. At the end of the day, Canada will always show up.
You know what? I'll let you have that one. I'll let you believe that Canada always shows up. That one I'll give you.
Look at the score line!
Yeah, look at the amount of teams in this event that are not Canadian. Anyways, moving on at this point here. Knight's got an air dribble. Let's see if he can do anything with it. Looking for Adam, and another 50 snuffed out. And that kind of feels like the regular right now. Maryville, go to the air, try for a passing play. Northwood say you can attempt to complete it, but when the shot comes, we'll have somebody back. They're still going to have somebody back here, huh? Zanil pre-jumping that from midfield, and he still makes the save.
The ego is actually insane, but 1 second left. to see if you can tie up this game, you're going to need a god-tier kickoff.
Look, man, it's not happening. I hope it does, but let's be real here. Northwood, they can counter this kickoff. If they just fake it and force them to hit it to the ground, that will be the end of this game. And watch the fake. Ready? Called it! Knew that was going to happen. Hockey spikes it down. Northwood take the win.
And that's why you have the CRL analyst, because that was well called. Northwood makes it easy. 5 shots for Creams alone. As again, we just see a huge, well, not that much of a disparity this time around, but a still disparity in favor of Northwood for the shot count.
Again, you know, a disparity for shot count for sure, but it's surprising we keep getting the same score line. Game 1 in favor of Maryville, 2-1. Last 2 games in favor of Northwood, 2-1. We keep getting the same thing over and over again, but this kind of goes to show what we've talked about all weekend. These teams, the margins between them are razor thin, and as much as Northwood come into this one the favorites, they know they're going to have to earn these victories, and that's what they're doing right now. Creams, though, kind of earning it himself. Almost as many points as his teammates combined, plus the 2 goals, both unassisted. Dude is putting on all the work possible.
Yeah, can we put it on Cream's Jam, please? I mean, at this point, we got to make a gift for it. The dude is locked in. Yeah, you mentioned slim margins. I mean, like, listen, all of these guys have played at RLCS levels in one way or another, whether it is Buddy, of course, or Knight, Adam. Every single member has played at that level. And when you get to that level, the difference is just comes down to micro decisions. The mechanics are all there for all of these members of each squad, but it is those little decisions, the micro moments that you really have to take a look at as we get going into the next game to see who will come out on top.
I would say Maryville. I know we've talked about making sure you get games early against this team, but I'd also recommend not allowing Northwood to go on to match point here with multiple games to go, because you can maybe take a game off of Northwood here or there, but trying to take 3 straight against them, good luck. That's all I got to say. So far, they don't necessarily need the luck. They just need to keep playing defense like this. A lot more of an influential midfield here from Maryville. They're trying to make dives, trying to bump players off the ball, and so far it's working at limiting the offense of Northwood.
Hockey will be able to keep it going. Zanil, right to Buddy. Creams caught in a 1v2. This could be dangerous as Adam may have an open net, but no, he needed more sauce on the shot. That gave enough time for Hockey to be able to make the rotate back, putting Maryville in a dangerous spot as Hockey was able to collect the full pad of Maryville's half.
They're starting to get these clears a lot more efficiently, though. This is something we talked about in the last game, that Maryville need to clear the lines a lot more quickly and with a lot more power. And now they're booming the ball to the opposite side, and look at how much more effective it is. They're forcing Northwood into their own half. They're getting, okay, well, I thought that would get a shot, but not exactly. Flip reset, not all too useful. Maybe the defense will be required. Adam all the way back, but he's got time, space, and a ton of boost.
Oh, I don't like how Hockey made that challenge. Adam might actually be able to capitalize, but Zanil is there. Knight trying to go for the demo. Cream's collecting the pad. Buddy will keep him honest. Adam looking for the angle. Buddy just no shot at all. Though Adam catches Northwood sleeping. Hockey able to save Northwood.
You can see the hesitation, though, for Maryville to send the second or third man on any of these plays. Even with the demos that are opening space, they just don't want to overbite and all of a sudden find themselves the other end, just scrambling to get back on defense. It's something many teams have done. Many teams have fallen victim to that against Northwood in particular. But again, Maryville too clever to allow that issue over and over. They know how this team plays. They know how to counter them. Do they know how to stop this? Absolutely, Buddy. Great save off the backboard.
Oh, Zanil, though, shot. No, he's going to play it slow. Hockey going for the bump, but he doesn't have the angle. Creams, can he get around it? No. Zanil having to rush back. So Hockey looking to keep it in the midfield. Pass potentially over tonight. Adam will wait for the touch. Creams, we approach halftime. So far, it's a deadlock.
Oh, Knight. What a read and what a save out of Hockey. Both players having a peek for that one. And honestly, that's been most of this series. As we've stated, standard shots aren't going in. Standard saves are not being made. If you want to sneak something past either one of these teams, it's got to be exquisite. And that's why, Buddy, what a clever catch. What a good follow-up. But Creams knows he cannot give him that space in the corner. If he does, he's just going to dish it to a teammate.
Part of what makes these high-level teams excel is that creativity on offense, not just going for the rudimentary infield pass and shot. You need to figure out, how can I beat the defender that is a professional level player? And you'll find that there are many answers, but even more wrong ones.
I will say this much. I know I'm looking at the chat and seeing people be like, I want to root for the team that isn't with RLCS players. I've got some bad news for you here. That isn't exactly possible in this one. Every player in this lobby has RLCS experience out the wazoo. Some more recent, some older, some even as a coach. Buddy was the coach for Deleted XD this season and helped them get into multiple RLCS regionals. So, yeah, good luck. Pretty much everybody in this lobby is a pro.
And they could probably all flex the RLCS tag.
I think that somebody has one on, right?
Sure, at some point. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, Creams, RLCS X Major Elite. Yeah, that's a pretty good tag.
Yes, that is a good tag. But he is looking for that Summer Series tag. Zanil, put it to the side. We approach the last minute. Creams will take possession over him. Zanil able to steal some boost again. Maryville struggling with this boost right now. Zanil looking for the second touch. Almost deals with it off the defender.
Ooh, wow, that is
Oh my
quite
God.
the clear. I don't think that's actually going to help them out whatsoever here. Northwood probably hoping to keep that
Look at
close
Knight.
and
Look at
keep
Knight.
possession. Buddy gets it to Knight. Knight can't get the touch. Adam fakes it, so he's got some time. You need a shot, and he won't find
No.
it. Buddy on no boost, but he can still make the save.
And that is the creativity. Knight needed to take initiative, needed to step forward, almost had a great idea, but Northwood saw ahead, were able to mitigate it, able to take him out of the equation. Last 30 seconds here, and Northwood look in prime position at the moment. They've had shot after shot. We'll see if it results in anything.
Adam, full tank of boost and the reset. Doesn't have the demo to clear the lane, but can at least cause problems for the defense. The only issue is two teammates forced all the way back in a retreat. Now Northwood trying to get the final offense of this game. Zanil, that won't do it, but it will make it awkward. I have no idea how Knight stayed with the ball throughout that entire play. He had like 14 boosts, but he'll get rewarded. He'll give his team an offense to work with, and Adam almost gets the dunk. Instead, we get another overtime in this series.
We knew this was going to be a spicy series with the possibility to deliver, and it hasn't disappointed thus far, besides the fact that I predicted, like, Maryville getting stomped. Hockey, straight to Adam. The demos are coming through for Knight. Creams needs to rush this out of here, and he does with the musty.
I mean, we both kind of predicted that this would be a pretty dominant victory
Zanil.
for either end. It could still get to be a dominant victory here for Northwood if they keep this one going. But I think we both knew the reality. As much as we want to talk trash on desk, this was going to go game 6 or 7 almost definitely. These two teams are so evenly matched. And again, it's not just the play styles that are evenly matched, but the knowledge amongst each other. All these guys have teamed together. All these guys have played together. They know how they play. They know what they want to do. And the main thing right now is this chess match of just counter-attacking and counterplaying your opponents.
All right, Creams has to go wide. Hockey able to be there. Creams, Hockey, can you finish this up? You're going to try and slide it underneath, but Zanil, Creams will be able to collect, put it up the side wall. Solo, Creams versus Adam, but no, it will be scooped from underneath. Zanil looking to continue the possession, but Adam just forces it into the blue half. Knight looking for a pass, but finally, Northwood can catch their breath. Creams, maybe. No.
Nobody is giving a moment to breathe here. Both teams are diving so aggressively, not just from the midfield presence, but from the back third. They're making sure pre-jumps are out at midfield so that they do not allow these counterattacks that have been so lethal on either end, but nothing lethal about this game. We played 6.5 minutes, and we are still yet to get a single goal here in game number 4.
Not just yet. Oh, you can tell Northwood trying different things. They're trying to play 50s from the side. Zanil playing it slow, playing the 50. No, Adam! Off of Zanil's goated dunk.
I mean, go to dunk, sure, but it's more the fact that Adam gets the original save, doesn't know what to do with it after, and that's a heartbreaker if you've ever seen one. Maryville not going to be thrilled with the way that game ends, but Northwood going to be happy. They're moving on to series points.
I think, honestly, really, I don't know if there was much for Adam to do at that point. You could tell he arrowed back and was trying his best to just get the angle, but there was too much momentum going backwards that once it bounced down, there wasn't anything really he could do. I'm not going to put so much of that on Adam. I mean, that was Zanil with just a fantastic 50, and frankly, not a great one from the Maryville side, but at the end of the day, Northwood clutching out bit by bit, goal by goal, individual goals. Again, the slimmest of margins.
Question is, why did Maryville not just take a timeout? Again, best of 7s. These teams have timeouts. They have the option to do so.
If you're paying attention to the stream,
Please?
you have timeouts.
Please? I mean, it's a little too late now. They'd have to have called it like a half a minute ago at this point. But still, again, no timeout for Maryville. Now, the one thing I will say, it does kind of make sense here, Seb. It's not like the team played badly. It's not like they need to make a lot of adjustments going to the next game. It just might be nice to have a moment to breathe. But, you know, maybe it's the opposite. Some teams just like going straight on into the next game, keeping the momentum going, and I don't blame Maryville if they want to do that. Like I said, it was a good game from them. Unfortunate ending.
Yeah, and honestly, though, I think a silver lining for Maryville here is like we're seeing that they aren't getting blown out in the shot differential at the moment. And we're really seeing just consistent pressure back and forth, figuring out each other and trying to play their own individual style of Rocket League. So Northwood will take the fake kickoff for their potential series point here.
I am so glad we finally got the double fake kickoff. We have at least one of those per day, it feels like, and nice to see it here as we start off the 5th game. I don't know if it's going to benefit either team, though, to have that a little bit of extra space, as much as it might just make it awkward here as we get this one underway.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you know, they're just kind of having fun. I mean, you can tell that. Oh, Adam.
Uh-oh, nothing fun about this.
You versus
nothing fun about that.
Gets the 50. Adam gives Maryville hope.
Oh my goodness, Adam. You can just hear it. It's the heartbreak of Creams as he goes for the challenge and goes, I know I cannot beat this. I know I'm not winning this, but I gotta try anyways. Adam, as we have maybe not mentioned his name enough as much as his 2 other teammates here today, he deserves his praise as well. That is a beautiful play.
Neil trying to get the read. Neil as well. Creams. Already so early. I mean, this is oh, Creams, can he get a pre-flip? No. But already we're seeing with a goal on the board, this is already going very differently than the previous.
And it's crazy that it's an individual play. Oh my goodness, that's a triple commit. If Adam recognizes this, that he does. He's booming it downfield, trying to get it to a teammate. Yeah, it's individual plays that have really been the highlight here, though, for both teams, which I think we can both say is a bit surprising here.
Yes.
It's not necessarily that the teams can't pull off individual plays, but normally at a lobby like this, you need team plays to be the big thing. You also need to not mess up on defense. That's kind of an eye for an eye. Last time, Zanil got a goal from Adam. This time, well, Zanil gives a goal to... Oh, wait, no, it's Creams.
Yeah, that was a... You know, sometimes you're so locked into 10 that you forget to turn it down to like 3 or 4 and just let your buddy take care of the possession. In this case, Creams did. So Maryville take the largest lead thus far for them here. And Northwood will be working from behind. Zanil, though, plays the flip reset, but will be saved.
I do want to pay attention to Adam here, not only because of the fact that, like we said, he's got 2 goals in this game, but it feels like he's starting to surge. And while we haven't mentioned him too many times here today, as we have said, all of these players have accolades. All of these players are individually capable of making a huge performance here in this series. And sometimes you just need some motivation. Own goaling to give your team or to give the other team series point might just be the motivation that Adam's been waiting for.
Hockey over to Zanil. Shot on. Knight, of course, is there for the save. That was quite speedy. Now Hockey has to deal with Adam. We talked about him, but we'll see if he can pull it off. Hockey able to get the save. Buddy, straight down. Knight, look for the redirect. Actually, he's just going to extend the possession.
I'm pretty sure that was open. Hockey had like pretty much no boost. Zanil was awkward. Technically, he could have gotten back, but with the low amounts of boost that he had, I don't think it was going to happen. Maryville coulda, woulda, shoulda. We've said those words a lot here today, but honestly, they'll still be content with a 2-goal lead as we march into halftime. Maybe we can get a 3. Knight, again, taking it through the corner and starting to see some vulnerabilities there for Northwood right now. Surprising to say, but it feels like they're getting beat out of midfield on the wall in particular, and that's a lot of where these drives for Maryville are starting.
Oh. Well, they are doing a good job of just covering the passing lanes, which you can expect from players of this caliber. But a lot of it, when it comes to these comms, yeah, the midfield possession is there. The double commits are there. Really, Northwood has never shown us too much before. As Knight in the waiting, Creams for the defensive possession, having such a hard time. What a contrast, too, from games 1 and 2, where it felt like all the possession was in Northwood's favor. There was a billion shots on the board for them, but now Maryville just been in their control.
it's pretty weird that we're past halftime here and both teams only have a total of 3 shots on either end in comparison to the game that, like you said, we had 20 shots to 2. Getting outshot by 10 times the amount was Maryville. But the big difference in this game, and as we mentioned even before, it's not that Maryville need a ton of shots. It's not that they need to find efficiency, and they are. 2 for 3 shooting overall. Adam in particular is 2 for 2. So it's not like they need a flurry of shots. They don't need the firing range. They do need some defense here. They won't find it.
Wow, what a dismantling of Maryville thanks to Northwood. All of these pieces just fits. Zanil forcing it through. Hockey with the bump. Creams with the pass. Northwood on the board.
You would be surprised for me to say this, but that's actually the first time that Hockey has gotten involved in the offense this entire series. That is
off the
his
Cyber
first
Truck.
Goal. Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, maybe it's the Cyber Truck. But regardless, that's the first goal or assist he has registered throughout 5 games played. And like we said, he needs to be an influence in this one, but he has been an influence. I don't want to say that just because he's playing on the Cyber Truck he's been playing bad. I just think he's played a lot more defense than we're usually expecting out of him.
I blame the Cyber Truck. It's fine.
Okay, fair enough.
Hockey trying to bump him out of the way. Double commit from the Maryville side. A little antsy to make sure that they can hold on to this lead of Northwood. Hockey bumps his former teammate out of the way. Buddy bumped into the ball. Could have been disastrous if it was on target.
It's not quite yet, though.
Oh,
He's
it's
got
done.
plenty of... Oh, what? Wait, whoa. This is a good shot at Adam. I don't want to take anything away from this, but Northwood, I sure... Oh, that's not the dive. That ain't it.
Hard with. And frankly, I mean, that's not one that you need to go for. I get it. You're down. You have 40 seconds left, but play the third man just a touch passively so you can just wait for Maryville to throw resources. They already double committed to it. One clear could have been it. It's Neil. He'll be in the waiting. Northwood need to make up a 2-goal deficit. When was the last time I had to say that?
Probably last year with WVU, which is a bit crazy because I ain't even in this anymore. I will say this much. It is not just the fact that I think Maryville are starting to find efficiency here and hold on to their offense. Again, those booming clears we've talked about a lot have been great. They're starting to win 50s, and I feel like that's such a difficult thing to do against Northwood is see a play like that and know that you can at least dunk them and get some offense going. Not many teams can do that, if any at all. So Maryville, they found at least somewhat of a counter to Northwood, but as we've mentioned many times, good luck keeping that counter the rest of the series. Even here, we get back to yet another 1-goal game.
We are moving on to Game 6 now. Maryville showing signs of life and doing so in great fashion. Being able to dismantle Northwood in the defensive end, which is no easy task by any stretch of the imagination. Now that Maryville will be moving on, Northwood have to take a think. I would, please, timeout, maybe? Timeout? Anyone?
I don't know about timeout. I'd at least like to see the card change here, but nope. Immediately readied up. I mean, look, again, you can say Hockey wasn't playing well. He did finish that game with 1 goal and 1 assist. He was the highest scorer on the team and also got a save. So maybe it just took him a couple of games to get used to the Cyber Truck. You never know.
I still hate it. It's fine.
fair enough.
But if he's able to get more involved, he did score that last one. He was just, a rock that just went through. And frankly, I mean, it looks like a rock. So we will be seeing him move forward with it. And I really just want to see more presence from him. I feel like Zanil and Creams has taken a lot of the offensive load, but Hockey needs to be there when Zanil and Creams just aren't.
Thinking a counterpoint here, the crazy thing is that we talked about needing Buddy to get more involved in the offense here, but honestly, I'm kind of liking what he's changed his role in here, which is the facilitator. A lot of touches out of midfield, a lot of patrolling out of midfield, a lot of physicality in the front third, but he's not lurking around trying to get shots, and for a good reason. As we said, Knight, the probably MVP here for the West so far, in the way he's played throughout playoffs and the regular season, and if Adam's got the hot hand coming off of a hat trick in the last game, why not maybe play a bit more defensive? So, Maryville, they have figured out their game. I can't believe I'm saying this, Seb, but Northwood need to figure out their game here in this one. It feels too disjointed for the usual Northwood we expect.
Yeah, I mean, remember that all of the possession was in Northwood's favor for games 1 and 2. They held the line quite well. Just put shot after shot on Maryville's net. But now it's just been beat. What are we seeing right now? Knight? Hello? What are you even playing right now? I don't even know that card.
I think it's the Gizmo. I feel like I'm wrong on that one, but I believe it is the Gizmo. Shout out to Gizmo. That's actually my cat's name here. I'm double rooting for... It is a Gizmo. Okay, we got confirmation from production. I'm double rooting for Maryville now.
Yeah, now I'm... All right.
But you can't... I was about to say, you can't root for anybody. Both teams have dumb cars. You just hate this.
Yeah. I'm a cranky old man. Like, what is going on right now? Could you please play some Rocket League? How about that? But Hockey flip reset potential, Knight will go underneath.
Hockey just got beat out in the Cybertruck by a Gizmo, bro. Oh my god, I can't believe what we're witnessing. It's almost even crazier that I don't feel like Knight did this for the sake of troll. I genuinely think Knight is so confident he's like, watch, I'll beat you in a Gizmo.
Yeah, but it's not. All right, fine. I want to just, please, just, can we not? Thanks. All right, great. It's only our winners finals. No biggie at all. Zanil, it's a flip reset over 1. Creams will be there. But Knight keeping it going with the Gizmo.
Part of me wonders if he did this unintentionally. Part of me wonders because he didn't back out of the lobby to change car. I wonder if he was just switching through presets and this is what he landed on.
Well,
Because
no, because that implies that he has a Gizmo preset, and then that follows up with, why do you have a Gizmo preset?
for moments like this where you just need to feel the Gizmo, you know, it's just kind of, you gotta be feeling yourself. Now, that being said, I will really think it's that because this is not only just a Gizmo, it's as stock as they come. Stock paint, Cristianos, nothing else. Like, I gotta say, this is, as much as we're talking about the cars in this game, holy cow, what are the offenses we're seeing on both ends? Teams have gotten so close. The last second saves from these physical plays have been crazy.
I know. I mean, one, I think the shadowing is just done really well, but Buddy coming back from it, being able to take some of that defensive excellence from the former Northwood roster. Hockey trying to bump everyone out of the way, so Neil can't force it through. Creams in the waiting. Will get cut off. No, just kidding. He'll actually be there. Adam and Buddy are awkward. Of course, Knight is there.
And he does the pop-up with the Gizmo. I don't think I've ever said the word Gizmo more times in my life. Let's try and avoid that for the back half of this game, and let's shut down Zanil on the line. Adam will do so, but that doesn't mean Northwood's done here on offense. Adam, though, the clear on out, and he's going to pick up the mid boost. Maryville, now a chance of offense of their own, maybe even scoring here, but the cross is a bit too powerful.
Yeah, it was a bit of a dangerous situation with the cross. However, Hockey, Northwood were able to mitigate it. Creams collecting the boost in the midfield, maybe over Knight's head here, but no, the great 50. Zanil demoed out of the sky.
Ooh, flick, though, not going to be successful from Knight, so even more pressure here from Northwood. We're still without a goal in this game, though. 3 minutes gone, 0 apiece on either end. The Gizmo's going to have their hand at trying to get downfield. Not going to happen. Knight stuffed out by Creams. And this is a big difference right now. It feels like Northwood are making these jumps, but they're getting a 50 at minimum each time. This time they don't, though, and the scramble back. Looking shambolic. Pass out center. Buddy gets it, but Zanil in the way.
Oh, it's not done yet, though. Hockey needs a good 50. Buddy is there. That's a shot on and in for Maryville.
This was just such a clever play for Maryville, too. They knew that all of Northwood were desperate to get this out to midfield, so when they just get a slow roller out, all they need to do, collect some boost, look for a pass, and bang, that is right on in. 100 seconds to go. Otherwise, Northwood, I don't know the last time I can say this, you're getting pushed to Game 7.
Game 7, Northwood. We know the result. The last time that did occur in the past couple months. It's on them to end it all here. Pinch down. Hockey not prepared. Adam. With Zanil holding him down the midfield. Double commit though. Creams put it off the side wall, looking for the second touch. Adam will make Hockey regret taking the pad.
Big demo there from Maryville, but it's not going to alleviate all of the offense being built here by Northwood. Northwood's so good in this game of just sticking in that offensive third. But how do you stop Buddy?
All the way across. Buddy wants to make the name for himself. Only himself. And he does it here. 2-0 for Maryville.
Buddy. He said the vendetta was real. He said the revenge tour against Northwood would be one to remember. And at this point, we'll remember it just because he's forcing a Game 7 at minimum. My goodness, Maryville. They have not just shut up the doubters. They have shut up the East Coast at this point, Seb. Everybody thought, yeah, you went 14-1, but you did it in the West. What does that matter? I think it might matter a lot.
Okay, well, let's not get ahead of ourselves, Bass, okay? We still have a minute in this game alone, and then afterwards a Game 7, which not many people have done the duty. Great save, Buddy. Appreciate that. Buddy might be able to continue. Adam puts a shot on and in. 3-0 for Maryville. I see a Game 7.
You say save, I say calculated back pass and fake. Again, Buddy is the absolute architect of every play that they are building right now. This man's unlocked, and maybe that'll be enough to finally force Hockey off with the Cybertruck, and maybe we get Knight off the Gizmo.
Yeah, that hurts even worse that Northwood just
you
lost Game 6 to the Gizmo.
Largest margin of the series, too.
Yes. thus far. But now Northwood need to reevaluate. Please take the timeout. Please. Like, someone take the timeout. I get it. You just want to play some Rocket League.
No. We need more troll. It needs to be Maryville calling on the timeout here.
Oh, that would be hilarious, actually. Creams. Last second, winding down. Zanil, flip reset. Won't be able to get anything. Creams.
They're not even going to give him it.
Nope, not going to get one. As Northwood will be looking at a Game 7. Maryville make an incredible run.
I can't believe I'm saying this. I don't think we're going to get the timeout. Nope. It looks like Hockey's sticking with the Cybertruck.
Please, guys. Like, why?
Not ready up too. We're getting Cybertruck versus Gizmo Game 7.
Let's do it, Bass. We're going to Game 7. It is spaghetti. I love spaghetti. It's my favorite meal.
I'm not really sure where the spaghetti comes into play here, but I'm gonna let you enjoy your spaghetti. It tastes delicious. Anyways, moving on. We've got ourselves Northwood and Maryville in Game 7. Neither team is taking a timeout, but maybe Northwood should have, because like we said, this is the largest margin of the series. Every other game has been 1 goal. This is the first time either team has been shut out, and this is the first time we've seen a 3-goal lead. And I mean, again, I might sound excited. It's because I'm baffled. We never see this happen with Northwood.
Yeah, all smiles off of Northwood faces right now. It is all business, realizing their backs are firmly against the wall now. The best of 7 is real. They are dealing with it in person. This is the second best of 7 they've played in the last hour. Remember, they did just come off a best of 7 loss against Dignitas, minus a nil, of course. But now they will be going to Champions Field, this time for the CCA Summer Series. If they lose, they face Akron in the lowers, and Maryville will make it to Grand Finals. If they win, Northwood will be in the Grand Finals.
Production, I'm gonna ask for a quick little request. If you're listening to this one here, can we get a poll in chat, Gizmo or Cybertruck? Because they're sticking with both cars here in this game. I can't believe it. Knight said, I'll beat you in the Gizmo. Hockey said, watch, I'm sticking with the Cyber.
Hockey able to get the 50. So much tension on both teams. I'm expecting different play styles as both are dealing with what they're seeing. Adam able to get the demo on Sunil. Buddy gets a demo. Knight with the Gizmo looking for another. Can't squeeze it through.
Look, I don't blame Buddy for going for the bump there. I think he's assuming that they can just keep the offense going. Would rather keep him awkward than die for that. But my goodness, Knight, you deserved an assist for that one, brother. What an incredible angle, and he might even be able to do it again. Yo, I don't think I've ever seen anybody play this well in a potato. Like, this is insane.
Yeah, really. And I'm a little bit concerned too, because I mean, Creams, you can tell he's antsy. He wants to get these challenges, but I think he's just overthinking them just a touch, and it's leading to these awkward spots. Another demo attempt from Maryville here, as Northwood has to try again. One more time. Creams taking it all the way, but I don't think he has the boost to make it work. Adam able to get the save.
How on earth did Adam get that? Not only are his 2 teammates bumped off the ball, but the angle that he even had was basically nothing. Speaking of angles, Hockey, you got one here. Nope. Off target in Northwood. Their plague of not getting goals in continues. How many in a row can they have before eventually they just go, please, just shoot it on net? That'll do it, finally.
So much of an opening for Maryville, too. I mean, I'm looking at it at night. 1, what a challenge. But 2, Hockey straight to Creams. Adam couldn't get the read.
We got plenty of time left in this game. The only thing I will say is that good luck to Maryville if you're starting to get offense like that finally shooting on target from Northwood. Like we said, Northwood are usually a very high efficiency team. They will get a ton of shots, but they will still make a majority of them. Oh! And here's why. Seb, you're going to be happy. Last time that Cream scored 2 goals in a game, that was the 2 wins they got at the beginning of the series.
And I did mention before, Creams, you can tell he's antsy. He's pre-jumping everything. He's trying to make these 50s work, and it is working for him. 2 goals on 3 shots for Creams.
Job's not done yet, though. You got more than half this game to go, and Knight would like a response quickly. Not going to find it. Actually going to find a double commit out of his teammates, and Buddy got to make up for that. That he will. Still not going to get the clear, though, and off the backboard, Adam got to, again, make up for his teammates' mistakes. I like the speed at which Maryville are getting this off the half, but it feels like they're very, I'd say, antsy to get it off the half as well, which is why Buddy's got to make a save and use his entire tank to do so. This one's looking a little bit awkward here for Maryville. They've got to find a way to play a good defense while still generating offense to combat it.
Oh, Hockey. Oh, Hockey.
Oh.
Maybe Zanil, but no, he won't be wide enough. But I love the team play that was developing. Now Zanil, he sees Creams in his window, but will be demoed as Maryville defused the attempt.
Knight still trying to get something started here. Creams pass out to Zanil. Surprisingly, Maryville are going to let them do that. I don't know if I necessarily recommend this, as that's not a bad attempt at a Psycho, just a little bit off target. Knight, that's a challenge if you've ever seen one. And it feels like Maryville's starting to get a little bit desperate, Seb. The pressure might be getting to them. They need to stay calm here. They can't just keep diving into plays, or they're going to give room like this for Northwood to work with.
I think it's just what you're seeing right now is when it comes to the positioning, you see Creams, you see Zanil, they're penetrating that offensive or defensive rotation so often. We're seeing like just essentially Creams and Hockey make it past that defensive line, being able to make these easy lobs to each other. Knight and Maryville, they're trying to take a passive approach. Now we're seeing a bit more aggression, the passing coming through, but Maryville, where are the demos?
I mean, Buddy was chasing for one. He had a player out of midfield. It's the only reason why we see Maryville hold on to possession here. But the issue is, he didn't actually get it. You get the demo, there's even more room to work with, and there's boost totals in your advantage. The issue is, you don't get that, and Northwood all of a sudden take that time where you're demo chasing to go and pick up some pads, to grab 100 in the corner, and just keep this awkwardness up. This is the most awkward Maryville have looked throughout this entire series, and unless they make a drastic change, I don't think it's going to stop. Creams hunting for his third, but won't find it yet.
The thing that scares me is that Northwood, all three of them were the ones that pulled off that. They had every opportunity, just like they do now. 1 minute remaining in Game 7. Northwood on the cusp.
Eye for an eye leaves the whole world blind, or a 3 for a 3 leaves both teams with their only shutout of the series. Maryville get a shutout in the last game 3-0. This time it's looking like Northwood will do the same. The Revenge Tour might need to make a pit stop here. Maryville so close to finding themselves into the grand finals as the first team. They might need to do it through the lower bracket. 1 minute to make a miraculous comeback, and Seb, I don't know if it's happening.
We've seen crazy affairs thus far in this bracket, but when Creams is nailing pitches like this, Zanil getting demos, it is a difficult affair and a difficult mountain to climb. Knight, he did his best. The gizmo was an attempt, but it is done so. Northwood in the driver's seat to roll on to the grand finals.
And once again, it's through, I'd say, unexpected fashion here. Like we mentioned, Northwood usually a team that are going to play cohesively, same with Maryville, but it's again, solo plays being the majority of what we are seeing. Of the 4 goals, only 2 of them are assisted in this game. So Northwood figured it out. I will give them the credit for that. They realized that these passing plays were going to get pre-jumped every time, and they're going to need some individual brilliance. Knight, I appreciate the attempt there, brother, but that one I'm going to chalk up to, if you didn't take the 50 in the gizmo, that might have been a goal.
Well, you know, maybe. I mean, I think a lot of it, I think he took it pretty well. I think it was more the angle that he took it that kind of fell apart. Regardless, 15 seconds remaining. Maryville, they still have another chance. Zanil makes it 5-0. An unfortunate collapse from the Westerners here. Sorry, Bass. But they do have another chance. They will be going to lowers to face on Akron.
There's another chance here. The only issue is that 5-Up's been watching this series, and I've noticed that he's like, neither one of these teams like they're in form. And if I'm 5-Up, I'm using that as confidence. I'm using that as, oh, okay, y'all want to troll? Yeah, I'm going to punish you for it. Maryville, you got a date with the former CRL champions, a dynasty that has been around since the dinosaurs. And you're going to have to beat them if you want a rematch against Northwood.
Yeah. And with that, Maryville being the representative from the West, I mean, this is almost exactly how CRL Fall went, where Boise, they faced off against Northwood. Northwood knocked them down, but Boise made the run back. Are we going to see history repeat itself here as Northwood will move on to the grand finals?
Northwood move on to the grand finals. The only thing that we didn't expect is that it would go to 7. I mean, we said it had the potential, but after the first couple of games, I think we all sat there and went, yeah, okay, so this is just Northwood doing it again. And then Maryville, a late surge in this one, gives them a little bit of a fight back, forces a Game 7, and forces probably the weirdest combination of cars we've ever seen in a Game 7 here on the CCA channel. But the Cybertruck prevails, despite the fact that it got overwhelmingly downvoted in the Twitch chat poll.
Yes. Yeah. With that, I think this is the first series win that the Cybertruck has taken. After Northwood did take the win, 5 up in the Twitch chat says, "Come give us a kiss, Mary." Oh God, I'm terrified now. This is an Akron that has been on a roll, and now that they're dealing with Maryville, they have the confidence.
Don't blame them. Again, when you play a series like you just played out of Akron with the clutchest of Game 7 victories, yeah, I think you can sit there and be a little bit confident. But honestly, confidence was flowing from both teams in that one. Again, I don't think you're going into those cars without confidence behind you. And I gotta wonder the car decision choices. I mean, Hockey said he was going to play in the Cybertruck. He made it apparent. Knight switching to the Gizmo halfway through. I'm kind of wondering what happened there, but we don't need to wonder any longer, as we have found ourselves here now with our first team in the grand finals. Northwood will be there. The only question we have is who's going to join them. We've got Akron and Maryville on the other end of this one, but we've also got all the rest of the casters. Let's bring them back in as we get their reactions to... I don't even know what that was.
It's mandatory, guys. It's mandatory. I'm sorry. Creams, Team Canada plus Zanil and Hockey are on their way to the grand finals. It is the one win that we will get. We're on our way to get our first title.
We just have to the use of we is really it's doing a lot of heavy lifting in that entire sentence.
It is Team Canada plus Zanil and Hockey.
Yeah, even we potentially.
We all did it.
But we all know that we is not real Canada. Anyway, so as we get into, that's a pretty political statement I just made. as we get back into the desk, I mean, yes, fantastic series. And if we had any concern about whether Northwood has any competition, I think it was mostly answered here, Vaughn.
It really was. I mean, seeing the way that Maryville was the only team, other than Ball State, of course, with the one weird loss that we saw, to take Northwood to task this season for Summer Series, this is the team that might be able to at least force a bracket reset against them. Maybe if they weren't trolling the Gizmo, it would have been able to get a victory there, but also talking about the Cybertruck curse that is allegedly broken. I don't know if it's truly broken because Hockey did not get a single goal that game in the Cybertruck, so...
No, he got one. He
got one? Okay.
Yeah, he got a goal and an assist. He got 3 assists total throughout the series, but I will say this much. That's the least I've ever seen Hockey ever make an influence on a series there. Yeah, he gets a goal, but I agree. The Cybertruck curse is not dead.
Yeah, I mean, compared to the statistics that we see him on, like, remember that Hockey's, like, also on the leaderboard top 5 for, like, goals per game, score per game, and all that stuff. So this is definitely a step back for him, but the fact that this is a step back, yet they're still able to take care of Maryville, that is a team I do not want to mess with.
Definitely a squad that you slowly realize just how dangerous they can be. I mean, that highlight showed on the reel, Buddy, the cross-field air dribble into the dunk. That's crazy. But yeah, once Northwood kind of got off the chain, started running at full sprint, then you see Game 7. Okay, well, we didn't start them early on, and it's just going to be a bloodbath from then on. So, Bass, when it does come to matches like that, I mean, is this just a preamble for what's about to happen? Like, what do you think is more emblematic of the series? All that came before, or really just at the end of the day, how that Game 7 ultimately goes?
I honestly want to say everything that came before, because I do think that the big issue and you could see it with Maryville, is that they went, oh, okay, so we're already down by like 2 goals. Full send. Every single play was an aggressive dive. Every single play was a chance at a 50, and most of the time they didn't even get to 50s because Northwood went, okay, I see you pre-jumping from 1997. I'm just going to scoot over a little bit, and you went right past me. And that just kept happening on repeat. So Maryville, I think, got a little bit too much into their own heads. It's why, take your timeouts. Why is nobody taking timeouts?
Only
so
Oklahoma Christian has taken
like,
timeouts.
No one has
them.
taken it besides Oklahoma Christian. Somebody take a timeout.
Creams, you're in chat. Like, dude, use your timeouts, please. 5 up, you're in chat. Use your timeouts. You have a brain. Use it. This thinks for you, believe it or not, and you can put that in the game.
For weirdly enough, I mean, we do actually have an element of, just for chat's edification, we do actually tell players in their pre-match threads via the Discord, like, hey, you have a timeout. We also tell them in the pregame lobby, this is how timeouts work. call us in the chat, whatever. And it just didn't really work. So I feel like Vaudeville, their power went out, but luckily we're still very much charged and ready to go. Wow, we have a 3-up ready to go. Let's go. And unfortunately, we have some time also to get into our next series because we have to ready up for another elimination scenario. It's the Zips powering through the lower bracket. Maryville taking their first stop there, and at least for their hope, maybe it's just a pit stop on the way back to Grands to face off with a rematch against Northwood. Don't go anywhere, as if you even think of doing so. 2 best of 7s have gone to 7 so far. We still got 2 more to go. Back after this.
Your dream is the first step on your educational path. Let NelnetBank help you go from dreamer to achiever with a private student loan. Simple application process, flexible repayment plans, and easy co-signing options. Apply at nelnetbank.com/elevate.
They don't know how we do it. They'll never get it anyway. Conquering the impossible. All with a smile on our face. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Body freaks, body freaks. We're body freaks of nature. We're body freaks, body freaks. We're body freaks of nature. We're body freaks, body freaks. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature.
Welcome back, everyone, to the CCA Summer Series. We are moving on to our losers final. Now, we are approaching the end of this championship for the lion's share of $20,000. Northwood is already in the grand finals, and our next matchup will determine to see who will face them. Boys, how are you feeling, Bass?
I mean, I'm feeling happy because we get a guarantee that a West team finishes top 3. And honestly, that's all I've been hoping for. I am not happy because we got a Game 7 loss for Maryville that I do think, really, for any team coming out of the upper bracket, they need that against Northwood. For those that have not been paying attention throughout the day, it's bracket reset here today. So even if you are the team that wins coming from the lowers, you got to do it again against Northwood. And man, Maryville, I hate to say it, but you guys really could have used that buffer room.
I legitimately do not know if I can think of a single time where any team has taken 2 series, let alone 2 best of 7s off of Northwood consecutively. It usually is a one-off here and there, but never has one team lived up to that potential to take 2 series off of them. But it may come down to one of our 2. Taco, we have Akron coming in through the losers bracket now. We get our matchup graphics ready. Maryville and Akron. Akron on the losers run, Taco.
And it's weird to say it that because they're on a massive winning streak, getting a lot of impressive victories, and I would say none more impressive than that Davenport victory, even though it's not necessarily the team that we'd say is their big bad in their way. Getting that Game 7 victory, especially in the way that momentum kept shifting so violently left and right across the field, is impressive, but this is truly, one of their final exams. Obviously, there's another series to play if they win this, but Maryville, the way that they just played, it's clear that, yeah, Northwood's really good, but also Maryville, even if you're in West, you can dispel all of those different excuses. This team can play such crazy peak potential, and Akron's been able to match pretty much everyone in their way so far, and this is just another way they have to level up.
And Fod, when we're talking about Maryville, we know that this is the revenge tour for them now. They've been knocked down to losers after a unfortunate Game 7 against Northwood. You really think that they have the mental to bounce back and face off against Northwood again?
Oh, 100%. I mean, if any team is going to use that to fuel them to victory, it would be Maryville. This is just them getting started, and them going to Game 7 against Northwood was the warm-up match they needed for this series here against Akron. Akron, they did pull off the win against Davenport, of course, but that was a different team that they took to 7, whereas Maryville took the best team in collegiate Rocket League history to 7 instead. So kind of a different story when comparing these two rosters. Maryville should come out with the victory here, but Akron, I mean, they have something special when it comes to championships, it feels.
It really does. I mean, listen, Akron, we've talked about it before. They've been there since the beginning. This is them living up to their legacy. Patty has been an instrumental part of that. And yes, although when it came down to their previous series against Davenport, things were looking shaky, but they were able to take the dub at the end of the day. Bass, they're coming off of a best of 7 where they were barely able to edge out Davenport, but now they're handling a completely different animal in Maryville, who's coming off of their own best of 7. What do you think the mental would be like for Akron?
It is one of two things. Either they are so hyped it is unbelievable and the excitement is quite literally uncontainable, or they are freaking exhausted and they just kind of gotta, like, you know, lock back in and get ready to go. Gentlemen, grab some caffeine, grab a snack, grab a little, I don't know, protein bar or whatever. Patty, I know you're pretty ripped. Just do some push-ups, like just, you know, get the blood pumping or something like that. They gotta lock in because I have to imagine they are at least exhausted. If they are not fully exhausted, they do need a way to get the energy back up. Because if they don't, look, all I'm saying is Maryville have already started the trash talk, and we're still in the pregame lobby.
Oh, well, remember that 5UP did say, come give me a kiss, Maryville. He is very much ready, and he wants this challenge. So let's take things to predictions. Bass, where do you see this going?
Where do you think I see this going? I think it's going to the west.
I don't know
It's
why I
coming
asked,
home,
man.
baby. It's coming home. And I really don't think it is home. Look, I'd love to know the actual statistic of who was the original winner for CCA Summer Series. Because if it was LSU, I'm technically correct, I think.
No, Northeastern was the first winner.
Oh, definitely. Okay, yeah, that's the complete opposite of the West. It's about as far
That
away
is
from the West as you can
Northeast.
get. So, never mind. It's going to its rightful home. Maryville's going to take this one.
Taco?
Maryville was my pick for a while, and that Northwood series has instilled a decent amount of confidence. You know, I wouldn't say a choke or anything. I don't think Northwood is playing horrifically. It's a little devastating. Akron, I have voted against them against WVU, and they won. I voted against them for Davenport, and they won. I really do feel like this team can step up. I think on paper, this is not their win. I feel like right now, this is actually the day Akron could pull off this victory. I have them in this game. I don't know how close it's going to be. I hope it is, because otherwise, Maryville is a horrifying team to play against if they get some momentum. I'm going to say that Akron takes this in 6.
Odd.
Oh, okay. I've gone Akron all the way for the most part, but this is the first time I'm not going Akron as well. So going against my maybe better judgment, maybe not, but it's Maryville that we're talking about here. And I know, yes, Akron have gotten 10 wins in their last 10 series that they have played, but they have not played against a top caliber team in quite some time. And this is the top caliber team from the West. And we've seen their record against top teams in the East, and it was a struggle for them to even get games. So I think this one's going to Maryville. I think this is also going to be in 6 games as well.
Well, Bass, you remember my brackets? I actually predicted Akron to make it this far. They are my 3rd place team that I had here, but they are my 3rd place team for a reason. I am going with Maryville for this one. There is still an aura around Maryville, whether it is Knight using the gizmo, being super confident, or Buddy on the revenge tour against his former team. They were so close, just needed to get over that hump. I believe Akron is just a mere roadblock against Maryville here, as they will be looking for revenge against Northwood. It is the end of the line here for one of these teams. Our losers finals, Maryville, the last representative of the West on the revenge tour. Akron, a dynasty looking to be remade on the cusp of giving us a classic matchup for the ages. It is our losers final for Summer Series, and we couldn't ask for a better match. Casters, take it away.
2 dynasties, one of old, one of new. The new age in Maryville, which will be around forever. The kings of the West, if you will, against the former crown. Akron have been around for forever, but Maryville would like to put them back in their place.
And we have mentioned it before, it is very much so Akron saying, bring it on, in terms of their opponents. They are confident against anyone, and as they should be. They've been able to overcome pretty much everything in their path. We call it a loser's bracket, but of course, this is going to be only one winner, and you're going to have to really ready up, because this is just a warm-up for that grand final. They're eventually going to have to space, and then maybe a series after that. Adam not making it easy off the flick and carry.
I will say this much. Knight and the rest of Maryville did say, we are A, winning this one, and B, we're not messing around. No more Gizmo here for Knight. He's decided to switch over to a real car, and already it's working out. He might not have contributed to that play, but apparently the vibes are being felt by Maryville.
5 Up able to get that dunk across. That is wide open for Patty, but it's a little delayed. Knight able to intercept in a crucial moment. 5 Up going to have to immediately save this one. Just breakneck pace right now. There is no subtlety in any of these touches.
And there probably will not be throughout the rest of this series. Oh my goodness, Maryville already throwing a couple of trick plays. That's 2 fakes in a row, and it might work out. Awkward double commit. Bullseye needs to make the save, and does. The offense not done, and this is one thing I will say will be a big difference here for everyone on Akron to adjust to. Against Davenport, it felt very end-to-end. Felt like a lot of aggression and then just kind of taking their turns when they kept swinging at each other. Maryville won't do that. Maryville will press you into your half, control the midfield, and just suffocate you for elongated periods at a time. They need to find a way to counter this, and so far, at least getting some offense of their own is doing that.
Patty off of the backboard, can't pass that down. 5 Up and Bullseye are up, and they both bail, and that's the problem of being too unselfish. Sometimes you just need someone on it. Bullseye will try to be on that, and the patience from Buddy will result in the turnaround, and then a flip reset as well. No power. 5 Up just waiting patiently to send that one right back for Patty. No contact found, so Akron still a little loose around the edges on some of these attacks, but you can see the ideas. You can see the giveaways from Maryville. There's 5 Up yet again, playing that goal mouth predator.
I need both teams to get a little bit more selfish here. Again, Buddy not expecting that one to go away, but really just kind of giving all the airspace possible there, even after the awkward touch off the wall. Sometimes you just got to dive in and take it away. If you see a player challenging, make sure it stays safe. You'd rather be safe than sorry in a series like this. Goals are not going to come by often, and giving away freebies for either end right now could be a mistake.
Bullseye, spike down, 5 Up. If you went for the back post, that might have been able to creep on through, but instead it was all of Maryville almost like holding hands on that near post, just kind of waiting to see how that's going to develop. 5 Up doing work at both ends of the field. That save after that one bump attempt to lead the way. Now it seems that 5 Up is also trying to kickstart things again. I mean, all eyes really on 5 Up. We can highlight everybody on each team, but this does feel like one of those heavyweight matchups where you have Knight MVP candidate in the West, and honestly the way 5 Up is playing very much in the East.
It very much feels like it's one of these things where Akron have learned their lesson from last time they played with Davenport. If they come into this one cold, they're going to lose the series. They're not doing that. Everybody getting involved in the plays right now as we've got both 5 Up and a Bullseye with a goal, and they've got a 2-1 lead.
And off the deflection as well, you just have to be in the right position, but glad to see the striking is still looking nice. 2 for 5, not the most impressive stat line, but as I said, we looked over those league leaders. If you're shooting north of 33%, 130 your shots, then you're doing a great job so far. Not going to be too difficult to be able to get shots like that, but how often those chances even come around, I'm not entirely sure. Game 1, after all, this is just Maryville coming right off of a loss. Maybe the morale is low, but they have time to fix that. Not on that attack as Adam. Too little boost to get on it, but now he will because Akron, they don't handle it. Knight, here he comes, and of course, that's going to be punished.
Back to a tied ball game just before halftime, and again, it's the awkwardness in defenses for either ends that are leaving them exposed. We saw this from Maryville in the last goal. We see it here at Akron. The teams, unsurprisingly, have efficient offenses, but they need to be careful. Little mistakes in a series like this could quite literally determine it. Both sides need to try and shore up that defense. There are far too many giveaways being given to either end.
As I lean backwards, it's going to be 5 Up getting the double tap. Honestly, not sure if that helped or deterred that next player from coming through. But at the very least, the attack is still somewhat going. Adam gets a wall dash, able to bump 5 Up temporarily, but now Patty on his horse, trying to bump Knight. Knight will evade somewhat, and not only gets the save, gets the double as well. This man simply will not be thrown away.
This is definitely going to be a little bit tilting here for Akron. They got to get used to the physicality which Maryville is going to come out with, whether it's bumps on your own end, bumps on midfield, bumps on defense, literally bumps all across the pitch. They're going to be in your face, they're going to be annoying, and they're going to be a nuisance that you just can't seem to swat. Speaking of which, Knight up for this one before 5 Up can even blink. He probably thought he had some time to develop a play, but as we've mentioned, Maryville, they're so quick at midfield, they will not give you a chance to think.
Well, Bullseye going for that pre-flip and does not get it, and instead they have to deal with Knight getting a partial clear. 5 with the demo leaves Bullseye with a lot of space. Patty in that open track, back post shot, but he has to reach for it. 0 boost, and he still gets there.
Adam, a little bit of space to work with, but quickly shut down by Akron. They're trying to play the same sort of defensive midfield, and it's doing them justice. Patty, another long ball down. It's into the hands of Buddy, who will pass it to Knight. Tries to get a passing play to get it off the half, but again, there is Akron jumping out at midfield. This preemptive attack that they keep coming out with is just silencing all of Maryville.
Bullseye had a thought about that one. And honestly, I really feel like he could have gone for it with only about 40-50 boost. Instead, Akron will get their boost, go for fakes, go for a dump down, and it's into Patty's path. Now Bullseye, full boost, uncontested, has to deal with Buddy, and unfortunately, it's going to go right to him. Maryville, an admirable defense. How much longer can it last? At least one more shot is the answer for right now.
They need to be careful. Maryville still having those defensive mishaps here. A double commit there, a weird whiff that they're not expecting, and Akron are seizing the moment to keep the pressure going. This time, though, it's a counterattack the other way. Double commit means that Patty's the only one with a boost and really any position who'll plant on the backboard. The passes, though, unimpeded. The drop down to Buddy. The shot on and in!
Incredibly well placed here from Knight. Flips across, and then Adam does the hard work. See him lean back at the last second. I don't blame Patty for diving at that. You have to shut that tap down before it goes too high. Always dangerous committing on the back wall, and that's the very reason. Leaves the rest of your squad waiting for the next challenge to come in, and there was none. Buddy takes care of business right there. A lead late, but Akron, we know they're one to add some theatrics into their play. That pass, unfortunately, not one of them.
Now they got to march the entire pitch if they want to try and find the equalizer, but low boost on all the players means that's going to be a very difficult task. Patty off the ceiling, nothing in it. 5-up trying to back him up, and oh my goodness, Buddy says, how about one for the road? Salt in the wounds as Maryville takes game one.
With that goal, he'll actually pass up Adam for that MVP of game number one. And what a game number one. Back and forth, a lot of goals to speak of, a lot of offense, but mostly it's both teams eyeing each other up, understanding, okay, this is not going to be a cakewalk for either one of us. We really have to be careful and make sure everything is razor sharp, tip-top shape, because you could see, Bass, in that game one, how often when you miscalculate something, things just go terribly wrong.
We're also starting to see the value of a defensive team overall versus individuals here. Maryville, 3 saves to Buddy, 1 to Adam, 2 to Knight. Akron, 5 saves to 5-up. Bullseye and Patty only getting 1 apiece. And with the shot totals looking pretty much even on either end at 10 to 11 apiece, it's very clear Akron can't do this again. We said it before, all 3 players need to be clicking here for Akron if they want to be able to beat this Maryville team. It cannot just be the 5-up show, because as entertaining as the 5-up show is, I don't think it's going to be enough to overtake Maryville.
I think the difficulty that I keep seeing from Akron is that a lot of those goals that they were giving up were kind of hesitancy, or rather a touch comes in, and you can see just for a moment they were thinking to themselves, I don't know how to approach that one. I'm going to try to go in there, and I need Akron to be a bit more aggressive. I know they're not playing Davenport. I know there's a completely different mentality and obviously different caliber potentially of team depending on how you look at it, but you do need to be confident in your challenges and trust in the rotation. For the most part, it was working for Akron, but those brief moments where they're not 100% sure on how they want to be able to position, that's where Maryville is just going to eat you alive. They've been doing it all season long, all summer long, rather, within the West, and the East opponents are no different. It's still the same language they got to speak.
One thing I will give them is that chat's a little bit correct here. Shadow mentioning the fact that Akron tend to start slow, so it's not surprising to see them with a maybe lackluster game one. The thing we said, though, is you can't really afford to start slow versus Maryville. Here's the punishment if you do.
And right off the rip as well, this is Utopia, as you do not like to see it. Poor Bullseye gets an extremely hard touch, accidental as it might be, and therefore he does not have the momentum on the landing to get up for that save. And Knight is only going to need one look at that one, 100% shooting, obviously, to start off the game, and also just the morale to be able to say, well, this one, again, is all in our control. Now it's just about how the rest of this plays out.
Surprisingly, Knight was probably the least efficient player in game number one, despite being, like we said, probably the West MVP here overall. He's decided in game two is where he's going to start to flex his stuff, and maybe even get a second goal for his team. Maryville, another offense brewing here, but Patty, a good stuff out of midfield, could give his team the response they needed. Patty P. Patterson, how do you get away with this one?
No boost, no problem. Drifts on the sidewall with the power slide, lands, and with no boost, the double jump hit over Buddy. That's the danger defended on the near post, but that's also the lethality of Patrick P. Patterson.
That is disgusting. I've got no other word for that one. And again, this kind of goes to show what we've talked about pretty much all weekend long. It's no longer just, oh, maybe this player isn't as good as the other players on the team. Bro, individual stats are just insane from every player. The abilities that they have shown, whether it be the Akron team not by 5 up leading the charge or Bullseye getting stuff like this. It's clear Akron have found confidence in all 3 of their players. And, well, Patty has missed that shot. Not a great example of what I'm talking about, but at least they can keep it at a 1-1 game.
The idea was there. Contact was clean, being able to put that top corner, and maybe the execution can be as well. Patty gonna take that one over, double tapping in the middle. Buddy a little late to that 5 up, always right on time. Where's the third? It's back at mid. Bullseye grabbing pads. Patty instead will take the 100 as Bullseye will flick that one high, hoping to get the second player involved, but instead Maryville sees right through that ruse and now trying to encroach even further with Knight off the corner, trying to catch up, but unfortunately actually lands upside down, not able to wrangle it.
Gotta be careful here, though. It does still feel like Akron maybe a step behind their opponents. As we've said, Maryville really have no fear on any of these plays. They are full sending it on everything, charging into these 50-50s without a hesitation. And there's another good example. And unfortunately for Akron, with no contact there, that means Maryville get a breakaway. Knight, though, not able to make contact either, so this ball continues to go back and forth like a tennis match. And it looks like Akron might be able to score from it. Awkward in front of net, and 5 up to finish the job.
I have to say, one of the most brutal bounce downs I've seen in a bit. Patty, good shot. Buddy into the ceiling, and then poor Knight had no idea how this was going to bounce. It was so close to the goal mouth that it actually bounced off of the frame. But of course, it's going to be 5 up. Who else to be able to find that finish, even with all 3 players in the near post jumping and getting his way?
Plenty of time left for either one of these teams to either A, increase their lead or find a response, but it really just feels like we're going blow for blow right now. A right hook here, a left hook there. All of a sudden, the knockout blow just seems obtainable for either end. Maryville trying to just keep the pressure on and maybe get the goal. I have no idea how through the smoke, fire, and flames Akron kept that out. What about the follow? Patty does it again.
Patty leans back, hits that with the rear of the car, and it's not the most convincing clear, but anything off the goal mouth is going to feel like success in that scenario. Now, you got to do it again with not a lot of boost. It's only Bullseye, and that's going to be a giveaway. Adam, back post, Knight, no boost, 5 up a bit more.
They're trying to starve them a boost, but the issue, they just let him pick up 100, and that's why Bullseye is there for the save. Technically, 5 up gets it, but really, I do believe it's a combination effort from all the Akron players. Doesn't generate an offense, though. Not quite yet. Buddy, long ball downfield into the corner, and the immediate challenge. Patty wasn't expecting it, but 5 up was, but he has to use his entire tank in order to clear the lines. And this kind of feels like the one issue I'm seeing for Akron right now. They're doing a great job at clearing the lines and getting themselves out of defense, but unfortunately, once they do get into that offensive third, there isn't a lot of cohesion, and that's why we continue to see this one swing like a pendulum.
Love that one from Bullseye. Patty was in an awkward situation, technically a 1v1, but there was a second Maryville player on the board. And now Knight also in an awkward position. Goes for the Psycho. That's not going to be clear. In fact, might be a giveaway. He's going to avoid the bump and gets the win on this one. Here comes Patty with a roller across, as that should be dangerous. And Knight positionally is able to stop that one dead in its tracks. And with a weak flick, now Buddy can potentially set Knight on his path. All these cuts out, so incredibly important for these players to be able to trust that they can read the play effectively. And when it is their moment to dive in without getting a weird deflection.
They're trying to look for their moment right now, and this is a lot of how Maryville play. They're not going to overwhelm you with offensive shots. They'll overwhelm you with offense in midfield that feels suffocating, but they're going to wait for their chance, look for an opening, look for a passing play, some sort of physicality to completely throw a team off guard on defense. That's looking a little bit like that. All of a sudden, double commits and weird plays here for Akron. They're going to leave some space for Maryville to work with, and they don't take advantage. Taco, I feel like they're almost picking and choosing too much right now.
Yeah, but one thing that everyone has to be aware of is sometimes when you have a play, 2 players can have an equally good read on it. That's why you have to be definitive in the comms and be assertive enough to say, no, leave, I have it, and just be able to play from there. It's part trust, and it's also just part full assertion of your abilities. Bullseye trying to show again what he can do. Buddy, a bit quicker, that veteran being able to sniff out those plays many times now in a row to stop Akron with now just 1 goal still in it and 30 seconds to go. It's just as much a battle against the clock as it is against their opponents.
That's a huge clear here for Akron. It means they can force all of Maryville back into their own half and try to force them to live here for the remainder of the time. But this might change it up. Buddy, boost in the tank and a touch to the corner. Does he have the read? No, but 5 up's not a great read either. That's a light double commit, but nobody back for Maryville. So eager to get that final goal that they give up 1 instead.
Eventually, you're going to have to send everyone. Patty, what a 50 to get in the way. Again, playing your angles correctly. There's no problem in diving in as hard as possible, especially when you know that they're going to be stationary on the other side. Patty knew he could win that one, and hence why 5-Up isn't going back. He's going to stay locked in, and now it is fully in their control. Akron has been able to answer back. There was a little anxiety, a lot of, I would say, hesitancy to label how competitive this series is, but now it's an effective best of 5.
3 goals, the required amount for either one of these teams in order to get a win. 3-2 game 1, 1-3 in game 2. Akron find a way to clap back and do so, I would say, pretty convincingly. Again, it's a late goal, so really this should have been a 1-goal game to conclude it. But at the same time, I think the big thing we've talked about is that Maryville are usually so good at putting on this pressure against their opponents and overwhelming them with the pressure until eventually they don't bend, they break. That didn't happen here. Akron, despite having to live a lot of this game on their own half, would make the save, get the clear, and although they wouldn't turn those clears immediately into offense, they would do enough to alleviate the pressure, find themselves some footing, and play another good defensive stand. Maryville kind of got to be less picky right now, Taco. It feels like they're getting chances, but rather than just banging a shot on target, they're looking for more high percentage plays, looking for passing plays, and those plays never arrive.
The issue is with a lot of those passes that they're hitting it with very much the idea behind it, but not necessarily the setup required. A couple times now when we were looking at those plays, I saw Maryville hoping for a pass by saying, hey, I know this player's over here. I'm going to try to find you. But a couple times when that player was Knight, for example, he didn't really have the boost or momentum. He was standing still waiting for it, which works when there's kind of a simple tap down, but not when it's a crossfield pass, especially across the path of the goal for Akron. They were able to stop that. They were able to stop a majority of the offense. And I think that's one thing Maryville needs to pay attention to. This is not just a generic, hey, we have pro experience, you guys, maybe not as much all across for Akron, but at the same time, these players have been able to make those RLCS regionals, and my goodness, do they know what it's like to play in a CRL bracket. Every single player on this field is an elite talent, and they're showing out when it matters most.
Question is, who's going to show up early here in game number 3? We've seen it. That early momentum can be so key. Last game, it did feel like Maryville were going to be able to hold on to it because of that. But all of a sudden, Akron get a response, and now they have found themselves an equalizer in the series. Looking for an early goal here, but instead it's Knight. Drop down, cut out by 5-Up, but now Adam, space, time, boost to work with. Looking for the reset, 5-Up will not give him it.
Patty loved the free jump. Nice bounce for Buddy to deal with, but he's actually not going to get the good touch. 5-Up's going to beat it over the top. Patty trying to turn around in time to get the dunk. It will land a bullseye. He's going to have to play for another one off the near post. Maryville will get away with that one, but those are the type of moments from Maryville that I'm not convinced by. They're getting these light tap downs, almost like handing it off, but it's not like Akron can't see that coming as well.
Akron have had them written 2 ways to Sunday on half of these plays. They understand the choreography that they're going for here. They can see the little dance moves and they go, you want a samba? We gon' salsa. And it's just countering them over and over and over again. Maryville need to get more creative here. Seb and I talked a lot about this in the series between Maryville and Northwood, that the standard shots were not going to make it in, but they're trying to go for such creative plays that they're missing the standard shots that could make it in. It's such a hard equilibrium to find, Taco. We talk about it throughout so many different series, and some teams never even find it. So for Maryville's sake, I have to hope they can find that middle ground somewhere here in game 3.
5-Up, easy enough save. However, how do they deal with Adam? Even with 0 boost, you know he can get one dangerous touch. So can Knight. Bullseye, no more boost. Gets the one touch. Patty's going to use the rest of his, and that's the challenge timing I think Akron has been excelling with. They're not moving forward if they don't have to, but when they do, they need to know that they have to be able to get every touch to be able to deprive Maryville of really any of the easy shots. You have to make them earn it, much like Knight is trying to earn this pass across, but who else but Patty? Like I said, Akron, knowing where these balls are going to go, almost just as Maryville figures it out.
Controlling that midfield so much, we should honestly give them a badge and a title at this moment. Akron doing so well there out at the midfield presence, and it's doing a lot to, like you said, limit the chances that Maryville are even getting right now in this series. They're trying to build one here, not going to find it. Patty down to 5-Up, who will bang it all the way towards the other end. Adam there to receive it and will pay for it with his life. Knight got bumped off the ball. Bullseye looking to cause some more bumps as well, and the shot goes off!
Patty trying to speed it up. That's the problem of demo, and then the recovery. You feel like you have to hit that as fast as possible. Honestly, I would have preferred if Patty just went for a double. That seems like it's more controlled than trying to spike it on down, especially rising so quickly to get above it. It's a difficult shot at times for someone like this, but you know that Patty scores that more often than not. Chance out the window. Now, here comes number 2. 5-Up with a fake attempt. Adam will not be phased.
Unfortunately for Adam, that bump from his other teammate that he was not expecting to doink and pop on up left him with 0 boost and no sort of follow-up, meaning Akron now get a little bit of extended pressure here. Adam, again, still on low boost, almost none at all, but can get it out to midfield and then get a pass out. It feels like Maryville understand the issue. They're trying to alleviate pressure. They're trying to clear the lines. They're trying not to get scored on by 5 up again.
This play started 5 seconds ago. 5 up, got a 50, immediately exited, stole the boost. That's why Adam is helpless in this scenario. The 50 into the turnaround, and everybody's in no man's land. And again, 5 up proves his positional knowledge is just better than everyone's, it seems like. He steps up to his competition, and even Maryville, the pride of the West, are finding some struggles. But for how long, Bass? They really don't have that much time left before they drop another.
It's impressive to see what 5 Up has done throughout this series. He's on his 4th goal out of the, I believe, 6 goals that Akron have scored. We said he would have to be the playmaker for his team, and he is doing more than making plays. He's scoring them as well. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe individual brilliance can be the difference maker in a series like this. It is not going to be team plays that separate the two halves. But with 80 seconds to go, I'm not quite going to say that yet. Maryville still do have momentum, still have an offense, still have Adam dropping at center, and it's a misread from Knight.
Yeah, but not from Patty. He knew that read was going to be pretty difficult. He actually played underneath just to be able to get that touch, as he knew there's still a lot to do. Same with Adam, going for this one along with Knight in tow. Patty going to beat Buddy over the top, and that's going to be another attack that, more importantly for everything else from Akron's perspective, burning more seconds off the clock as Maryville's going to have to start from their back corner. Knight pass 1. He's out of boost. That's his play. Buddy did his job, and now it's Adam. Maybe trying to pass that on down, but with no boost, no options, and nobody in the half, it's going to be Patty sending it right back. Akron make it 2-0.
Patty showing us exactly what we've talked about has been the problem for Maryville. Why are you going for a pass there? The drop down makes no sense. Your two teammates have already dove onto the ball. There's no way they're going to cut out at midfield. Not when the mid is going. You're only down by 1. So Patty goes, oh, you want to overexert? Let me just shoot one on target. Maryville's biggest issue is, as we've mentioned, they've overcomplicated so many of these plays, and they did it again. And when Patty shows you can just fire on target and get a goal, well, that's been the biggest difference maker. Akron efficient in their offense. Maryville struggling to find a way to even call this an offense.
Now, the issue for Maryville right now is not a mechanical issue. It is a tactical gap between the two of them. That last goal is literally just Adam having no boost, passes it down, trying to look for help and finding none. I suppose the same could be said about this clear. That's sloppy work, unusually so from Adam, and I suppose Akron will always take a free gift.
This is honestly the best word you can use right now. It just feels sloppy out of Maryville. This is not the clinical Maryville we usually know. This is not the Maryville that make these challenges so precisely timed and so perfectly played. They're losing 50... Bro, every time I try to give an example, they do it for me. It's so clear that this Akron team has Maryville read like a book. Not surprising college students are studying, but my goodness, Maryville, you might need to hit the textbooks again. It's very clear they do not understand how to control this Akron team, and really, how do you control this man as well? 5 Up, gonna finish this one with a goal and an assist, but my goodness, if he hasn't made the world of a difference for this Akron team.
I would say it's definitely impressive considering 5 Up, he needed only 1 shot to get that crucial go-ahead insurance goal. Patty 5 though for 2, being able to really develop his own offense. Bullseye kind of uncharacteristically uninvolved in the offense. Yes, he got the assist, but honestly, his positional play has been solid along with Patty. They have been patrolling left and right, trying to protect Maryville's touches, trying to get those deflections where they go for the doubles and for the immediate follow-throughs. And you see the confusion from Maryville, like that goal that just showed on the replay. The deflections came in, and then you can see Maryville rotate out, but then be a little hesitant saying, well, we do need to go forward, so maybe we should go in, but actually we're a little too far away from that. And in that moment, that indecision, Akron strikes, sends it over the top. This is the offense I was talking about in the desk before. I still believe Maryville has more than enough capacity to dispatch Akron, but the thing is, the way Akron is playing, Maryville needs to really focus up. This is not something they can just rely on natural talent.
No, not at all. And honestly, I think that's the biggest difference maker right now is that Maryville are relying too much on individual plays, individual brilliance, and really believing that they're going to be able to just keep doing that over and over again. You need to recognize that it is switched up, and you need to have confidence in the challenges that you are making. Too many times I'm seeing Maryville die for a play, and then you can see it halfway through the aerial. They're just like, do I have this one? Maybe I should back out. Maybe I should try to go for the bump instead. And in that half a moment of indecision, 5-Up in particular is just popping it around them, getting it to the corner, and immediately getting a pass out to a player or shooting on target. That lack of extra thought out of Akron, as dumb as it sounds, is what is actually helping them here. Second guessing yourself might be good in other spaces where you need to be a bit more studious. Here, where it's mostly instinct and all confidence, it's not going to help you at all. Maryville, you need to still have confidence in this one, though. You need to make sure you get started early. Adam's trying, looking for the pinch, and it's not going to make it in.
Patty gets the first save. Bullseye did not need to get the second. Knight's just going to send to the far side, and with a deflection, it's now an Akron immediate counterattack ahead of 5-Up, but it's better that he keeps it close because we know the damage he can do. Adam had a decent enough save, but Patty will pinch it forward to at least suspend stuff enough that Bullseye gets a boost steal and goes for Buddy on the demo.
Plenty of time here for either one of these teams to leave their mark early in this game. We would say it's a lot more important for Maryville. Like we mentioned, if they lose this one, they're going to go on to series point for Akron. Oh, Patty, please do not. Oh, my goodness. Knight, please do not. A couple of weird plays in a row and a pinch out. That's an attempt at a read out of Buddy that won't be successful, but Knight will clean it up. Looking for the drop down, and let's take a deep breath both sides and return to a little bit of normal Rocket League, shall we? Oh, wow, we're not there yet.
No, not at all. And I will say, Akron, in the classic moment of everyone staring at it, it's like the Spider-Man meme saying, I think you probably have it. I think you probably should get this. And eventually someone just has to make the executive decision. No mistakes yet, despite kind of an interesting beginning to Salty Shores. Maybe the tires just have too much sand in them. They can't turn as accurate as they need to. So maybe just need a chance to shake it off, use the air roll just to kind of fling everything off, clean your car, and be able to get into, I know, this chess match that this series is begging to become, as we see another bit double commit this time for Maryville.
They got to be careful here. Maryville just feel like they're in such close proximity, but when they need to be close to each other, they hesitate for a moment. Buddy absolutely should have had to follow up on that play. Does not have anything, and Taco, I'm struggling with this game, brother. I thought we were getting to a kind of like, point to where I could read the play, understand what's happening, and now we get into game 4, and it just feels like chaos.
I mean, sometimes it's like, oh, the teams are going to get better and better and better and more sharp and more decisive and more careful. And now it's just, no, everyone's just nervous. Everyone's hands are all sweaty. I don't know, they're eating wings. They're touching the controller, fingers are slipping off the buttons and stick. I don't know. Just something's going on. But, Knight definitely has a lot going on when he is on the ball. That bump from Adam nearly cleared the way, but it's off target. Adam tries again, but Patty steps through. 2 players from Akron move forward. That means an open net. What a save on the first one. The follow-up is wide from Maryville.
Okay, well, I will say this much, Taco. I don't know if they were listening to us in between games, or maybe it's Buddy, who, like we said, is a professional coach and should have some idea of how to adjust here, but neither team is hesitating anymore. We are seeing dive after dive after dive on either end, and teams are doing it almost immediately. There's Buddy doing it immediately. He already had Adam up for that one. He's also reading it off the ceiling. This no-fear attitude is awesome. It's just made it a lot more difficult to, I was going to say, determine who's going to win. Poor touches off the backboard, though, will at least determine that. This is a great read out of Bullseye.
But it's not a good touch from Adam. It's heavy, and he's going for a 50, but he hits it too low. He has about 80 boost when he starts that play, and it just completely throws him off as he gets above the ball. Good on Bullseye for going for the challenge, but I don't even think that was necessarily a shot. He was just trying to make sure that clear couldn't come in, and Maryville's imprecision again off that backboard. It's so uncharacteristic, but I don't think anyone that's a Zips fan or on the Zips roster is going to complain for 1 minute. They're 2 minutes away from moving to match point.
It's incredible to think that this Akron team is not even firing at full cylinders. They're playing at, I would say, like 80% of their usual, and they're still going to probably take the win, especially with passes like that. I hate to say it again, Taco. It's another overcomplication. Adam passing down to a player that is easily going to be marked by Akron.
At the end of the day, Maryville, they have to play what they know, and they have to play what's in front of them. The thing is, you have to be able to monitor what's off screen. That's why you use your comms. That's why you get creative with your movements, so you can be able to play in open space, make the defense chase the ball and your players, and not really just be able to sit there and try to 50 your way through. Sometimes it does feel like games are like that, but the changeup is always welcome. Bullseye was waiting for that mid pass. It's good understanding and trust from the Zips. Same with Patty as he plays for a 50, and there's none required. Bullseye with the last player demoed. Patty's trying to whip around. He's got Bullseye in the back post trying to find him, but instead the save comes through, only for 5-Up to throw it right on back.
Impressive touch off the backboard, but apparently it's not going to be enough. Akron would love to close this game out with a second goal, but they're not going to find it, at least not yet. Adam tries to carry that one out to midfield, but is met with another 50, and a no hesitation 5-Up who carries it through the corner. That demo, though, could open the space necessary for Maryville to go down pitch. I did not think that redirect would get even close, and Akron didn't either. That's why they sent 2 players at it and got extremely surprised. Now let's put them in the blender. Awkward in the corner, low boost on multiple players. Can they escape? Buddy would like to not let them. Looking for the pass, looking for the touch, looking for the shot, and they will not find it. Again, Maryville trying to just even get a touch towards the goal mouth and being stomped out every time.
What a fake by Adam! Facilitates Knight, and that's the response from Maryville that we've been waiting for, and that's probably the classiest goal that they're going to find.
I truly thought that was about as safe as possible. Patty's got a full tank of boost. He's got it in front of his car. All he really needed to do was get the 50. The crazy thing is Knight's been in the gym. He 50'd it through 2 different players, muscled it on by, and Maryville finally find the ignition they've been looking for.
Well, Knight will certainly have the Rockets net behind him as he gets slapped into the next zip code. Patty, open air dribble, flip reset. Going to be a bit wide. That's 2 players in. Bullseye, he's going to half flip. He immediately backs off before the half rotation back forward. 5 with a pinch. Buddy going to have to play this one in the air. He will not be bumped. He will win another one, and I think this one will be able to touch the ground at least. Maybe after another couple seconds. Knight, you want to dive in? How about 5 up all the way across the court? And the sweat is being able to wipe off of the brow of Maryville. They have survived to an OT.
I don't know how 5 up even got that touch, but if he put it a little bit higher, we'd be avoiding this OT altogether. Again, Akron still loving those long balls downfield that seemingly catch Maryville off guard on defense. You got to hope that they're cleaning that up at least a little bit here in overtime. They're going for passing plays. They're going to get them to be successful, but there will be no third to receive it. Knight, though, diving into offense. Will cause a little bit of calamity here for everybody on Akron. 5 up a full tank, though, and a touch out past mid. He's got Patty downfield, and Patty can't make the touch. Not sure if it was a fake, not sure if it was missed, not sure what it was, but what it was an opportunity left at the table.
Yeah, either way, I think Patty rightfully has the idea to go for that redirect, but honestly, I would have loved to see a bump play. Patty last series, saw him against Davenport. He was excelling in that, timing out his demo specifically just to take away that one defender because they're going to be only fixated on the ball and not who's rotating around it. Knight, though, he doesn't care who's around the ball. He's going to play it over instead. Buddy, full tank of Booth, soft touch, but he's not beating out Patty. Adam happens to pass middle, decides to solo it again. 5 up, perfect catch, slowing down the rotation, and that's what I've been applauding him for. Again, being where he needs to be and taking the time to buy time for the rest of the rotation.
Buddy, not a lot of boost to work with. Can he read it off the backboard? Doesn't need to, but does need his teammates to maybe shoot that one not at the only 2 defenders in net. Still a little bit awkward here for Maryville. Feels like they're finally starting to get the offensive generation they've been looking for, but when it comes time to sneak past the Akron defense, somebody is back for the Zips every single time. 90 seconds into OT, we are no closer to finding out who's going to win this one, but Knight trying to make me eat my words. Maryville cooking something here. Adam chefing it up, trying to get to the backboard, looking for the bump, and Patty bumps him into it.
I'm 200 IQ. That's all I have to say about this one. And we know that certainly everyone on Maryville also quite smart, like the fake there, off the post, and now a dangerous situation. Adam needed to win that 50. Open space, Patty with 100, might just flick it high. Knight was out of goal. He's gonna have to turn around, gets the catch and carry. Patty will be deaded in the midfield, but Bullseye will not, sends it right back. It's these little lulls of play, these soft touches debated a challenge, and then there's intermittent, just longer clears, and it seems like we've entered into the latter phase.
My goodness, Adam, 0 boost, and he goes, all right, I don't have an air dribble, but can at least musty flick it to the backboard as Bullseye pops up with an extermination at this point. We're 2.5 minutes removed, like you said, here in overtime, and honestly, this could go either way. It does feel like Maryville have cleaned up the issues we spoke about, though. A lot more proactive getting back, and the shots are of this caliber! Bullseye still makes the save, but my goodness, that's one of the most threatening shots we have seen so far out of Maryville.
Adam with 100 boost was terrifying, but so is a miss. Bullseye in a foot race, back with Knight, trying for the hook shot. It's behind Bullseye. It's in front of Patty, and now Maryville has a response to a resurgent Akron squad.
This is what we've talked about. Akron were punishing Maryville on their mistakes before. It's only fair that Maryville get a comeback of their own. They will punish them on a miss out at midfield, a dart downfield, and a 2-2 series. Maryville guaranteeing we at least get a game 6.
That's so tough from Akron, and that's really the penalty that you have to play at this level and why it's so brutal to watch. As you look through these series, you're saying, well, Akron's playing well. Maybe their offense isn't as clicking, but you can see the challenge game comes through. And then you see 2 moments where they're not able to convincingly get those challenges. Those are the opportunities Maryville scores and eventually wins with.
This was a much better game from every player on Maryville overall. And really, it's Knight coming back to life as we knew he needed to. And that's the biggest difference, at least in my mind right now, is that Knight, again, he is MVP caliber. He should continue to be MVP caliber. The fact that he was not in the last game is a really big difference maker. But it's good to see him back. It's good to see him be the majority of the scoring chances. And it's crazy that didn't go in. Honestly, I feel like it should have, considering how tough of an angle that was.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You have to earn every single goal in these games. There's really no more freebies. We've seen some goals where we're saying, that really probably shouldn't have gone in. Sometimes at the end of the game, you're diving in, and other times it's just some awkward positioning. But in that game, that felt as close as humanly possible. I felt like with Akron on the momentum, we were saying even the beginning of Salty Shores, they got their goal and said, hey, Akron might be ended up taking this one. Maryville had other plans. That's why Akron, of course, I don't think they're overwhelmingly confident, but they know that their margins are near zero for being able to make some errors. So no timeouts taken. Seems like no one really cares about these timeouts because we're just going to roll right into Forbidden Temple yet again and see how this one's going to play out.
I don't necessarily blame them. It was not a bad game overall. It's just more one of those games where you kind of just got to shake the dust off and go, all right, fine, we lost, but it was in overtime over 3 minutes played. Oh, and they might just be able to get their comeback immediately here as a shot goes on target, but Knight, using quite literally every boost in his tank, has to try and stop it. How do you stop 5 up here? You don't, but you do at least allow Bullseye too narrow of an angle to get a real shot. Patty, I thought he'd have a real shot, but my goodness, the defense for Maryville, as we've stated, really stepping up in the back half of this series.
Adam catch and carry all the way out with a flip reset. No one actually in support, so Patty just going to say, okay, Betty, how's your wall defense? Apparently, it's just fine. Problem is, Patty will intercept. Deflection, no double, 5 up, open shot, and he's just not capable of missing Bass.
Oh, 5 up, 5 up, 5 up. We already knew you were going to make your mark as soon as you entered into the clean shit space, but my goodness, this weekend has been such a stamp on what is already a victory run. Minimum guaranteed 3rd place in his first event in collegiate, and he's making shots like that happen. Taco, that's a debut if I've ever seen one.
I mean, it's just so nice to have this player, and that's why I said the strategy for Akron should be trying to implement as many touches in the direction of 5 up as we've seen. He had that air dribble dunk on the goal line that nearly resulted in Akron's first goal, and then a couple seconds later, he gets a much more difficult setup, deflecting off the upper lip where the ceiling meets the sidewall, and he just immediately jumps up, angles his car, and gets a solid slap off the post and in. It's a hot player in front of the striking area, I would say, in front of offense, and therefore you need to always make sure he is involved. But now, of course, he has to show off some defense. Adam with a good save, and now trying to get on his horse with Buddy in the middle. Deflection high, 5 up again, there with no boost, still getting the 50.
Do like that we see Knight as a 3rd man does not hesitate, immediately goes up for that one, because either one of 2 things happens. Either Akron gets an immediate counterattack, or B, the shot goes on in. And that little in between of either one of those risky scenarios coming up, he goes, all right, worst technically that happens is I get a 50. And he does get that 50 and keeps the play alive for Maryville, who, my goodness, got a couple of good touches in a row. Adam really trying to finesse that one through the sidewall and the backboard, but can't quite. Instead, it's 5 up, other way. Not a lot of boost to work with, but can at least muscle a 50. His teammates back him up for that. No, Bullseye straight to the ceiling, and that's not going to do him any good.
High lob, 5 up. I would say difficult read, but it's 5 up. It's not. He's going to be saved. It's going to be another deflection. It's going to be another 50. No more boost. Patty trying to catch up. Good fake challenge by Buddy. Knew that there was a few options. Adam with the collateral gets 2 for 1. Buddy trying to take advantage of it. Patty is not going to be contacted this time, but Adam is now going to go with a finesse route. Double tap setup tonight. No angle. And back in the midfield we go with Bullseye. Maybe tap down to Patty. Patty's trying to chase this down. Open for 5 up. How else is it going to end?
This is all-out aggression on either end, physicality, redirects, cherry-picking downfield, a little bit of it all. And I gotta say, poor Buddy there. He's just left with nothing he can do. You think 5 up's just gonna lightly tap that on target? Think again. Heat-seeking missile straight at your net to make it 2-0.
Buddy, pass across right off kickoff. Knight's a laser on target. It's got to be placed better than that, or maybe just even faster than that somehow. Got to break that physics engine, as certainly Knight is trying to break as much of Akron as they're moving forward. If they slow down even for a second, that is all the target Maryville needs.
See if Maryville can maybe find some sort of comeback here through the back half of this game. Ooh, that's not going to be great. Yeah, Knight getting bumped off the ball as well. Okay, that might be my first true caster curse all day. Watch Maryville brew an offense, and it goes oh so horribly wrong.
Yeah, and let's not get it twisted. This is not necessarily Maryville being able to always give it up. They're getting harassed. They're getting chased. They're constantly getting strained for boosts. And right now, Baz, we're seeing a ratio like I did not expect. 10 shots for Akron, 10 times what Maryville has been mustered up in the first 3 minutes.
See if they can find their second shot here. Of course not. No, Bullseye's just going to challenge Buddy off the backboard, and before we can even blink, it's right back into the Maryville half. I hate to say it, but this is looking a lot more like the beginning of this series, where it felt like Maryville, while they had somewhat of a grip of these games, really could only be afforded offense when it was given to them. Otherwise, they never really had much control. They need to switch this one up. They need a goal like yesterday, and they're hunting for it, but another good save out of Bullseye, and that's a team pinch the wrong way. That might even result in another Akron goal, if not for Adam chasing down Bullseye.
I really do like the idea there of Akron just being able to extend the play. A lot of passing and a lot of offensive pressure is not always just finding someone wide open in space and then lead it into it. Sometimes it's just hitting it where the defense is not. And that's really what Akron has been excelling with lately. Even when they don't have a clear pass, they touch it in a situation that forces Maryville to come to them. And sometimes Maryville does come to Akron, at least on offense, but even bumps, not really helping them. There's a lot of midfield demolitions, but other than that, it's mostly just Akron being able to ready up these clears, and then they just launch that trebuchet, ball going the other way, and with a minute remaining, I think we're very much looking at a Game 6 in which Akron moves on to match point.
I would have to agree with you on that one, especially considering we're still seeing light double commits out of Maryville there. Again, I really do think it's all right, it's the end of the game, you know, whatever, we're just going to dive on every play. But I don't know if this is necessarily the best idea, especially considering you just need some momentum. You're doing everything but that. You're actually giving extra momentum to Akron, who I have to imagine will go about as confident as ever into our next game.
And of course, we are seeing a decent amount of goals coming in. 3 assists, 3 goals leading up to this one. Bullseye says, fine, if I don't get one, then I'm at least going to grab one for myself. Everybody has a goal. And of course, everyone has a lot of shots, nearly identical across the stat lines outside of some extra padding from Patty and 5-Up. But when we do look at this game, this is one where Maryville has to be wondering, how did it all go so wrong? Maybe off these pinches, just the general imprecision has been fairly symbolic of the issues that plague Maryville in general across series. I feel like everyone gets one weird game, and I feel like this is definitely the one from Maryville. Maybe a 5th goal on the way. Buddy is at least going to stem the bleeding somewhat.
Here's the issue, is I do agree with you. Everybody gets their one weird game. Maryville, you already got your weird game. You lost one of these games 3-0. You can't afford to have another game be a shutout and an almost, not even almost, a worse game be a shutout out of you guys, because it might even be 5-0. Let's see. Can we get it? No. 5-0 will let it hit the ground, but another shutout for Akron. And Taco, again, when Akron have this team red, Maryville really have no answer.
It's so incredibly brutal to watch games like this because you know the Maryville team is going through an emotional roller coaster in their heads of saying, all right, we got it back. We're on the right track. Okay, that's a goal, but that's fine. I mean, it was a good shot from 5-Up. Oh, that's another good shot from Patty. Oh man, 5-Up got it again. And just slowly it starts going downhill, especially when it's frustrating because in that final 2 minutes, they got 4 more shots, and that was 4 times as many as they had leading up to that. So that's the biggest thing for Maryville that you need to understand. Of course, we talk about momentum, but it's more about Akron understanding what they need to do to put the ball in dangerous situations. They're not chasing just to chase. They're chasing because they know Maryville has not been dealing with pressure well. So why let off the gas? Make sure Maryville is constantly sweating. They can barely calm because they're mostly just screaming at the top of their lungs in horror.
The other thing that I'm about to scream at the top of my lungs in horror is, where's the timeout? Why is nobody calling timeouts today? Like, every team, I feel like forever, has complained about collegiate events being like, well, I know it's a collegiate event, but it'd be so nice to get a best of 7, you know, we can call our timeouts. You can! Why is no one calling a timeout? It's very clear they took the full minute there. Buddy didn't ready up, but they don't want the extra one? It's now or never. Maryville, you're not going to get another chance. Technically, you can call it after this game, but that's only if you win this game. And who calls a timeout after a win?
I suppose a team looking to do the unconventional, winning 2 straight, trying to win this series, pull it back from the brink. I don't know if Akron has that in mind. I said this game would be decided in 6, and Akron has a chance to make me look a much larger brain than I have been for most of this weekend. Buddy, maybe trying to start things off with a long clear, but it looks like Akron zips. They are not going to be lacking in any awareness.
All I'm going to say is that I was the only person to pick Maryville the first time that they got a win, and I think you guys broke the curse by, you know, actually voting for them afterwards. Man, okay, or maybe not, because if Knight can get more shots like that, there's definitely a world where this turns around.
The rare moment where the too much power on your reset is going to be the main issue. 5-Up. and play the fake. Knight just going to power through, but that's the thing of why 5UP is not really too worried. There's not really much Knight could do in that scenario. There's certainly a lot that Patty could do, which is why Buddy was up incredibly early for that to be able to block it out. Now here comes Knight yet again. Bullseye steps in, says no.
Like the speed at which Maryville's playing with right now, it does feel like that hesitation we talked about that was plaguing them in the last game, not happening anymore. And oh my goodness, the angles at which they're shooting at, a world of a difference. Adam, barely any boost in tank, but just enough to slot this.
Yeah, poor 5UP, he actually had to dodge another demo, and that's actually why Adam, as you see him approach, say, hey, I can hit that to the corner, but there is no goalie. Might as well just take that shot. 1-for-1 for Adam, and Maryville has the first shots in general and force real offense in the game. Akron's still trying to get out of their half. Definitely not a fun feeling, as we're wondering, why is Maryville not taking a timeout? I think simply put, they trust that that's a fluke, and it's not happening again.
And so far, they're definitely backing that up. The double demo, or exchange demo, if you will, is actually going to give more offense to Akron, though, as Patty technically got the touch off the backboard, but I don't think it actually did anything for his team. That's why 5UP has to clean it up. He's looking for the air dribble, looking for the touch off the backboard, looking for a touch from either one of his teammates. I don't know what was slower, the follow-up on the shot or the defense from Maryville.
Well, sometimes you trust your teammate to get that extension, but you really also have to trust the opponents to be able to get that deflection. When it doesn't come in, you can see Bullseye and Patty just kind of looking at each other saying, sorry about that one. Yeah, I just was not really ready for that exact angle. They are ready for this one. Patty had 5 in the middle. Maybe he's just waiting for the rebound. 5UP leaves it to Bullseye. All 3 players technically involved. And that is a great way to strike on back.
This is so clever out of 5UP. He knows that if they're going to clear the lines here, it's got to be a dive, and Adam immediately trying to turn around. If he had just shot that one, it would have probably popped into him, but by letting Bullseye come through, shoot it on the ground, it gets everybody jumping, it gets an open net, it gets a tie. 3 minutes to go here, and if Akron can keep this momentum up, they could end this series.
5UP over everybody, but not past Adam. Bullseye, 50 again. Buddy, no more boost. Patty, I'm not sure if he senses it. He does not want to go in as third, and I don't really blame the hesitancy. 5UP has none, though. He immediately strikes back with a ball to the backboard for Adam to deal with. Maryville all spread out, but now everything has been reset. There's these moments where you just feel like every time Akron goes up, they have a lethal opportunity, and luckily Maryville seems much more well-equipped on Neotokia to handle it.
Yeah, they're still getting outpaced, though, is the big issue. We're seeing them charge for balls, and they are definitely the second one to it almost every time. And even when they do get to it first, you can see it. It's an awkward follow-up from Knight because he's being bumped off the ball. You mentioned physicality earlier, and that's really one of the biggest difference makers right now, is that Akron, they're not just looking for these plays on the ball, they're looking for the plays afterwards as well. Patty's going to swing through, look for bumps, look for demos, look for just physicality that will throw Maryville off guard. Because like we said, Maryville are trying to string plays together. That's pretty difficult when one of your defenders or one of your passers is quite literally just getting thrown to the stratosphere.
To the ceiling, Knight, fantastic read, and as well stays in front of the play. Even with no boost, you can always stay relevant so long as you keep your speed up with your recoveries. Adam gonna leave that one for Patty. Miscommunication. Boys, this is not the time.
That is probably the worst way that play could have gone down, because as long as Adam gets a touch there, it's at least far enough away from Patty to where Buddy can dive onto it. But in not doing so, Patty can stay around the ball, full tank of boost, and obviously he's going to go at least for another touch, and I think that's where Buddy gets the miscommunication, because he's thinking, all right, Adam, you left that because you have the other touch, and I know you do. I don't know why anybody's leaving this. Is this going to be a goal for Maryville? Oh my goodness, Adam looking for the block. He'll find it, and chaos on one end, chaos on another.
That's really, really greedy on that touch, but it was deflected, and more importantly, it was taken advantage of by Maryville. That one is going to taste bad in the mouths of Akron fans. You had the lead. You potentially had another one. Why are you trying to overcomplicate it? It's a 2v1. You see how Maryville does it. They just taught you a lesson that you have to be clinical in those scenarios.
We'll say this much. I can tell that was a frustrating one. Patty, head in his hands. He knows that should not have been a goal. And Akron, no, they might have just left the door wide open for a Game 7 for this series. 90 seconds to go, though, and Maryville do need another goal at least to find that. Hunting for it here. The bumps, though, meaning nobody's back. No one there for the goal. The clever physicality we've asked for it all series.
Why is the midfield so far up? Patty, you don't need that 100. You need to be back. Everybody on Akron full sending for a low percentage play, and Maryville is saying, fine, just keep doing that because you're just feeding us counter attacks. Poor Akron. You have gone from in the lead to under 20 seconds, now fighting from behind.
We got a chance here for a game 7. We've got a chance for Akron to close this one out. What's more likely at this point? I honestly could not tell you. I can tell you this much, though. If that wasn't touched off the backboard, that's easily Akron equalizing. But instead, back into their own half. Awkward plays from 5 up, but he reads the fake and pops it up. Patty's there, needs the shot on target, and we're tied again.
5 Up is one of the best players here on these solo plays because that looks like an air dribble, which is why the challenge goes high. But he saves his flip because he knows Patty has more than enough boost. Patty's not playing around with it. He's learned his lesson. He's just going to hit that as hard as possible. Poor Adam, not enough speed in the world is going to save you there.
Ain't nothing fancy about it, but if it's effective, and that'll do more than enough Akron in order to stay in this game. They still got plenty of time to play, and they're looking to try and close this out in regulation. Otherwise, we go to yet another overtime. Adam not looking to go there, but how on earth did Patty get that read?
He's a college student. He's literate. He reads those, being able to get all those touches through. Off a deflection, 5 Up. Looking downfield, he's not going to get boost, but he forces Buddy into somewhat of an awkward takeoff. That should be a read by Bullseye. Soft touch and a 50 means Knight is going to be leaning backwards under 30 seconds. Looks like Akron trying to put the lean over on Maryville. Can they topple him over? There's a bump on Adam. Patty to the ceiling, and Buddy uses every drop of boost to prevent that from being a bit more dangerous.
Knight, no boost, though, so he's not going to be able to get it off the half quite yet, meaning Akron most likely going to have the final offense of this game, but they double commit. It might not matter, though, because the shot's still there. The pressure's on. Adam needs a save off the bar. Another one will go off. Where's the follow? Not found. And Akron had a chance to close this game and still do, but they need to restart at mid. Off the backboard to the ground, and instead, we have an overtime.
Maryville, count your blessings. How did you get away with this one? Now, can you pay it forward? As the overtime starts, it's a difficult read for 5 Up. He's not gonna get it on the follow through. Gets it, pinball in the corner. Adam, one more effort for Bullseye to deal with, and that will be no problem. Would have been a disaster. Knight trying to make it happen again. Maryville will not be denied. 3 series tonight, 3 game 7s.
We go the distance once again, and it's all Knight that gets us there. Our West MVP gets a couple of the most clever touches you'll ever see, and the assist has got to feel so good. Buddy finishes the job. He sends his team to yet another game 7.
Maryville GG, the Twitch count itself comes in to drop a let's go, as I'm sure it is jubilant in that team room or whatever home they're watching this, because that was close, Bass. I have to say, Akron, not as clinical as I'd like to say, but it still requires a lot of grit for Maryville to be able to not only survive, but to then thrive on counterattacks. The ingenuity of Knight to set that last play up, be able to kickstart the offense with that first one. It really took everything Maryville had to make up for the early game struggles.
Crazy thing is taking everything out of both teams. We've talked about it. Even the half a second hesitation, those milliseconds in between challenges, have been what have separated either side. Akron, I gotta commend you. That was a great game, but Taco, we'd be remiss without mentioning it. They had the series. They could have closed this entire thing out at the end of that game.
Akron is really living and dying by the idea of, I'm going to go as hard as possible into challenges. I'm going to really jump at these efforts and say, okay, well, I definitely think we can make this happen. I definitely think we're leaning forward. Hey, wait, I missed that ball. Oh, no, it's in my net. Like, that's the problem. Again, it's what we have seen again and again from Akron. The moments where they bite too much off and they give away those counterattacks, Maryville has been doing very well with putting those away. In game 7, with no timeouts that we will be able to roll into, again, everybody has full faith in them, and honestly, that last game could have been anyone's to win, as we figured yet again. We thought it's Akron. It's always Maryville. Again, loser goes home, finishes in 3rd. Knight does not want that to be them, and he's going to start off with a flip reset only to be denied.
He might have gotten the MVP, but he wants more accolades. He wants to make sure that he gets that first place trophy as well. And my goodness, if he's not getting ever closer. This has been such an incredible series, as is every series today. Like you said, I can't believe we've had 3 series. All 3 of them are going to 7. And the crazy thing is we've got more series after this one. Yeah, technically we could see another one go to 7, but we could see 2 series go to 7 because of the reset. Longest day ever, but honestly the most energetic day ever as well.
5 Up, going to be leaving that to Bullseye. Another 50 from Buddy means 5 Up going to have to take another 50. Knight, deflection across, going to be well wide as 5 Up will just try to escort that down. I think he's looking for the boost and the ball. Nice multitasking. Well done, at least so far from Akron, but Maryville, they seem patient. This is actually the most patient I've seen them. You can see them just lurking in the midfield, waiting for the soft clear.
They're doing a good job of patrolling midfield. Something we haven't really seen throughout this series, but something we saw a lot yesterday and a lot today versus Northwood. When they do get into that offensive third, they like to live there. And if they do have to go all the way back to midfield, they will, but they'll immediately launch right back into another attack. I think they're going to do the same thing here. Adam, good touch off the sidewall. Will he get the read off the backboard? No, but Patty, not a great touch from him either. And Akron starting to get more and more awkward with every one of these touches, and it's due to the boost they're having to expend on these plays. They'll grab a tank, but they'll almost immediately use all of it, and it's forcing them to retreat over and over again.
Knight from the sidewall, 5 up, knew he is capable of it, so he is waiting for that one. Little flick behind the first player, not past Buddy. That gets past 2, and he's not going to be able to continue this one as well. Kind of throwing a wrench into the gears from both teams. You can see them trying to build up these smooth transitions and realizes, oh, that way is blocked. They're going to have to work their way around. So now we're just kind of doing this probing, waiting for the 50s, looking for the solo plays, and maybe 5 was the one to supply it. That's past Adam, not Knight. High lob, bullseye. He's going to be first to it. Still a lot to do. He's going to go for that shot. Adam with the coverage. The high lob from Buddy, though, seized upon by 5 up. A good follow through and a 50. Means Akron going to have to build again from their back half.
Like we were talking about, they've been living in that back half for a majority of this game, and it goes to show that that was their first shot. Oh my goodness, all game. That's their second one. I'm not sure if I want to give them the shot for that, but the scoreboard will regardless. Now the question is, can Maryville find a shot of their own? I would like to think so, but he's got no boost. Akron starting to use the boost starvation to their advantage instead, and all that will die as all of a sudden Maryville break out yet again.
Knight quickly up for this one. He has no idea how much boost 5 up has. And that's exactly, I think, why he stayed around it. He wants Maryville to think that that's the next touch coming through. Patty needs to know that Adam has a soft touch into the corner, which 5 up follows it with something a bit more definitive. Plays it low with a 50 in the corner. Knight grabs that corner, though, and even with a demo on 5 up, or the demo from 5 up clearing the way, it's all Knight on the ball. He needs to be stopped. He needs to get Patty out of his way, and he won't be able to. Patty just ducking crucially in the last second.
Barely making the touch, but barely is enough. It has been literally centimeters separating teams on the goal line so far. Then saves on either end. I will say, we've talked a lot about the offense here for both sides, but the defense has been impeccable for both Maryville and for Akron. Great example. Buddy, how do you recover from that? Like, legitimately, there's no way that's possible, yet we've said that like 18 times.
That's the same thing that we kept saying for Buddy. I'm saying, it's not the best angle, and he wins the 50. Oh, we got to that, and he wins the 50. It's just being able to get that right positioning. It's why your air roll is a useful tool when you're going in for those challenges. It's all about really the angles you set up with the speed that you take it at, and also, more importantly, the trust that your teammates are going to be able to cover you after you expend that boost. And when you expend that flick, Knight was up quickly for it. That's 2 in the way for Maryville, but a slow recovery from Patty means this flick means it's going to be met by 3 players all the way back.
Again, Maryville really controlling the boost totals right now. The only time it feels like Akron do have control of boost is when they're on offense, and they're rarely there, if ever, at that. They're trying to get back to it, but a couple of demos going to make that difficult. Patty, though, that's a huge bump. That means no one's there, but Buddy off the respawn will make it, and my goodness, they got to be grateful that Buddy spawned on the side. He did, because Patty absolutely had the bump that was going to prevent that save.
Nice touch from 5 up. An awkward position. It looks a lot easier than it really is, but he gets the catch. He gets the 50, and now it's Adam building again. Buddy cuts on in with his longtime teammate. Bullseye, a pre-jump block, but still not going to help because Buddy is lurking around. Grab another 50. Patty, no double off the side wall, and he's going to get demoed along right in front of 5 up. And yet the carry through comes through. I cannot imagine how sweaty the hands must be. It really is going to come down to one more effort from Maryville Bass. Final 10 in the offense. I would say belong to Maryville in the west, but instead it's going to be 5 up throwing it deep. Knight with the save. And maybe one more throw before inevitably we have to have it. Game 7 overtime for spot in the grand final.
A single goal to separate these two teams. Maryville would like to go back to the upper bracket. Akron with just like a single appearance there. And honestly, both teams have got the abilities, but it's going to come down to this midfield play in my mind. Maryville, they've patrolled defense. They have controlled the pace of play. Akron, they've had their moments on offense, and they have one here. 2 players demoed. Where's the follow? Not in time. And somehow Maryville, on basically 0 boost, get away with it.
And yet Bullseye's in great position. Pass across, 5 up back post. Buddy knows he needs to make that. Patty with a lob, with boost, with time. Brilliant first touch. The second is there as well. And that's why you stagger those rotations. Adam sending it way beyond the midfield line. And you be able to then trust his teammates to fill in the rest.
But they got to be careful here. Akron do not want to start getting thrown back into the blender. The vice grip that it's ever squeezing that they fought against so much through regulation is still very much a possibility here in overtime. But they're not exactly going to be as helpless. The shots they have fired here in OT have been a world of a difference from what we saw in regulation.
5 up, tries to get that, maybe even a fake, but he was going for such a subtle touch and didn't work out anyway. Akron has been demoing like they owe the money on the far side of Maryville, and that is where I see the most concern for our blue side, but they have survived that, and as we know, as long as Maryville can stay contentious, they always have the capacity. Miss in the backfield, not from Patty.
Well, here's the chance now for Maryville to start building up that offense that we've been talking about. But he's going to get it started here. Off the backboard, drop down. Knight's there, gets it above Patty, meaning the space is open for Adam. He's not going to take it, though. He knows nobody can challenge him mid-air. And again, this is what we've talked about. Maryville love the boost starvation, love the slow play. They want to slowly whittle away at this defense until eventually they get an opening. Could it be here? Adam, the shot on, and Patty will deny.
However, 5 up, he's boostless in the back. Patty's going to get 100, but a demo again saves the hide of Akron. It's a great way to be able to use defensively because it slows everything down. Now, how about offensively? Buddy already up to meet Patty. Loses that 50, but Knight there in the backfield waiting for the challenge from 5 up. And of course, 5 up takes that one well again. Steals it away. Still a lot to work with. Deflection. Bullseye quickly up. Patty. Can he provide the dagger? He's too far away. He's going to fake challenge Knight, who blows right by it. Gets a bump. Knight, can he thread the needle? Bullseye on the recovery yet again. Now he's got to do it once more to tag that one in the corner.
Maryville starting to get more and more offense every second we continue through this overtime. Akron, I fear you might have missed your opportunity to catch them while they were off guard. Because here comes Knight. Flip reset, looking for the bump, and you find it! Maryville, Game 7, OT winners!
Just give him the MVP already. He's the best player in the Western Conference, and that is why. Put the ball in his hands, and he'll take it all the way through. Get out of his way, and get out of Maryville's way. We have another grand final matchup.
Buddy, a date with destiny, a date with his former school. He has found himself yet another chance to dethrone a Northwood, which have sat upon for so long. Akron, I gotta commend you. Again, another team in their first iteration coming through and proving their worth here in this lower bracket. Very reminiscent of Ball State last year in CRL, and I gotta say, probably about the same caliber. What a performance from both teams.
The amount of times, Bass, I feel like we're watching this and saying, I think this is Akron's game. I think they have it. And then Maryville just finds a way. Despite getting bullied, demoed, goal line saves, getting deflections, double committing into awkward clears, they're still able to survive. And that's what series are all about. You don't have to do it cleanly. You just have to win. Maryville is showing so much heart. And of course, so are all of our competitors. Again, 3 best of 7s that have gone the distance so far tonight. Like, you can't ask for a better script. I just need the grand final to be able to live up to all of this. We have so much, I would say, just artistic momentum here from just the entertainment side of everything, despite the fact that we're seeing just everyone have to peak to be able to pull through.
The good thing is that these players will get at least a little bit of a break here in between series, because I gotta say, yeah, I don't know if you're sweating. My hands are sweating. I think my pits have just gone into whirlpools. I'm just gonna let it be as we bring in the rest of the desk here and get their thoughts, because Taco, I've exhausted every single thought in my brain at this point.
This is the script of all scripts. I mean, we couldn't have literally made it any better except for what could be coming up next. Maryville on the run back against Northwood. That being said, Bod, Akron, what a fight, man. Like, what a fight.
I mean, I was paying attention throughout most of that series and seeing the way that Akron, we doubted them every so often, and they would show up every time it mattered against this Maryville roster. Every game we see Maryville take one, then Akron try to take 2 more right afterwards to go for the victory. And really the biggest clutch factor, I have to say, at the end of the day, the clutchest player in CRL is Knight.
Yep. I don't think there's any question. That is his second Game 7 winner. And although wasn't able to really show up here for the Northwood series, he'll have another chance at it to solidify that title. Honestly, a brilliant performance from both. Akron, honestly, with this performance, I'm very excited to see Bass where this team ends up in fall, because I feel this is only the start of what could be something special.
It's crazy to me because it really is two different sides of the coin on this one. It's an Akron that we look to the fall based on this performance, and it's a Maryville that we look to literally just now. For those that don't know, this is the last time we will see Maryville with this squad. Buddy has decided he will do this as an alumni of Maryville, and after this, he's focusing on the rest of his masters. He does not want to continue playing from here on out. And Buddy, I know I can't convince you otherwise, but brother, it's very clear you are not ready to hang up the sticks. Performances like this make me think you got years left in you.
Yeah. And, you know, God forbid, we have the final coming up where with both these teams, if Buddy can do this, that would be the greatest send-off we could possibly ask for from not only beating his former school, but being able to do it as his last performance in the CCA Summer Series. Either way, 3 best of 7s in a row, Taco, as we wrap up these replays. What do you think we're getting next?
It's going to be really difficult to know because Northwood always has just this idea of knowing when they're on the doorstep. They're just like, okay, let's just close this out so we can get out of here a little earlier, grab some dinner, etc. Because these are players that know how to win. They know what they're capable of. And even though Maryville takes them to the brink, it's going to have to still be such an effort. I hope these players are eating some snacks. I feel like I myself have burnt like 3,000 calories. And I'm not the one playing.
I've gone through like 4 granola bars at this point. Some
Yeah.
pep breadsticks, like 20 gallons of tea. Like we are rolling right now because of this, you know, and we wouldn't have it any other way. These best of 7s continue to keep the excitement around. We thank you so much for sticking with us throughout all of this, because these scripts they write themselves. They are incredible to witness. We haven't had a bracket like this in the entirety of Summer Series in a long time, if at all. So with that being said, it's not done yet. We are close to wrapping up this evening. Next up will be our grand finals here for the CCA Summer Series, sponsored by NelnetBank. It's going to be Northwood versus Maryville after the break.
Your dream is the first step on your educational path. Let NelnetBank help you go from dreamer to achiever with a private student loan. Simple application process, flexible repayment plans, and easy co-signing options. Apply at nelnetbank.com/elevate.
I think I need therapy. My fear gets the best of me. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. I didn't know I was a casualty until you stopped my heart and you made me see I need love. I need love. I think I need to confess. Saw you in that red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. I didn't know I was a casualty until you
We are back yet again with even more action here for CCA Summer Series Playoffs, sponsored by NelnetBank. And gentlemen, we have gone to 7 all 3 series of the day. To say we are exhausted here is an understatement, but to be honest, I don't know how the players aren't exhausted as well here. Taco, you're shaking your head, but you and I just went through an absolute brawl there in that lower bracket final.
My body is tired from just the adrenaline dump after a lot of these series, casting it, being on the desk, but my mind is buzzing because I cannot believe how good of a championship Sunday we've had. Of course, a lot of it comes down to this grand final, but as we take a look at the bracket, I mean, look at all the matchups that we've seen get all these kings of the East and West get toppled, top seeds getting upset. We've had sweeps where we thought it was going to be contentious. Like, it really has kept us guessing all throughout the weekend.
It's been so difficult to figure out any of these matches. It's why we've used the phrase coin flip over and over and over again as time has gone on. And honestly, as much as I want to act like this grand final shouldn't be a coin flip, we kind of already proved in the upper final it's very possible. Northwood and Maryville are our final 2 teams of the weekend. And my goodness, if there is not a lot at stake for both of them. Northwood, with their new roster, seem to still be the dynasty they once were here, Seb, but it's very clear. Maryville want revenge. Buddy wants a win over his former team.
Yes, this is a run back for the West. Maryville wanting to get revenge on Northwood. Northwood, of course, in Northwood fashion, making it to the grand finals first. But for Maryville, you should have done it the first time, because while you are in the grand finals now, not only do you have to beat Northwood once, you have to beat them twice.
Good luck. Good luck to that one. As much as I believe that teams technically can do it, I don't know if the odds are exactly in their favor, especially considering the first time the 2 teams played, once Northwood turned it on, VOD, it was not close. 6-0, the final game of our upper bracket final. Does Maryville have a chance, or is it just that Northwood, when they finally locked in, they're unstoppable?
I think any team has a chance against a squad like Northwood, but the biggest thing is once Northwood decide that they are here to play and win, then nobody has a chance afterwards, and that's exactly what happened in that game specifically. So it's a tough ask for Maryville. Again, Northwood know they have a second life if they do lose this series, so maybe they won't take it as seriously, and that would be to the benefit of Maryville. But I do want to quote Corelli, who actually brought up the bracket from the first ever Summer Series Championship, where Northeastern got the win by doing the exact thing Maryville need to do. Won in Game 7 against the lower final team after going to Game 7 against the upper final team, and in Game 7 in bracket reset fashion, getting the victory afterwards. So we could see history repeat itself if Maryville do the inevitable.
Well, we know that. However, I want to point out to everyone now, Hockey is off the Cybertruck. He is playing the Fennec.
It's cooked.
That's it. That's all you wanted to update there?
Maybe that's bait. Maybe that's bait. Test lobby ends, and then he's immediately going to switch back. Just like a pump fake.
That would legitimately be hilarious.
I honestly believe he's going to do that. It's not like Hockey played poorly in the Cybertruck last time. He just wasn't the offensive monster we know him to usually be. I mean, we've talked about this a lot, and Seb, I'm going to do anything in my power to just not have you talk about creams. You'll talk about other players. Hockey, not exactly the influence we expected in the first series, was it?
No, I think it was just because considering the stats that we're so used to seeing from him, we just haven't seen it as much. He's kind of gotten comfortable playing that third man role or being more of a facilitator role. Whereas obviously Creams, my goat, is the finisher for Northwood. He continues to be the finisher. Zanil as well as getting involved. But Hockey taking a step back, I think it's starting to work out for them. But that being said, it is slim margins for Northwood in that first Maryville series. We'll see if it pays off this time around.
Gotta hope so here. And I do want to give a shout out to Zanil, because I feel like we have stated his name maybe once on broadcast today. We've talked a million times about Creams, wonder why. And we've talked a ton about Hockey, again, also wonder why. But Zanil does deserve his credit as well. He's a very talented player and really has been, before Creams was added to this team, what people thought would be the greatest addition this year. The thing is, though, there's been additions everywhere, including to the other side here, where they added Buddy and Adam and kept Knight. Question, is that enough, Taco? We need your prediction. Do you believe Maryville's got this one? Can they at least extend us another series longer today?
Yeah, to reiterate for everybody, this is a bracket reset format, so there's no game advantage. We're starting off with a straight up best of 7, and honestly, I do think right off the rip, I think Maryville comes in a little bit warmer. I think they actually could take this first best of 7 potentially. I believe that they are organized enough that last game people can say, well, the Northwood might have been trolling, they might have been goofing around, but at the end of the day, those players are very good. If they want to win, they can win, but they still had to go to 7. It didn't go well for Maryville last time, but I think Akron is a really nice warm-up. They are playing out of their minds. They're playing at top tier level. So I think coming into this one, Maryville might be a little bit more on the hot hand.
Deb, do you agree?
I have believed too many times in the past that underdogs can take on Northwood, especially in a bracket, and every single time Northwood has smacked me down and said, no, bad. You're not allowed to have feelings or beliefs against us. And in this case, I'm going for Northwood because while at the end of the day, it's been an incredible run, death, taxes, Northwood wins the tournament.
Bud?
Well, I have to agree on that as well. Northwood is inevitable from what we have seen so far, and no Cybertruck on the field means that I think Hockey will be a bit more involved this time and actually be able to get their engines revving a bit more and get more goals for their team. I think this is closing it out. I would love it to go to 7 again, but I'm saying it's going to 6 this time for Northwood, taking out Maryville in this grand final.
I gotta say, y'all, I can't tell if this is intentional ignorance or what it is, but Hockey wasn't the only one playing on a troll car. I need to remind y'all. Knight was on Gizmo for like 3 games. He switched off of it, and he dunked the daylights out of Patty to win a best of 7, game 7 overtime. Give me Maryville. They are not going to come into this series as unprepared. Y'all might be talking about card changes, but what we have to talk about is the 2 teams at hand. Once again, it is Northwood, the Kings of Old versus the Maryville of New. And it's kind of a shame we're not going to be able to see this Maryville roster in the fall here, Taco, because we want to at this point, but it's okay because we don't need to talk any further about them. The game is on the line, a championship, a crown to be worn, but whose head will it go on? Will it return to Northwood for the 3rd time, the first team to do it 3 times in a row, or Maryville, who have hunted forever? This team has one last shot to dethrone the Kings. Can they do it now? It's time to find out. Best of 7, Caster, take it away.
Will Team Canada plus 2 Americans wear the crown at the end of the day, or will Maryville rise to the challenge for the Western Conference and get us our bracket reset we have been begging for? No team in this bracket has taken down Northwood just yet, but Maryville were the closest to do it, only a single game away. Now it's all serious business, no funny cars this time. We get into the match and we'll see how game 1 goes.
The grand final only requires the most serious of mentalities, and in this case, both these teams are locked in. Northwood, they are essentially Thanos, and Maryville, well, they only dropped a bit of blood, but they might have to try one more time. Creams will be able to open it up here for Northwood.
Captain Canada himself with the flip off the ceiling and a great read afterwards, baiting out 2 defenders, and the third couldn't really do too much but watch in the net as the goal went through. First 15 seconds starting off strong for Northwood, but this is a good look for Adam. Tried to leave it up for their teammate who wasn't in position quite yet, and a good bump from Zanil to clear the landing room.
Danielle will be buddy to the ball, but won't have the boost to follow up. You know, and I was saying in the back room, I mean, it would be such Northwood fashion, and I'm hoping it doesn't happen, but it would be so very Northwood if they're just made this an entertaining bracket. We've had 3 best of 7s in a row, and they wrap it all up with an easy 4-0 to send us home. That would be the classic of Northwood.
That it would. We're hoping for something different, and we need to pray for Maryville to give us a show for this Northwood roster to at least have some competition. We saw Ball State be the only team during the regular season to take down this roster, and that's a good look from Knight to clutch up yet again to tie things up.
What is this pop-up from Knight? I mean, he goes underneath and then gets the pop upwards. Wow. If I've ever seen a change-up in my life, that would be it up in the right corner.
Well, the 2 top scorers of these 2 teams coming out strong in the opening minute and change. 7 seconds into the second minute of game one. A great start for Knight on that play. Hockey also looking a bit more comfortable on the Fennec instead of the Cybertruck, and a great passing play to Zanil, almost activated well enough for a second goal. Back towards the blue half it goes though. Maryville, they're not going to be slouching whatsoever when it comes to these attacks.
Yeah, Maryville locking in on the defensive end, being quite smart. Saw Buddy with a pre-jump to be able to get this save. Daniil all the way across. Adam, of course, there for the save. Creams. Wrong decal, Buddy. But, you know, go off, I guess. Buddy, he's at 50. Zanil. Creams. He'll take it off the back wall. Northwood stalking for their chance. Zanil puts it up high. Hockey with the shot. Buddy with the save. Rebound comes through for Zanil.
Almost inevitable was that goal, but the defense paused it for a moment. Had to come together with Buddy and Knight. Buddy didn't go for the challenge fast enough, and Knight was just kind of lagging in the net behind. Didn't expect the shot to come that quickly afterwards. No players were prepared for Maryville to stop that shot in its tracks. First 2 minutes, pretty well earned by Northwood with their lead, but Maryville, again, not going to make it that easy for the victory.
Now let's remember just how tight the games were in the original series. Buddy
That's what I'm talking about.
continues the trend.
Didn't take much time either. Creams actually served that up to him instead. Knight wasn't able to get the delivery over and instead handed it off in the relay race, and well, it worked out for them to get to the finish line there, tying it up 2-2. Maybe used to passing things off to Buddy and just realized, oh wait, he's on the other team.
Adam. The Buddy, a little bit aggressive in his positioning. Hockey, if he can get control of this, could be dangerous. Knight will take the full boost. I think Buddy really needed that. So it's going to be a pogo in the midfield. Flip reset over one. What are these mechs from Knight right now? Oh my lord.
Love to see it, pulling out everything from the arsenal that they need to take on the beast that is Northwood, the Wolfpack that has been hungry for a championship themselves. They got one in the fall, but no world championship after that for them to sate their hunger after their loss to Fisher way back when. Now they're looking for another national champion here.
Yeah, I still hate that loss. I still think Northwood wins that series, but you know, that's how it is. Creams gives a pass over to Zanil, well cut off by Knight. Adam gonna regress, collects the mid pad, could be huge if he's able to get a pass off. Hockey, of course, in the way. The Hockey defenseman. Ooh. Is why his name is Hockey, by the way. Ha 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 ha. Knight collecting. Looking for some sort of defensive touch. This could be disastrous, especially if Creams does have a flip, but it will be saved.
What a redirect, too, from Creams. I was waiting for it with bated breath, the shot coming through. The initial setup by Creams himself. Couldn't get the fall through. Buddy denies it for now, and then Adam and Buddy, two players, could not deny access to the net there.
A redirect was insane. Creams being aware and going up for it rather than just rotating out. This is the kind of creativity we're used to seeing from Northwood. This poses a dangerous problem for Maryville because that is a Northwood that is incredibly hard to stop.
Nail just countering Buddy at the midfield line, not even giving him a moment to breathe to get this out of the Maryville half and make it that much more difficult for them to have a bounce back and tying goal they need desperately. As we approach 1 minute remaining, Zanil saves the day there. Plenty of boost to work with now. A pass over to Creams. Not really calculated, but they'll take it either way. Still progresses downfield for now. Buddy, no connection either. Creams just baiting him out into the midfield. Zanil, slow roller, denied by Knight, and a smart play from him.
Yeah, smart. We need Knight to be here for this team. Buddy, taking it all the way. Adam, off the sidewall. Knight gonna follow up. Hockey will be there. That's a giveaway possession. 30 seconds remaining, and Maryville don't have much time. You need to get this going right now. Now that Northwood have full tanks of gas, this could be dangerous.
Well, this is dangerous too for Maryville, though. Hockey coming in for the double tap, but does get denied again by Knight, who's playing a defensive masterclass on this Maryville roster from what we've seen. Only a single save, but still has been getting in the way of a lot of these plays, and there's another one coming out. Creams with the shot initially. Here comes another one as well from them. Still don't need much more time. Maybe one final effort from the Northwood roster One final chance
Wait a
for
minute.
Maryville.
Wait a
Can they
minute.
do it? They do get
Oh
the
my
bump
God.
denial. Hockey's there. Another interception in the box as well. Adam into the air. That goes the other direction. There's no chance now for Maryville unless they keep it up in these last few moments. Hockey playing some keep away, wisely so, into the corner, and Northwood sneak away with that win.
Oh, okay. One great ice from Northwood to not crumble at the last second because Maryville, they had the strat cooked up. They were transitioning very hard thanks to Adam. But Northwood able to take game one. And this is the exact same sort of symptoms that we saw from that game one of the original series. Look at the shot total of Northwood compared to Maryville. We have 10-4, which is essentially what it was the first time. And it took Maryville a little bit of time to get cooking. Might be seeing a repeat, especially with these 1-goal differentials.
That is the question. Do we see that repeat of the previous series? Maryville don't want to repeat, though. They want to get the victory against this Northwood roster, and to do that, they need to strike first. Creams got that opening goal in the first 15 seconds, and I think that really set the pace for the series and the game for Northwood, making it that much more difficult for Maryville to find a bounce back. Yes, Knight looked really solid in the goal that they got. So did Buddy, but again, we haven't really seen enough from Adam. 2 saves, not a single shot or anything else from them in this game. We need a lot more from Adam. They did get a couple of demos, which does help them out a little bit, but demos won't win the series for them.
No. Yeah, and Adam being a presence on the pitch is really important because that's how it was. But he's spamming This Is Rocket League. Maryville is spamming This Is Rocket League. They are ready to go as Zanil is just the only one not currently remaining in the server. Finally, he's in. We're underway with game 2. Northwood have 1 game lead.
We know how quickly that spitballs for Northwood. As soon as they get 1 game underneath their wings, another one is sure to follow. So that's got to be on the minds for this Maryville roster, how crucial this game victory is for them to at least tie things up and make it that much more viable for them to get the bracket reset against their opponents, get the win that they couldn't the last time. And Adam looking solid. I talked about how he was relatively silent the last game, but the demo's working out so far so good, but not enough for a goal.
Northwood keeping the offense going. Knight and Solo himself. Adam, he's trying to go for these demos. He's trying to take her advice and trying to get more involved. They can't get the opening yet because of that goal line defense from Northwood.
The most threatening shot we've seen from Maryville, but a shot nonetheless. That is threatening from Creams, though, on the transition. The offense lackluster from Maryville, leading them to a weak rotation back. Zanil to Creams, perfectly passed forward and nobody in position to stop it.
It was just poorly read from Buddy, wasn't it? It was just unfortunate. It was a bit too quick for him. Didn't have a read on it, and his first jump was not where it needed to be. Now Knight, maybe. Creams, back pass over to Hockey. Gonna send it up high. Zanil, you can tell he's in position, but that's a double commit from Northwood. Not as clean as I think they'd like to be. Creams still going for these 50s as much as possible. Pass over to Zanil as Maryville finally get themselves a clear and some space.
It's a dangerous spot to be in for Maryville, too, with time ticking down, them stuck in their side and only having 2 shots to their name. They need to get on the board and fast against this Northwood roster that, again, continues the rollout of offense. Ooh. Decent play again, but not giving that up to Zanil. Not the best positioning that they want. Creams looking for something here, just to make the defense doubt themselves for a moment. A good clear out from Knight and a follow-up with some boosts. Still denied by Hockey into the midfield line. Make it that much more difficult for Maryville to have a solid shot on the net so far.
Creams, great defensive play right now. This could be dangerous. Buddy needs to get there. He does. It's going to go off the post. Great respawn from Buddy to keep Maryville alive. As long as Maryville can keep this within 1, it could be strong. But if Zanil and Creams are pulling out these 1-2 plays from cross pitch, I don't know. The hope is dwindling.
That's got to hurt for Northwood, because if they didn't get that demo, it would have been a surefire goal. So they kind of cursed themselves there for a moment. But Maryville will take that every day of the week. A blessed respawn is enough. Hockey with almost an own goal, but saves it into his own net. Forgot what team he was playing for a second. And there it goes again. Maryville gives it up to Creams, and now it's going the other direction and somehow goes through. I guess they wanted to gift them a goal. It didn't quite work out, and Creams says, I'll take this instead.
Yeah, this is quite spaghetti, and I think Maryville were confused as to how to play that rebound off the post. They weren't expecting it. They were expecting it to go just straight in, and the positioning wasn't there. The half a game remaining. Maryville down 2-0. The gas slowly draining from this team. Northwood have had a bit of time to recollect, to get the downloaded data from Maryville. Adam puts a shot on, but it will be saved.
Chat is ringing true for a moment here. Creams and Hockey got their LCS buff from earlier. So did Zanil, though, if you paid attention to their series with the tryout for NRG. Even then, though, seeing them on the field here after waiting for a whole Game 7 best-of-7 series before this one, had plenty of time to rest, recuperate, recover mentally, and get back into the driver's seat like we have seen Northwood in the past.
Nice.
And that's a great opportunity for Buddy, looking for it off the wall to set up his teammate, but nobody really in the best spot. Adam, though, with the patience of a saint to get the goal.
Yep, had to be on that goal line for the aggressiveness. I was going to say, I mean, this is classic Northwood, just being able to steal the hope out of your eyes. But Adam, able to say, no, we're not going to go quietly with it, making a 2-1 lead with 90 seconds remaining.
Huge kickoff for Zanil. Again, right past the defender, but couldn't stay alive long enough. The center comes out, though, right off the crossbar. Could have been the
what a
finish.
save.
3 defenders go for the ball. Nobody with boost either. Adam saves the day here for now. In a dangerous position for Maryville. Barely get by. Threads the needle enough for them to get that save.
And Maryville flopping like fish at the moment, just going for every single save because they know how deadly Northwood can be the moment that you run out of boost. Adam able to get a backflip clear, but it'll go straight into the hands of Hockey. Creams looking for the second touch. Knight does. 1 minute remaining. Northwood in the driver's seat. It's all on Maryville. Clear from Knight. Maybe a solo if he can put one on. Creams will get the save.
Oh, and Adam not having to read either on that play. Jumped a bit too early, tried to course correct, but could not get it locked in. Buddy looking for the block again against Hockey. Not exactly what they needed either, but Creams going for the flip reset, looking for a hat trick for their team in this game. Already 2 goals per game so far, and trying to carry the torch forward. Team Canada and 2 Americans.
Canada
20
and
seconds to go.
2 Americans. Though, that being said, Creams definitely overcomplicating with the flip reset. Would have loved to just see him put one on. Showcasing a bit of ego, a little bit. You know, going for whatever he wants. Anil wanting to wrap this up. Adam gets a flick over one. Last possession here for Maryville. Can they do it? Zanil gonna go off the sidewall. Boost loaded up. Buddy gets a decent 50, but it's not the right way. Zanil maybe taking one to go. Northwood take a 2-0 lead in this series.
And Creams, again, the stat leader for Northwood for the season from what we have seen with the performances, goals, shots, whatever you need, he will be there to strike true for your team. First goal per game each time. And Maryville, again, they had some decent looks in last game and this one, but they've been playing catch up the entire series, and they can only do that for so long.
I'm trying to think of the last time that I saw Knight at the bottom of the leaderboard. I mean,
true.
This is the way that Maryville are able to enter this game is through Knight. It has to be him with his offensive production, but Northwood are doing a good job of just mitigating that, keeping the ball out of his possession, being able to play around it with these long infield plays, quick transitions. There's the smiles. They know they have this wrapped up. I'm telling you, man, what is on the TV here? I'm so confused. I can't see. Like, is it like the college football game thing? I don't know.
It does look like it, yeah.
Yeah.
It is.
Oh,
yeah.
I think it is. All right. Yeah, this is just, he's just, all right. I'm making a side game. You know, I'm just taking a break here, but I'm going to get back on college football in a sec. All right, boys.
We'll see how long it takes them to get back into the game, as we have Maryville needing to check into the game themselves, because they've been checked out since the last series ended. They got the victory at the end, Game 7 OT finisher, the second that they've had so far for the Summer Series Championships against East teams. But right now, they're gonna be lucky if they could get a single game against Northwood.
Start of Game 3, and the best thing that Maryville has going for them is they've been able to have only 1 goal deficits against Northwood, which means they're keeping it close. They're doing everything they can. Hockey, I'm going to force this save. It's going to go off the corner. That is a great shot, but it will be saved. Northwood kept on their toes. Maryville not holding back.
Another MVP performance, at least in the save that time from Creams. Chain dash from Hockey for the demo to take out Buddy from the equation. Creams again trying to dunk over top of Buddy there as well to keep their record going of game opening goals for Northwood and the series. Adam, though, can't be understated. Knight looking for some sort of answer in the corner. Contests Hockey on the play, but Creams there to save the day. A great look from Buddy, but not enough power behind it for them to keep the offense going.
Gosh, Northwood are just so quick right now. Knight going for the pre-jump, but I don't know if that's the angle he wanted. Buddy needs to cut off in the midfield, and he does. Straight to Adam. Hockey looking for the 50. Does. Creams is there. Creams still up. Knight needs to be there, and he is. No boost, though. At this point, I mean, you can see the boost totals. Maryville struggling and are getting starved out.
Decent touches by Adam as well. Two players on Northwood going for the play into the corner, and neither of them having a good opportunity to flex off of Hockey. Buddy's old teammate, they come together for the goal for Maryville.
And Buddy, always reaggressing, always taking it to an unstoppable force in Northwood. Not wanting to let this go, forcing the issue, forcing the 50, taking the lead.
Huge for Maryville. This is the first lead that they have had this series against Northwood, and exactly what we need to see from Buddy. Somehow saved for a second by Creams, but not long enough. Buddy, the promised savior for Maryville.
What a great 50 and an even better shot. Creams almost able to save it, but it just sneaks on through. Buddy is here.
Maryville have arrived finally in the series, but it's only the first 2 minutes of game 3. Plenty of time for developments to arise out of Northwood on offense. But Buddy trying to make a difference, a statement for their final series in Collegiate Rocket League. They don't get the win here at least and force that bracket reset. Good look from Knight again on the shot, but decent save from Creams to get it away. A good transition as well from Northwood. Zanil looming dangerously in front of the box, dropping it down with a waterfall, but not enough for the setup.
Oh, speed from Maryville starting to increase, especially with these challenges. Knight, can he get the angle? No, but I respect it. Adam trying to go for the continuation of offense. That's a bad touch. Buddy will be there, though, for the save. Half a game remaining. Maryville in the driver's seat.
Oh, and what a touch! The shot was barely off. It needed to go in for the potential secure of the victory for Maryville. They'll still hold on to this 2-0 lead for now, but they needed that one confidence-wise for the rest of the team. Adam trying to pull off some trick shot plays, but not enough for them to be successful in that effort. I'm liking the shots and pressure and pizzazz coming out of Maryville. But will it be enough to hold on these last 2 minutes?
Yeah, but look at Northwood. Look at their positioning right now. I mean, they're trying to be aggressive, but you can tell that they were a bit shook as Zanil can't get there in time. Maryville starting to keep Northwood honest, starting to reduce the ego just a touch. Creams full sending all the way across, doesn't get the double flip. Zanil will take possession, leaves it for Hockey. Hockey doesn't beat Buddy to the ball. Zanil turns, cuts, keeps the possession.
Huge touch by Knight there. Barely got a piece of the pie, but cleared it out to the opposite corner on the orange half. Buddy looking for the hat trick, couldn't get the dunk over top of Hockey. Want a little bit of assistance from his former teammate again. But the second time was not the charm for them, but it might be for Northwood on the shot here. Hockey got it on target, but not far enough past the goal line for it. But Zanil will strike true. A minute and 8 seconds is definitely doable for Northwood.
Yeah, a bit too much space here for Northwood. The Zanil is already up and ready for it. Knight, no boost to speak of. Adam, no boost to speak of. Maryville, don't lose your lead now.
Got to hold on for the last few seconds into this minute. Knight looking as strong as they can defensively and focusing on that for the most part for their team, as we had seen Creams do the same for Northwood. First 5 seconds of the last minute, pretty beneficial for Maryville, but Zanil also feeling a lot more confident. Creams with the shot too, can't be stopped here, and Creams again continues the goal scoring fury.
Creams, what a slot here for him. Just the placement all weekend for this guy has been so good. Now, to a tie game. Maryville have lost their lead, but have they lost the fire? You don't want to be down 3-0 to Northwood.
Knight was looking for an insane answer there. Adam, no boost in the tank, in a difficult position to be in again for Maryville as a goal goes through for Creams, continuing with their record of 2 goals per game in this series.
So much of this just starts with Adam with the misread on the midfield touch. Sends it backwards. Northwood immediately ready for it. Buddy gonna get a read on the pass. 3-2 here for Northwood.
Creams, not just Northwood, inevitable it seems, with goals going in left and right in every single game so far. And Maryville now down for the first time in this game with only 20 seconds remaining. A hope and a dream, a wish for something to surface for them to come out with a win and not have to full-on reverse sweep Northwood in their first of 2 best of 7s they have to win against them.
Out of no boost. Buddy able to get a pass off, but this will go in the corner. One more bounce. Creams. Typing something in chat, but this will touch
Creams
the ground.
calling the timeout. That's what that is.
Yeah, that is a timeout. That is BM, dude. That, even Adam, question mark. Wow.
Double
All right,
timeout.
Double
Is
timeout.
that
We're doing a
possible?
double timeout, I guess.
I don't know if that's a possible thing.
I don't know either, but finally someone actually uses their timeout.
Yeah, Adam saying JK just won, but wow. Northwood with the BM timeout just to get the sweep against Maryville. Wow.
If that isn't just sheer... He's playing college ball! He's playing college ball!
He wanted 2 minutes to play college ball right behind him.
Way. That is the most BM thing I've ever seen in my life!
Hockey
Creams.
smiling.
He's tilting at the game! He's more invested in his college ball game than a $20,000 grand final!
Reminder prizing though, $3,000 to first place based on league play winnings and also winnings here for Summer Series Championships. But even then, this might be the final game of Buddy's career. And bro took a 2-minute timeout to play some college football.
Dude, this is what Northwood does to me, man. You know that I saw Northwood literally own goals so that they could get a Brazil against Akron in a final. Bro, this is just someone needs to beat this team. Someone needs to beat this team, please.
And not during league play, because that doesn't count.
That doesn't count. Someone needs to beat them in a final. Someone needs to make them feel dirty like WVU did in that grand final. Someone needs to do it. Maryville, are you up to the challenge?
Well, they have to be up to it because they have 4 games in a row that they need to take against Northwood. No one's done that yet this season, mind
He's
you.
done with the college ball.
Even
Creams.
with the win that WVU had in Collegiate Ascension against Northwood, they won in Game 7. This is a feat that no one's been able to pull off so far. If a team could do it, it would be Maryville, but I don't know if they can do it here, Seb. I mean, they got to be praying for anything to assist them in this game, and Salty Shores potentially might be our final map here for the CCA Summer Series 2024.
Well, that would be fitting, right, on this map. But I think what hurts most is that these are all 1-goal differential games.
I know.
These are all like within reach for Maryville, but every single time they let it slip. Knight switching to... What are these car picks? We got 2 Cybertrucks, and I believe is that the Bronco? Well, at least Maryville, if they do go out, they're going out on their own terms. Knight with the own goal to hockey.
It's over. Calling out the great pass from hockey. And you mentioned it, an amazing setup there. Unfortunate, you could say, for Maryville. They might just have to settle for second place, especially with the cars we see on the field.
8 kickoffs. Buddy with the 50. I can hear Bass kneeling in a corner, pouting with his arms crossed. Just be like, gosh darn it. I got to deal with the West being bad again. Oh no.
I don't think it's necessarily the West being bad, though, to be fair. They made it to second place.
Yeah, well, You, what is it? It doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. Winning is winning. So, Knight almost does it. However, I do want to point out that this is the exact same scenario that happened during fall last year with Boise.
Yeah, it is.
The exact same. Except it was far more entertaining this time around because we had insane Game 7. Neil is going to play from the ceiling. Buddy gives it over to Knight. 4 minutes remaining. Maryville looking for something.
The flip reset in the Cybertruck, I mean, that is something to see from Adam. And Adam hasn't been able to get on the board yet. Well, except since game 2 for their team for Maryville. And maybe that is the struggle here. Knight's only had a single goal for their squad. And when Knight was performing for Maryville, that is when they were able to feel confident and get the victories for their team. So a rough spot for Maryville when Knight isn't on top of the scoreboard, as we were talking about. And maybe that's the biggest thing that has been the difference for Northwood's win here.
Knight really not showing as much presence as I think we're so used to. I don't want to say this is a choke by any means, though that was very close. That could have been insane. But unfortunately, Cybertruck can't get it done. Bronco, see how that goes. Knight was patiently waiting. That won't do it, but it was on target. Decent start here for Maryville.
Honestly feel like they're playing better in this game than they did in the first one with the crazy cars, maybe because the pressure's off of them.
I mean, when you kind of, not so much like the pressure's off, it's just, you know, you realize why you play this game. You really want to have fun, especially for Buddy's last game. I think they talked it over. We'll see. I mean, they obviously are going this route for a reason.
One last hurrah as the demo comes out, and so does the goal from Creams. Keeping the consistency going yet again. 2 goals per game up to this point. We'll see if they get another. I would not doubt. Rock the RLCS X Major Elite in the TSM title card. It just goes to show the professional caliber of this Northwood roster and what they bring to the table in Collegiate Rocket League. And this may be the final season for Buddy, the final series and game for Buddy. But I don't think this is the final time we'll see Maryville in a grand final.
No. The moment that Buddy heads out, you can guarantee Maryville are going to be doing everything they can to make it impossible for Northwood to win anything at all. But now with Akron on the board as well, I mean, we have our 3 powerhouses available to us. And that's not even saying, I mean, there's still Davenport available. There's still WVU in the mix. There's still Ball State, which we know has the capability.
Boise too, once they come back.
Boise as well, when Boise comes back. I mean, the rest of Collegiate looks so incredibly exciting. Unfortunately, it really comes down to if they can beat Northwood in a grand final.
Maryville had to do it in the winners final, I feel like, to have that chance against Northwood. That's the biggest thing a lot of teams struggle with, is taking them down beforehand. And if you can't do that, well, we haven't seen the team be able to take them down in 2 back-to-back best-of-7s. The West and the East actually evened out in the amount of games they took from Northwood this season. 3 from Ball State, 1 from, I think it was Stockton or something. And then we saw 3 from Maryville, 1 from Oklahoma Christian. So neither side really got the benefit there. A decent goal, I guess you could say, from Sunil, but we're not even going to really talk about that. More about the season itself at this point.
Yeah, we're getting This Is Rocket League all over the place. 1 minute remaining. 4 summer series. Again, this has been an incredible bracket all the way through. So many highs, so many lows. And I even called that this may be a 4-0
we
in
all
the
were
green
thinking
room.
in our hearts.
Do you remember? I was like, oh,
Yep.
surely, you know, wouldn't it be crazy? Ha ha ha, right, guys? Sweats nervously. And, yep, that is indeed what has happened.
I hope Buddy at least gets 1 more goal for the road, though, to end off his journey. I mean, what a journey they have had. They were a former Summer Series champion at Northwood. Had some pretty decent results with them throughout his career, but also having, I think, a national championship for NACE, if not mistaken, for Maryville as well. So
Yes.
huge for them to be a national champion with this program. And it sounds like from the chat, too, that he'll be coaching the upcoming Maryville roster, which is nice to hear about as well. But we do have to talk about the winners of this entire summer series. That is Northwood, with time ticking down and no chance to come back by 3 goals. It is inevitable, but they do come out on top.
Yep. With that, Northwood seal the deal 4-0 in the final after what an incredible bracket, what an incredible summer series. Northwood are your summer series champions.
It wouldn't be a summer series without a 4-0 sweep from Northwood in there somewhere. They do it in the grand final in style. Cream's leading the charge, of course. Almost 2 goals per every single game except the last one that we saw there. The victory comes out for Northwood. The debt comes true again for them, you could say, as we always expect Northwood to compete to the best of their ability. After they had time to rest in between series, that's all that they needed to recuperate and take a dominant victory yet again. All eyes are on the fall now to see if there will be any squads that surface from the rubble to take on this monumental Northwood roster, who seems even more dominant than when we saw them with Lion Blaze. Creams as the new kid on the block seems to be fitting into the throne pretty well.
Yeah, and the thing is that he's getting even more comfortable, even more dominant. This could be a reign that lasts for a long while, but I know we have teams coming in. We have new players coming in, teams from all over, and especially with the teams that we have now, it won't be as easy as we think. Yes, it was a 4-0 final, but of course, it wasn't even an easy road for Northwood with a full best of 7 against Maryville previously. An incredible road, but it will be coming to an end. And honestly, yeah, it was a 4-0, but I'm happy that Maryville were able to end things the way that they wanted to.
Last 2 goals we saw from Maryville were credited to Buddy as well in that game 3, so did go home with something to write about. They almost got the victory in that game 2. They had the lead for the most part. Just in the last minute and 8 seconds, it turned around on a dime for Northwood, and that's when they knew there's no chance they were reverse sweeping this team of Northwood. Many teams struggle to do just that or even take games against them, but they went to 7 in the upper final against Northwood, which is something that they can take credit for there. Unfortunate, though, that they weren't able to come out on top, but what is fortunate is that we can break it all down with our lovely cast of analysts and hosts. We got Bass, we got Taco back in here, and it feels bittersweet to be here yet again, gentlemen.
I'm not going to really describe what we just witnessed there. That was, Taco, you had a pretty apt comparison from CECC, so I'm going to let you. Also, while Seb does that, I'm going to show him this because this is Seb the entire time right now. This is him entirely. Not only is this Seb entirely, Seb is Drake. Seb, you want to be Drake?
So
let him come back and he can figure out that he's Drake.
Seb can't hear you.
Yeah, he's got nothing on there.
Cry
Hey,
about
Seb.
it, buddy! Canada's won! Canada's won Summer Series! What are you gonna do now? Canada's the best region! Better region than the West! Woo!
Seb,
Let's
what
go.
happened?
We're doing it! We did it! Yes, sir! Yes! Oh, gosh.
He's not gonna stop, huh? He just really thinks that he's,
Unlike the West, or UNLV for that matter. So, happy
No,
we're here.
okay, nah, bring him back. Bring him back. He wants to start bringing up UNLV. All right, let's do this, Seb. Let's go. You want to bring up UNLV? What happened to UBC? What happened to Durham, bro?
What? You want to compare that year? Who went to Worlds, buddy?
Yeah, what happened at Worlds, by the way?
Semifinals. What happened
Did
to
you
yours?
lost?
We lost, but we made it way further than you did.
Yeah,
or any
I don't
West
know
team
about
for
this
that
one,
matter.
bro. You're fake. I don't know. The fake Canadian hype, man. You're literally Drake. I don't know if you want to be
I
Drake.
don't know, man. I don't know, man.
Okay. We gotta reel this back in. We gotta
I can't hear you
reel this
over
back
my
in.
dubs right now.
I'm just
Let's
can't
reel
wait
this
till we
back
get
in, gentlemen.
Creams here because I can't wait for to be like, hey, is Seb a part of the team? Is Seb Northwood?
But we'll hear from them in a bit.
How the turn have tables.
No turn have tables, Seb. No turns
No,
have
I mean,
tables.
well, no, because you remember I would always get depressed because Lion Blaze would ruin my hopes and dreams at winning anything ever for any team, frankly, not even just Canadian teams. But now I'm rooting for them because, of course, Creams is on the team and it's a Canadian team plus
Wait,
two
Creams
Americans.
is Canadian? What?
Really? Wow.
No way, really?
Oh,
I
that's
haven't heard
crazy.
you say it all weekend.
That's
Anyways,
crazy.
moving on, as I'm done with Seb. Guys, Northwood have taken a victory here in CCA Summer Series, and Northwood took the victory, Taco. Northwood is who won it.
Yes, Northwood is indeed the champions, and it's in a way that's pretty brutal to see. I have to say, I relate Maryville a lot to a different Northwood squad that actually won a CECC championship, an outside tournament national championship in 2023. They played in a different Akron squad than the one we're usually familiar with, and Akron played them really well in games 1 and 2, and they lost. And after that, you could just see it on the player cams in Akron. It was just this deflated, like, okay, it's like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what you need to do. And they were not really getting blown out. Like, it was pretty contentious, but you could just see there's this element when you play against Northwood. You have to believe you're capable of winning. And I have to say, Maryville, game 1, not going well. Games 2 and 3, they threw those away. They looked so good. They had a 2-goal lead on Salty Shores, and they just slowly watched it erode away. And so much of me in the back of my mind is thinking, okay, well, you take a timeout, clearly you're aware of it. The moment they loaded into that map with different cars and they start double committing and playing for 50s, in my mind, that was the moment where I saw that same Akron kind of stare, where they just said, I don't really believe that we can do this. And I don't believe that they were truly just like giving up and saying no, but it was almost like they resigned themselves to say like, hey, this is not that upper bracket final where we are playing and it's a little bit back and forth. We're taking them to 7. Maybe we're just not on right now. And I feel like you need to dispel that as much as possible. I need these teams to believe they can do it, because clearly everyone's saying, wow, Northwood wins another tournament. Like, can anyone beat them? Yes, we've seen multiple people beat these players. West Virginia literally stole a $5,000 winner-take-all tournament from Northwood, and they beat them 7-0 in that grand final game. And people would say it's an outside tournament, but you think Northwood wasn't trying there? Any team on any league, I don't care how good the roster is, can be beatable, but you have to believe in it. And I don't really feel like Maryville had the energy or the endurance after this long day to do it.
No response. We got stuff to do. I'm done hearing from you. Moving on. We got an interview with the winners of this one. Let's bring in Creams here, because I believe that we have got him on the line. We've got Creams to talk to. As Creams, my guy, congratulations. You have won your very first event in CCA series, in Summer Series here. How does it feel to not only be a champion of collegiate, but to just be a champ in general, brother?
Feels great. A lot of fun. My teammates are amazing.
Oh, shorten to the point here.
Straight to the point. All right.
Straight to the point. All right, Vaughn,
My question
your
for you, though, here, Creams. Talk to me about the timeout that you guys took in between game 3 and 4, playing college football in between. I mean, was that a strategy you guys had coming into this, or was that just spirit of the moment?
It's actually FIFA, but I was just before the series, you know, playing a little bit of FIFA. Had to warm up my hands. Rocket League overrated. Just had to go in, use my team of the season, Messi, have a little break off of the game, and come back and win.
Even in FIFA, he plays for American teams. That's fine. All right. Well, Creams,
crazy.
Obviously, like this is a huge moment for you. Like, you were coming in, having to be the replacement for Lion Blaze in this roster. You know, Canada, rah stuff aside. I mean, how do you find yourself really fitting into this Northwood roster? Because it was a bit of a shaky start. You did lose the WVU final. How are you feeling now that you got your first title going into fall?
I'm feeling great. Again, I play with Hockey every week on TSM, and he's an amazing teammate. I know that. And Zanil, I've known him for a long time, and he's a great dude. I have a lot of fun with him, and he's a great teammate. So to win, not a surprise, honestly. And yeah, I'm excited to keep going and win more.
So we talk a lot about teams and coming off of a series, and they're coming in warm, and that's exactly what Maryville did. They had to go the distance, get Akron. It's a little bit of an adrenaline dump, and you guys were sitting and waiting by, but you still are able to take care of business. What do you feel like is the difference between you guys when you're playing in that upper final, going to game 7, versus now where it seems like you just knew the game plan, you executed, and you were just laser focused on being able to complete that sweep?
You know, after that, before that upper final, we were feeling good, and then we went up 3-1. I just started listening to music, vibing out, you know. We brought it back to game 7, and I had to lock in. We weren't losing that, because I can't have everyone trash talking our team. We know we're the best CRL team. Everyone knows it. I had to lock back in and show it.
I love that you are straight up like, no. We could have given them another game 7, but we didn't want to give them a game 7. Creeps, at this point, you guys seem almost unstoppable. My only final question is, what's the ambitions for the fall? We running it back?
You know, for the fall, not losing a tourney, honestly. Let's be honest. I got the best teammates. We ain't losing nothing. We ain't losing one series. No, series is a little much. One tournament, because we might come from lowers if we're having a bad day or something, but winning everything's the goal. Let's be honest.
I love the confidence. We appreciate you hopping on here, Creams. Once again, congratulations. You are a CCA Summer Series champion. Wear that crown proudly, brother. We will see you hopefully soon. I'm hoping not before the fall, rolls around. But either way, go and celebrate, my guy. You've earned it.
Yeah. Thank you. Have a great night.
Into you. No, stop, Seb. No.
Okay. One thing, I do want to say something. It's not Canada related. It's not Canada related. I really was going for Maryville in the first series. Like it felt justice that for 3 series in a row, we got a full best of 7. It was looking to be one of the most classic brackets we could put, and it still was, but one of the most classic brackets we could go for. But you compare, and to pull off Taco's point about you need to believe, you compare just the cams from the Maryville side in that first series to how it was. I saw Buddy in the timeout just head down, like there was nothing at all. And the moment that I saw that, I was like, man, that is that mental block that you need to overcome for Northwood, and it's not there just yet. No one has been able to consistently do that.
No one probably ever will, unfortunately, at this point here. Taco, I mean, unless you got other opinions about that one, I mean, I'm hoping somebody can eventually figure it out.
The biggest thing that separates, I would say, pro players from everyone else is that their floor is so insanely high. And Northwood, I think, is probably the most emblematic team in terms of watching a squad say, hey, even when they're playing off, or even when Creep says, like, I'm not trying to listen to music, I'm trying to, like, calm down because we got a long day. They've had a long day. That squad earlier on was playing in a different tournament before they came into CCA.
And they went to 7 in that tournament, too.
Yes. So, like, they've been going on for a while. And I think it's after a while you realize even when they're a little off, they're playing incredibly. And even when they're playing as hard as possible, teams can still get up to that point, but it's like the moment, oh, we lost to 50 slightly, it's internet. Like sometimes Northwood is playing at 75%, and that's still above the peak of another team. Like it is incredibly good because they do earn it. They do practice it, obviously, with the outside teamwork and also knowing each other's, and being probably very easy to play off. He's good, like glue type third man, second man player. So I don't really want people to think of this as like, oh, well, Northwood wins just because they're simply better. No, it's actually just because they focus hard on making sure they're taking this seriously. They're not just mailing it in. They do have the chemistry. They really try to work at everything, and it's up to everyone else to, like Seb mentioned, like I mentioned earlier, to believe you could win because we've already seen it. It's about putting in the work. Get those scrims, do some tape review, and we'll be seeing some more upsets in the fall. I guarantee it.
We got a lot of teams left in the fall, but for right now, we got to celebrate our champions. Once again, I have to remind everybody, Northwood are your Summer Series champions. Creams, Hockey, and Zanil. Victory lap, take about whatever you really feel like doing, because no matter what, you have earned it. Kind of crazy to think. Hockey has been here for what feels like quite literally decades, Seb, and he is still winning tournaments.
He is the last member of that true first Northwood dynasty. Way back, of course, a CRO world champion, multiple-time national champion, multiple-time Summer Series champion. At this point, I mean, we need, come fall, I think we're going to have to start questioning, where he fits in the GOAT conversation of CRL next to Lion Blaze.
Dude, at this point, if he keeps taking wins throughout this year, he might just surpass that, dude. It's crazy to think about the fact that, like, again, you mentioned it, Lion Blaze kind of being the CRO GOAT. A lot of the accolades that he has earned have been right alongside this guy. And at this point, if he keeps taking even more wins like this, he's going to pass him real quickly. But for right now, Northwood, you still need to earn a little more. Again, we've talked about it. This is just the summer. We're hoping to have more collegiate events going through into the fall. But for right now, let's review what this summer has been. Like we mentioned, it has been 3 days here of bracket chaos. And Vaughn, now that we look back upon this entire weekend, what was your favorite series?
I would say 2 favorite series, Maryville, West Virginia, Davenport, Akron, in my opinion. Those were 2 nail-biter series that we got to see, but also the one that you and Taco casted, Maryville, Akron. I mean, all the best of 7s that we saw go to 7 were my favorite series.
Seb, I'll go to you next. You got a favorite here?
I think for me, it's also Maryville Akron. For some reason, I felt like it really, everything was coming to a head in that series. I felt like there was so many storylines coming into that lower final, that Maryville coming off the loss to Northwood by just a hair, Akron looking to redefine themselves and, make to tell everyone that 5-up edition is worth it. At the end of the day, Maryville were able to get the win, but it was a classic for sure.
It's been a classic all weekend, and unfortunately the classic is starting to wrap up. As we've mentioned, it has not just been this weekend, it has been an entire, I think, what are we at? Like almost 2-month period from the original first qualifier until now. Actually, almost to the date, because it was, what was it? July 4th, I think, was like the original week that we started all of this. So we are 2 months removed now at this point, Taco, and it kind of feels like Collegiate's not only in its best state that we've seen it in, I can't wait for the fall.
Yeah, and there's so many teams that also have just been announced for coming in the fall, notably Concord. You should be checking out if you're not already familiar with how many talent we're importing as well. We haven't seen St. Clair in the summer series because people are abroad. Fisher also has a European player in Justice that is not available. So Vesh coming over from Poland, Harrisburg going to be pulling in people. Like, there's just so much talent. So I think it's going to shake up. Even Cream's admitting in the chat is like, there's going to be a lot of good teams in fall. So definitely going to have to be ready. I like his confidence, but we'll see how far it carries. But either way, summer, as always, good preseason for a lot of people, and also just kind of last hurrahs for a lot of other players, those graduating alumni. So shout out to them. Best of luck in the future. It's been a pleasure casting all of them, and a good way to send them off, especially Buddy getting to another grand final. Unfortunately, just not going his way this time.
All right, Seb, I got a special treat for you here. Jesse, put him full screen, and we're going to set a timer. Seb, you get 1 minute for as much Canadian propaganda as you want. Starting now.
Okay, so listen, there's going to be a bunch of new players that are coming in. And besides the fact that there was like 3 teams that weren't able to make it because there was a LAN in Canada, I firmly believe that coming up, we're going to have one of the best teams in CRL. We're going to have one of the best teams in the Open. We're going to have just a full stretch of like either top 16 where it's going to be some Canadian teams in that mix. We're going to be repping the flag all the way to a CRL World Championship if we end up having that again. I really hope so. Please,
30 seconds.
That would be really great. I think a minute is a really long time. I don't know.
You can stop. I was just trying to give you your floor, bro. You can go as long as you want or as little as you want.
At the end of the day, Creams, he's making a case for himself as the best player in CRL. Currently, he is Canadian. Canada's on top. I don't care what you say. That's all I got.
All right. He filled out 50 seconds. Honestly, I respect that. And look, you deserve your platform here. As much as we're going back and forth about this one, Cream's getting a win for Canada's got to feel good, brother.
It feels great. But you know what feels better, honestly, is having top tier collegiate gameplay that is supported not just by, of course, the community, but by NelnetBank as well. For all of you guys who help make collegiate a thing. The fact is that we have our own community that oftentimes feels a little separate from everything else in Rocket League, but it is you guys that helps to make this community thrive as much as possible, to helps give it its own history, its own sort of pride with it. It's why so many players take pride in having a CRL World Championship or a CRL National Championship where they use the titles. I only hope that we get to come back in fall.
Please.
I was going to say.
Please bring back CRL. That's all I have to say.
That's it?
But also with that, do have to give a big congratulations to Hockey being the only player in CRL history to have 3 Summer Series champion titles to their name. I mean, congrats to Hockey on that as well. Being the GOAT of Collegiate Rocket League with that. I know we say Lion Blaze a lot, but as far as Summer Series goes, Hockey is that man with those titles to their name. Northwood, of course, now being the only program with 3 titles to their name too. Akron and LSU tied for second afterwards with that. But we do have to give a big shout out to the UR crew as they have UR Worlds coming up next weekend that Seb and I will be on for that desk, as well as some U.S. teams that'll be competing in that. A lot of international teams. We have like an SSA team, a South American team, MENA team. Yeah, multiple Canadian teams. OCE team. There's teams all across the world competing for that, and it is a community effort, so make sure you tune into that on the UR channel. Also, Champ League show, follow that because we'll have a final show next week at some point. We'll tweet out information at Champ League show there as well. And also big shout out to the production crew. This entire event has not been possible without them putting on a lot of great work and hours in the background to make this a possibility. And RL Stats GG too, for all the stats that we've been talking about for the most part as well throughout this weekend and the event.
You've covered pretty much everything. I want to name a couple of people in particular that do deserve to at least be called out individually on this one, who I know have been working on this one. Huge shout out to Joey, huge shout out to Theo, huge shout out to Jack, Jesse, Kylie, Brett. I know I'm probably forgetting a couple other people who are working behind the scenes on this one too. I think RJ was on this, Adam was on this. Literally, again, it takes a whole village to do what we do here. There are so many people involved in this one, and shout out to you guys as well. As much as we've been having the chaos of today, you can't do it without every single one of us. It has been an absolute blast to be here for all of CCA Summer Series. Once again, sponsored by NelnetBank. Go check out NelnetBank. Do it. They are very much responsible for what happened here today. They're awesome. Go sponsor them. And the only thing I can really say is we better see you in the fall. Unfortunately, that is everything that we've got here for today. Everything that we've got here for summer. Once again, congratulations to Northwood University. They are our CCA Summer Series champions, but honestly, we all feel like champs when we get to witness gameplay like this today. Multiple best of sevens go in the distance, but it's a 4-0 sweep to close us out. Kareem's the Canadian King finds his crown finally. Hockey gets another one, and well, can we really be surprised that Zanil finally gets his? Either way, we appreciate you guys tuning in this entire summer. Hopefully we'll be back in the fall, but for now, good night, goodbye, and have a great rest of your weekend.
Photo of you in my mind on the table under lights. There's no one here but you and I. This neon town is yours and mine. And I said, hey.
Your dream is the first step on your educational path. Let NelnetBank help you go from dreamer to achiever with a private student loan. Simple application process, flexible repayment plans, and easy co-signing options. Apply at nelnetbank.com/elevate.
Did we take it too far to say that we cannot pretend now? Was it never enough to have just everything you want? In your shadow I found a place to hide me from my own thoughts. And if I ever got lost, you find a way to bring me